Hello everyone, I am a horror storyteller. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep. So before drifting off, please leave a like and subscribe. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is when you're watching. Now let's get comfortable and relaxed as I begin with story 1. I've always loved hiking. From a young age, growing up in a small town surrounded by woods and hills, it became part of who I was. My father used to take me on long walks through the forests near our home, teaching me how to navigate trails, recognize plants, and appreciate the quiet beauty of nature. Those early memories stuck with me, and as I grew older, hiking became my way of escaping the noise of everyday life. There was something about the solitude, the fresh air, and the rhythmic crunch of boots on a trail that calmed my mind and rejuvenated my spirit. It was a clear autumn morning when I decided to visit Redstone National Park. I'd been there a couple of times before, but only on the more popular trails that were well marked and frequented by other hikers. This time, I wanted something different. I wanted to challenge myself to go deeper into the forest and explore one of the less traveled paths. I'd read about a remote section of the park that few people ventured into, and it sounded perfect. Armed with a detailed map, plenty of water, and enough snacks to last the day, I set out early, determined to make the most of my weekend. The parking lot at the trailhead was nearly empty when I arrived, which was exactly what I'd hoped for. I locked my car, shouldered my backpack, and started down the narrow dirt path that would take me into the heart of the park. The morning air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp leaves and earth. The forest was alive with sound, birds chirping, the occasional rustle of a squirrel darting through the underbrush, and the soft whisper of wind moving through the trees. It was the kind of peacefulness I craved, a welcome escape from the constant buzz of the world outside. As I hiked, the trail began to change. The further I went, the narrower and more overgrown it became. The trees here were taller and older, their branches reaching out to form a dense canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patches on the forest floor. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest seemed to fade, replaced by a quiet stillness that was both calming and slightly unsettling. I checked my map frequently to make sure I was still on the right path, but the markers became fewer and farther between. It wasn't long before I realized I had ventured into an area of the park that wasn't well maintained. Despite this, I pressed on. The isolation was part of the appeal, after all. I told myself that this was exactly the kind of adventure I'd been looking for, a chance to disconnect and truly immerse myself in nature. But as the hours passed, that sense of excitement began to give way to something else. The forest felt different here. The trees were gnarled and twisted, their trunks thick and dark, and the underbrush was sparse, as if nothing wanted to grow too close to them. The sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting the forest in a perpetual twilight. It was eerily quiet. The usual sounds of birds and insects were gone, replaced by a heavy, almost oppressive silence. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. Through the trees, in a small clearing up ahead, stood a staircase. I stopped in my tracks, staring at it in disbelief. It was completely out of place, a set of wooden stairs, painted white, standing upright in the middle of the forest. It looked like something you'd find in an old house, the kind of staircase that might lead to a second floor or an attic. But here it led to nowhere. There was no building, no foundation, no signs of any structure that it might have been part of. The stairs stood alone, pristine and untouched, as if they'd been dropped there by some unseen hand. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The closer I got, the stranger it seemed. The stairs were in perfect condition. The paint was flawless, with no peeling or weathering, and there wasn't a speck of dirt or moss on them. The ground around the base of the stairs was covered in fallen leaves, but the steps themselves were spotless, as though someone had just finished scrubbing them clean. I circled the staircase, looking for any explanation, remnants of a foundation, tools, or even footprints, but there was nothing. The forest floor was undisturbed except for my own tracks. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and my instincts told me to leave. But at the same time, I was curious. I'd never seen anything like this before, and the mystery of it was almost irresistible. Against my better judgment, I decided to climb the stairs. I told myself it was harmless, that I'd just take a quick look and then continue on my way. The first step felt solid beneath my boot, the wood creaking slightly as I put my weight on it. I climbed higher, my curiosity outweighing my unease. But with each step, that unease grew. The air around me seemed to change, becoming heavier and colder. By the time I reached the top step, the forest had gone completely silent. Not just quiet, silent. There were no birds, no wind, no rustling leaves. It was as if the entire world had been muted. Then the feeling of dread hit me. It wasn't like any fear I'd felt before. It wasn't the fear of danger or the unknown. It was deeper than that, primal and overwhelming. I felt exposed, as though unseen eyes were watching me from every direction. My skin prickled, and my heart raced. I scanned the forest, searching for movement, but everything was still. Except for the shadows. At the edges of the clearing, they seemed to shift and writhe, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the dim light filtering through the trees. And then I heard it. A faint whisper, low and guttural, drifted through the air. It was barely audible, more of a vibration than a sound, but it sent a jolt of terror through me. I couldn't understand the words, if there were any, but the tone was unmistakable. It wasn't human. My legs felt rooted to the spot, my body frozen with fear. For a moment, I thought I might collapse. Then, as if some invisible thread holding me there snapped, I turned and bolted. I stumbled down the stairs, nearly tripping over my own feet, and ran as fast as I could back toward the trail. The forest seemed darker now, the trees looming over me like silent sentinels. Branches clawed at me as I pushed through the underbrush, but I didn't stop. My only thought was to get out of there, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that staircase. By the time I reached the main trail, my lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly. I didn't slow down until I saw the parking lot up ahead. My car was the only one there, just as I'd left it. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat there for a long time, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had happened. My rational mind told me it was nothing, just an odd coincidence, a strange structure that someone had built for reasons I couldn't understand. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I haven't been back to Redstone National Park since that day. I don't talk about what happened, not because I'm afraid of being ridiculed, but because I don't know how to explain it. I deleted the pictures I had taken of the staircase, hoping to forget, but it didn't help. I still dream about it sometimes. In those dreams, I'm standing on the top step again, frozen in place as the shadows close in around me. I don't know what the staircase was or why it was there, but I do know one thing. If you ever find something like that in the woods, leave it alone. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. After I left the park, I tried to convince myself it was over. That whatever I had seen or experienced was left behind in the woods. But in the days that followed, a strange unease settled over me. At first, it was subtle, just a feeling of being watched, like someone's eyes were constantly on me, even when I was alone. I dismissed it as paranoia, chalking it up to the lingering effects of the adrenaline and fear I'd felt that day. But then things started to escalate. At night, I would wake up suddenly, my heart pounding, with the overwhelming sensation that something was standing in the shadows of my bedroom. I would turn on the lights, searching for the source of my fear, but there was nothing there. The room would be empty, silent except for the faint hum of the streetlights outside. Yet the feeling wouldn't go away. One night, I heard it again. That same whisper I had heard in the forest. Low, guttural, and just on the edge of hearing. It came from outside my bedroom window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, and strained to listen. The whispering didn't stop. It seemed to circle the house, moving from one side to the other, never loud enough for me to make out words, but always there, like a terrible presence pressing against the edges of reality. I wanted to believe it was my imagination, that I was just scaring myself. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Whatever I had encountered in the woods hadn't stayed there. It had followed me. Over the next few weeks, the unease became unbearable. I stopped sleeping well, my nights plagued by vivid nightmares of the staircase and the shadows that writhed around it. In those dreams, I was always climbing the stairs again, unable to stop myself, even as the whispers grew louder and the shadows crept closer. The dreams always ended the same way, with me standing on the top step, paralyzed as the darkness swallowed me whole. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I started researching, looking for any information I could find about mysterious staircases in the woods. To my surprise, I wasn't the only one who had encountered something like this. There were stories, accounts from other hikers, campers, and rangers about strange, isolated staircases appearing in forests all over the world. The details varied, but the common thread was always the same. Those who climbed them reported feelings of dread, strange sounds, and sometimes even encounters with entities they couldn't explain. One account in particular stood out to me. A park ranger had written about finding a staircase in a remote section of the forest he patrolled. He described it as eerily pristine, much like the one I had seen, and said that after climbing it, his life was never the same. He too experienced the sense of being watched, strange noises, and unshakable nightmares. His advice was clear: never climb them. Whatever they are, they don't belong here, and interacting with them only invites their presence into your life. Reading those stories gave me a measure of validation, but it didn't bring me any comfort. If anything, it made me more afraid. It meant that what I had experienced wasn't unique. It was part of something bigger, something I couldn't begin to understand. I tried everything to rid myself of the feeling that I was being followed. I burned sage, I prayed, I even considered moving, hoping that a fresh start would break whatever connection I had to that place. But no matter what I did, the sense of being watched never truly went away. The whispers grew less frequent over time, but the unease lingered. Even now, years later, I can't step foot into a forest without feeling that same creeping dread. I've told only a handful of people about what happened. Some believe me, others don't. But it doesn't matter. I know what I saw, what I felt, and I know that I'll never be the same. If I have one piece of advice for anyone who loves the woods as much as I once did, it's this: be careful where you wander. If you ever come across something that doesn't belong, something that feels wrong, trust your instincts. Some places and things are better left undisturbed. And if you ever see a staircase in the middle of the forest, walk away. Don't climb it. Don't even approach it. Just turn around and leave, and don't look back. You might not like what follows you home. It happened years ago, but the memory of that night is still as vivid as if it occurred yesterday. I was a college junior at the time, trying to balance academics, part-time work, and the occasional trip home to see my parents. My parents lived in a small rural town about 2 hours away from my college campus, and I made the drive frequently enough to know every turn and bend in the road by heart. That weekend, I'd gone home to visit, mostly because I missed my mom's cooking and my dad's odd but endearing sense of humor. We'd had a great couple of days, filled with warm meals, lazy afternoons, and catching up on small-town gossip. As usual, my mom sent me back to school with a trunk full of leftovers, more food than I could possibly eat, but she insisted. I'd planned to leave earlier in the evening to make it back to campus before it got too late, but as always, the goodbyes took longer than expected. My mom wanted me to stay for just one more cup of tea, and my dad wanted to show me some photos he'd found in the attic. By the time I finally got in my car and started the drive, it was already past 10 o'clock. I wasn't too worried. The drive was familiar, and I figured I'd be back on campus around midnight if I didn't take any detours. The night was unusually dark. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the road ahead seemed to stretch endlessly into blackness. The only sounds were the hum of my car's engine and the occasional static from the radio. The route I took was mostly rural, a narrow two-lane road that wound through farmland and patches of dense forest. It was the kind of road where you could drive for miles without seeing another car or a single house. I remember feeling unusually alert that night, maybe because of how quiet everything was. There's a kind of stillness in the countryside at night that's hard to describe. No distant hum of traffic, no streetlights, just the occasional rustle of leaves or the sound of an owl in the distance. It was somewhere along one of the more isolated stretches of road that I saw her. She appeared so suddenly that it startled me, and for a moment, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. At the edge of my headlights, just off the side of the road, stood a woman. She wasn't walking or moving, just standing there, her arm raised in a slow, deliberate wave. I slowed the car almost instinctively, my heart racing. She was illuminated by the headlights, and I could see her clearly. She was young, maybe in her mid-20s, with long dark hair that fell over her shoulders. Her skin was pale, almost unnaturally so, and she was wearing a long white dress. The dress was what struck me most. It was lacy and old-fashioned, like something you'd see in a photograph from decades ago. There was something about her that made me uneasy, but at the same time, I couldn't bring myself to just drive past her. It wasn't like she was hitchhiking in the usual sense. She didn't have her thumb out, and she wasn't carrying anything. She just stood there, looking at me, her hand raised as if she'd been waiting for someone to stop. I pulled over, my car coming to a stop a few feet ahead of her. I kept the engine running, unsure of what to do next. She walked toward the car slowly, her movements almost hesitant. When she reached the passenger side, she opened the door and slid into the seat without a word. The first thing I noticed was how cold she seemed. It wasn't just the way she looked, it was the actual temperature. The air in the car felt noticeably cooler as soon as she got in, and I found myself glancing at the heater, wondering if it was malfunctioning. I asked her where she was headed, more out of politeness than anything else. She didn't answer right away, just sat there with her hands folded in her lap, staring straight ahead. After a long pause, she finally said, in a voice so soft I almost didn't hear her, that she needed to go just up the road. There was something unsettling about the way she spoke, like her voice was coming from far away. Still, I nodded and started driving again, trying to shake the strange feeling that was settling over me. As we drove, I couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. She sat perfectly still, her posture rigid, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. The old-fashioned dress she was wearing seemed even more out of place now that she was sitting in my modern, slightly beat-up car. It wasn't just the dress, though, it was everything about her. She didn't seem like someone who belonged here, in this time and place. After a few minutes of silence, she spoke again, telling me to take the next turn. I followed her directions, even though the road she directed me onto was one I usually avoided. It was narrower and even less traveled than the main road, winding through a thick patch of woods. Eventually, the trees began to thin, and I saw a house in the distance. Even in the dark, I could tell it was old and in disrepair. The roof sagged, and the windows were either boarded up or broken. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the entire place had an air of abandonment. I knew immediately where we were, the Pierce house. The Pierce house was a well-known landmark in the area, though not for good reasons. It had been abandoned for as long as I could remember, and there were countless stories about it being haunted. I'd never given much thought to the rumors, dismissing them as local folklore. But sitting there in the dark, with that eerie house looming ahead, I suddenly felt every hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I stopped the car a few yards from the house, unsure of what to do next. I turned to tell her we'd arrived, but when I looked at the passenger seat, she was gone. The seat was empty. For a moment, I just stared, unable to process what I was seeing or not seeing. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my chest tightening with a kind of fear I'd never experienced before. I looked around the car expecting, hoping, to see her in the back seat or outside the window. But there was nothing. I got out of the car, my hands shaking as I grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment. The night was eerily silent, and the air felt heavier, colder than it had before. I shone the flashlight around, the beam cutting through the darkness, but there was no sign of her. That's when I saw the footprints. They were faint, almost indistinguishable in the dirt, but they were there, barefoot, small, and leading from the edge of the road toward the house. They looked old, like they'd been there for years, but the strange thing was that they followed the exact direction we'd been driving. I didn't go any closer to the house. Something about it felt wrong, as if it was alive in some way, watching me. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on the ground in front of me, and got back into the car. I didn't look back as I drove away. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something unnatural had happened. I told a friend about the experience, leaving out some of the stranger details, afraid he'd think I was losing my mind. When I described the woman and her dress, his expression changed. He told me about Lily Pierce, a young woman who had gone missing decades ago on that same stretch of road. The story went that she'd been walking home from a dance late at night when she was hit by a car. No one ever found her body, but locals believed her spirit lingered, trying to find her way home. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw, or didn't see, that night. I haven't driven that road at night since, and I doubt I ever will. But every now and then, when I'm alone in my car late at night, I catch myself glancing at the side of the road, half expecting to see her standing there again, waiting for a ride. The truth is, that night left a mark on me that I can't quite explain. I've always considered myself a rational person, someone who doesn't get spooked easily or buy into superstitions. But there was no way to rationalize what happened. I've replayed it in my mind countless times, trying to find a logical explanation, but none of it makes sense. Maybe it was sleep deprivation, I've told myself. Maybe I imagined the whole thing, a product of an overactive imagination mixed with the eerie atmosphere of that dark rural road. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, there are details I can't ignore. The cold that filled the car when she got in, the faint footprints leading to the house, the way her voice seemed to echo in my head even after she was gone. I eventually asked around discreetly, wanting to learn more about Lily Pierce and the stories surrounding her disappearance. I didn't want to seem like I believed in ghosts, so I approached it as if I was just curious about local history. The more I dug, the more unsettling the details became. Lily had indeed been walking home from a dance when she disappeared. Witnesses from that time claimed to have seen her leave the dance alone, wearing a white lace dress that matched the description of the one I saw. The stretch of road where she vanished was the same one I was driving that night. And then there was the Pierce house itself, her family home, which had been abandoned shortly after her disappearance. Her parents, unable to bear the grief of losing their only child, had moved away, leaving the house to decay. But the most chilling part was that mine wasn't the only story. Over the years, other drivers had reported seeing a woman on that same road, often late at night. Some claimed to have picked her up, while others swore she simply disappeared before they could reach her. Her appearance always matched Lily's, young, pale, dressed in a white lace dress. I heard whispers about how she was still searching for a way home, unable to find peace. Some said that those who gave her a ride were helping her in some way, giving her a sense of comfort, even if just for a moment. Others believed it was a warning, a reminder to drive carefully on those dark, lonely roads. The strange thing is, despite the fear I felt that night, there was also a sense of sadness in her presence. She didn't seem threatening or angry, just lost, as if she didn't fully understand what had happened to her. I've thought about that often, how, if it really was her, she might have just been looking for someone to help her find her way. Even now, I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I'm not sure I wanna, but I do know this. That night changed the way I look at the world. It made me realize that there are things we can't always explain, things that exist just beyond the edges of what we think we know. Sometimes, when I drive at night, I find myself glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting to feel that cold presence again. And every so often, when I'm on a dark stretch of road, I catch myself scanning the shadows, looking for a figure in a white dress, standing silently by the side of the road. I've never seen her again, but I know she's out there. Somewhere on that lonely road, still waiting, still searching, and maybe, just maybe, one day she'll find what she's been looking for all these years. Until then, I'll keep her memory with me, reminder that some stories don't always have clear endings, and that sometimes the past has a way of lingering far longer than we realize. I've always been someone who finds comfort in routine. My days unfolded with a kind of predictability that made life feel manageable, safe. I would wake up at 6:30 a.m., go for a jog along the river, grab a coffee from the corner cafe, and head to work at the publishing house by 8:30. I loved my job, even if it wasn't glamorous. Spending my days editing manuscripts was satisfying in its own quiet way. When the clock struck 5, I'd walk home to my cozy one-bedroom apartment, nestled on the 3rd floor of a brick building that had stood in the city for decades. The apartment was my sanctuary, a space that reflected who I was. The walls were lined with bookshelves brimming with novels I'd collected over the years. A soft green couch with a well-worn throw blanket sat in the corner, paired with a coffee table that often held an assortment of unfinished mugs of tea. My tabby cat, Milo, was usually sprawled out on the windowsill, soaking in the sunlight. It wasn't much, but it was home, and I loved the comforting familiarity of it all. It was a Thursday evening when I first noticed something wasn't right. I'd had a particularly exhausting day at work, juggling deadlines and an ever-growing pile of submissions. By the time I reached my building, I was longing for nothing more than to collapse on my couch with a book and a glass of wine. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, I was struck by a strange sensation. It was subtle at first, an odd heaviness in the air, like the lingering presence of someone else. I shrugged it off, attributing it to my overactive imagination or the weariness of the day. But as I set my bag down and walked through the apartment, little things caught my eye. The vase on the coffee table wasn't where I'd left it. I distinctly remembered placing it in the center of the table, but now it was on the windowsill. The stack of books I'd organized by size on the shelf was slightly out of order, and the throw blanket I'd left crumpled on the couch that morning was now neatly folded. I stood there for a moment, staring at the blanket, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had folded it before leaving for work and forgotten. Maybe Milo had somehow knocked the vase over, and I'd absent-mindedly moved it without remembering. I couldn't quite shake the feeling of unease, but I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Nothing was missing, after all, and there were no signs of forced entry. I went about my evening as usual, but the strange sense of displacement lingered. I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder as I cooked dinner, or double-check the locks on my windows before going to bed. By morning, I had mostly dismissed the incident as a product of stress and fatigue. The next day passed uneventfully. I left for work, locking the door behind me, and made a mental note of how I'd left everything in the apartment. The vase was back in the center of the coffee table. The books were aligned perfectly, and the throw blanket was, once again, a crumpled mess. When I returned home that evening, everything was exactly as I'd left it. For a moment, I felt foolish for having been so paranoid the night before. But things didn't stay normal for long. On Friday, during my lunch break at work, I ran into Mrs. Calloway, an older woman who lived 2 doors down from me. She'd always been kind, the type of neighbor who brought over cookies during the holidays and waved whenever she saw me in the hallway. That day, however, her expression was different, concerned, almost hesitant. She mentioned seeing me earlier that day, around noon, coming home to the apartment. She said I'd looked upset, that I hadn't responded when she waved at me. At first, I thought she must have been mistaken. I'd been at work all day, busy editing a particularly dense manuscript. But the more she described it, the more unsettling it became. She was certain it had been me. The rest of the day, I couldn't focus. I kept replaying her words in my mind, trying to make sense of them. Who had she seen? It couldn't have been me, but she seemed so sure. That evening, I decided to stop by the building's security desk and ask Greg, the guard, if he could check the footage from earlier that day. Watching the footage felt like stepping into a nightmare. At exactly 12:07 p.m., the camera captured a woman walking into the building. She looked exactly like me, Same green coat with the scuff mark on the sleeve, same dark hair tied back in a loose bun, same black tote bag slung over her shoulder. She walked with the same gait I'd seen in my own reflection countless times. I watched, frozen, as the woman entered the elevator and pressed the button for my floor. 20 minutes later, she reappeared, holding what looked like a small black notebook. Before leaving the building, she looked directly into the camera and smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was faint, almost amused, like she knew I'd be watching. That night, I barely slept. I couldn't stop thinking about the footage, the way she moved, the uncanny familiarity of her features. Who was she? Why did she look exactly like me? And what was she doing in my apartment? The next morning, I decided I needed answers. Instead of going to work, I sat in the cafe across the street from my building, watching the entrance. I had a clear view of the door, and I was determined to see if she would show up again. At exactly 12:07 p.m., she appeared. My heart raced as I watched her walk up the street. She was wearing my green coat again, her steps measured and deliberate. This time, instead of entering my building, she turned and walked 2 blocks down to a rundown apartment complex. I hesitated for a moment, torn between fear and curiosity before following her. The building was old, its brick facade crumbling in places, the kind of place you'd walk past without a second glance. I watched as she entered an apartment on the 2nd floor, leaving the door slightly ajar. My breath caught as I stepped inside. The apartment was an exact replica of mine. Every detail was identical. The same green couch, the same bookshelves, the same throw blanket folded neatly on the couch. Even the faint smell of lavender from the candle I always kept on my coffee table was there. But the walls were different. They were covered in photographs of me. Some were recent, taken at work or in my apartment. Others were older, from places I didn't even remember visiting. The dates scrawled on the backs of the photos suggested that someone had been watching me for months, maybe longer. Before I could process what I was seeing, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see her standing in the doorway, her expression calm, almost curious. She didn't speak, and neither did I. We simply stared at each other, 2 identical faces locked in silence. Then she stepped closer, and instinctively, I grabbed the black notebook lying on the table. I ran. I didn't look back. By the time I reached my own apartment, I was trembling so badly I could barely lock the door behind me. I spent hours poring over the notebook. It was filled with detailed notes about my daily routines, my habits, my thoughts. There were things in there I'd never shared with anyone, things I wasn't even sure I'd ever said aloud. I haven't seen her since that day, but sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I feel like I'm being watched. I've changed the locks, installed cameras, even moved the furniture around, trying to reclaim the space as my own. But no matter what I do, I can't shake the feeling that she's still out there. And I can't help but wonder if one day she'll come back. Even though I haven't seen her again, it's hard to convince myself that this chapter of my life is truly over. Every noise in the hallway makes me jump. Every creak of the floorboards has me glancing over my shoulder. I've gone through the notebook so many times, trying to find some clue about who she is, or what she wants. It doesn't make sense. The details are too specific, too intimate. There are notes about my childhood that I can't imagine anyone else knowing. Scribbled pages about moments I thought only existed in my memory. My first piano recital, the time I broke my arm falling off the swing at age 7. The handwriting doesn't resemble mine, but it feels disturbingly familiar in its tone. It's like reading the words of someone who knows me better than I know myself. Someone who has been living inside my mind. Sometimes I wonder if she's not a stranger at all. If somehow she's a part of me I've forgotten, or something I've created. I know how absurd that sounds, but the more I think about it, the harder it is to rule out any possibility. I haven't told anyone about what happened. Not my family, not my friends, not the police. How could I? How would I even begin to explain it without sounding like I'd lost my mind? Even now, writing this down feels like an act of desperation, as though putting it into words might help me make sense of it. I've started avoiding mirrors. It sounds silly, but every time I catch my reflection, I wonder if it's really me staring back. There's always that split second where my own face seems foreign, like it doesn't quite belong to me. My days are no longer predictable. The comfort I once found in routine is gone. Every moment feels fragile, as though the life I've built could shatter at any second. I keep waiting for something to happen, for her to return, or for another unexplainable event to unfold. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about that smile she gave the camera. The faint, amused smirk, like she was in on some joke I wasn't privy to. It haunts me. It's as if she knew I'd find the footage, that I'd be watching her. As if this has all been part of her plan from the beginning. I still don't know what she took from my apartment that day, or if she even took anything at all. Maybe she just wanted me to know she was there, to leave a mark on my mind that I can't erase. What unsettles me the most is the idea that she's still out there somewhere, living her life. Or living my life. What if she's doing the same thing to someone else now? Moving through their space, watching their every move, leaving behind traces of her presence. The thought makes my skin crawl, but the scariest thought of all is the possibility that I'll never know the truth. That I'll spend the rest of my life wondering who she was, what she wanted, and why she chose me. It's not the kind of fear that comes from jump scares or sudden shocks. It's quieter, more insidious, a constant, creeping dread that settles in your bones and never quite goes away. Even as I write this, I feel her shadow lingering over me. And I can't help but wonder if she's reading these words too. It happened years ago, yet the memory of that morning remains as vivid as if it happened yesterday. I was traveling for work, one of the countless drives I made across Pennsylvania back in my early 30s. My sales job had me constantly on the road, moving from one town to the next, and I'd grown accustomed to the monotony of long stretches of highway and the occasional roadside diner. That particular October morning, I was driving to Pittsburgh for a client meeting. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale orange glow over the horizon. The air was cold, and the thick fog that blanketed the farmland seemed to wrap itself around my car, muffling the world outside. It was peaceful in a way, but also isolating. The radio signal had long since faded, and the only sound was the hum of my car engine. I'd left home early, skipping breakfast to get a head start. By mid-morning, my stomach was growling, and I realized I hadn't seen a place to eat in miles. The rural roads offered little in the way of amenities, just endless fields, the occasional weathered barn, and the faint silhouette of a farmhouse in the distance. I was starting to wonder if I'd have to wait until I reached the outskirts of Pittsburgh to grab something to eat. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, a diner appeared on the side of the road. Its neon sign caught my attention first. Betty's Diner, open 24 hours. The letters glowed faintly in pink and blue, though the light flickered slightly, as if it had seen better days. The building itself was classic 1950s, chrome panels, a checkerboard tile exterior, and a rounded roofline that gleamed faintly in the morning light. Relieved to finally see a place to stop, I pulled into the parking lot. That's when I noticed the cars. The lot was nearly full, but every vehicle looked vintage. Chevy Bel Airs, Ford Fairlanes, and a few others I couldn't name off the top of my head. They were all in pristine condition, as though they'd just rolled off the assembly line. My own car, a modern sedan, stood out like a sore thumb among the sea of gleaming chrome and pastel paint jobs. I stepped out and walked toward the diner, my breath visible in the crisp morning air. The moment I opened the door, I was greeted by a wave of warmth and the unmistakable aroma of coffee and frying bacon. A small bell jingled overhead as I stepped inside. The place was bustling, but it had a cozy, inviting atmosphere. The interior was exactly what you'd expect from a mid-century diner. The floor was covered in black and white checkerboard tiles, and the walls were lined with red vinyl booths. A long counter ran along one side, with chrome stools upholstered in the same red vinyl. Behind the counter, there was a gleaming stainless steel kitchen, where I could see cooks flipping pancakes and frying eggs on a griddle. A jukebox in the corner played softly, filling the room with the unmistakable sound of Elvis Presley's Hound Dog. The voices of the patrons blended with the music, creating a pleasant hum of activity. People were chatting, laughing, and sipping coffee from white ceramic mugs. It wasn't just the decor that felt retro, it was the people too. Everyone was dressed as though they'd stepped straight out of the 1950s. The men wore suits and ties, some with fedoras resting on the tables beside them. The women were in brightly colored dresses, their hair styled in perfect curls or pinned up neatly. Even the waitresses wore pastel uniforms with white aprons and matching caps, moving gracefully between tables with trays balanced expertly in their hands. I slid into a booth near the window and picked up a laminated menu that had already been placed on the table. As soon as I opened it, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The prices were absurdly low: coffee for 10 cents, pancakes for 50 cents, and a full breakfast platter for $1.25. I remember thinking it must be some kind of gimmick, like the diner was intentionally leaning into the retro theme to attract customers. When my food arrived, it exceeded all expectations. The eggs were cooked perfectly, the bacon was crispy, and the pancakes were golden and fluffy. Even the coffee tasted better than I thought it would, rich and flavorful in a way that reminded me of the cups my grandmother used to make when I was a kid. The meal felt like something out of a memory, simple, hearty, and satisfying in a way that was almost nostalgic. As I ate, I glanced around the room, observing the other patrons. The longer I sat there, the stranger everything seemed. It wasn't just the clothes or the cars outside, it was the complete absence of anything modern. No one had a cell phone or a laptop. The few people reading were holding newspapers, and the conversations were casual and unhurried, without any mention of current events or modern life. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something about the place felt off. At first, I dismissed the thought as a result of being overly tired from the drive. After all, I'd been on the road for hours, and it wasn't unusual to feel a bit disoriented after staring at the same endless stretch of road for so long. When I finished my meal, I reached for my wallet and pulled out my credit card. I placed it on the table, expecting the waitress to pick it up. Instead, she hesitated, looking at the card as though she didn't recognize it. After a moment, she politely explained that they only accepted cash. It took me a few seconds to process what she'd said. I rarely carried cash anymore, relying almost entirely on cards for most transactions. Luckily, I found a few crumpled bills in my wallet, just enough to cover the cost of the meal and leave a small tip. I felt a little embarrassed as I handed over the money, but the waitress just smiled and assured me it was fine. As I stepped back outside, I noticed how quiet it was. The fog had started to lift, and the soft hum of the jukebox inside was the only sound I could hear. I walked to my car, glancing back at the diner one last time. Everything about it seemed perfectly normal, charming, even, but that strange feeling of unease lingered. The rest of the day went by uneventfully, and I didn't think much more about the diner until a couple of days later. On my way back from Pittsburgh, I decided to stop by again. The memory of that breakfast had stayed with me, and I was curious to see the place in a different light now that I wasn't in such a rush. When I reached the spot, my heart sank. The diner was still there, but it looked completely different. The chrome exterior was rusted and dull, the neon sign was gone, and the windows were boarded up with weathered planks. The parking lot, once so neatly maintained, was overgrown with weeds and broken glass littered the ground. I parked and got out of my car, walking up to the building in disbelief. The front door was chained shut with a rusty padlock, and a faded sign hung crookedly above it, closed since 1963. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Everything about the place felt wrong, like it belonged to a different reality than the one I'd experienced just days earlier. Eventually, I drove to a nearby gas station and asked the attendant about the diner. He told me it had been a popular spot back in the 1950s, but had closed down after a fire damaged part of the building. He seemed surprised that I even knew about it, saying most people around there barely remembered it anymore. When I got home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something inexplicable. I started looking up old photos of the diner, and that's when I found her. In a black and white picture from the late 1950s, there she was, the waitress who had served me that morning, smiling behind the counter in her pastel uniform. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Maybe it was a trick of the mind, a vivid dream brought on by exhaustion. Or maybe, just maybe, I'd experienced something extraordinary, something that defies explanation. Whatever it was, the memory of that morning remains etched in my mind, as clear as the scent of coffee and bacon that greeted me when I first walked through the door. It was about 6 years ago when I found myself in a situation that still lingers in the back of my mind. I try not to think about it too often, mostly because every time I do, I get that same uneasy feeling I felt that night. I've told this story to a few people over the years, though not many. It's not exactly something I can bring up casually without people looking at me like I've lost my mind. But it happened, and no amount of rationalizing has been able to fully explain it. At the time, I worked in sales, a job that required me to travel a lot. It was the kind of life that kept you on your toes, always moving from one town to another, living out of a suitcase more often than not. I wasn't exactly a fan of the constant travel, but it was part of the job, and I had grown used to it. Hotels, motels, and inns were just places to sleep, a temporary stop before moving on to the next town, the next client, the next deal. I wasn't picky about where I stayed, as long as it was clean and convenient. That particular November, I was on the road for what felt like the 100th time that year. I had a meeting scheduled for the following morning in a small New England town, one of those places that looked like it had been plucked straight out of a postcard. It was cold, as late autumn tends to be in that part of the country, with the kind of chill that cuts through your coat and lingers in your bones. By the time I reached the town, it was already dark, and the streets were quiet, the shops closed, the only sound coming from the occasional car passing by. I had booked a room at a place called the Magnolia Inn. It wasn't my usual choice. I preferred more modern hotels with amenities like fitness centers and room service, but this was the closest accommodation to my client's office, and the price was right. From the pictures I had seen online, the inn looked charming enough, with its ivy-covered stone facade and rustic wooden doors. It had a historic quality to it, the kind of place that seemed to pride itself on being quaint. When I arrived, the inn looked even older in person. The building was weathered, with cracks running along the stone walls, and the wooden sign hanging above the entrance swayed in the wind, creaking softly. The parking lot was small and gravelly, and only a handful of cars were there, which wasn't surprising given the time of year. I grabbed my overnight bag from the car and headed inside, eager to check in and get some rest. The lobby was warm, with the smell of wood polish and old books hanging in the air. It was furnished in a style that matched the exterior, dark wood paneling, antique furniture, and heavy curtains that seemed to block out what little light there was outside. Old portraits hung on the walls, their subjects stern and unsmiling, dressed in clothes that belonged to a different century. The faces in the paintings were almost unsettling, their eyes seeming to follow you no matter where you stood. I remember shaking off the feeling, telling myself it was just an old building with an old-fashioned vibe. My room was on the 4th floor, tucked away at the end of a long, dimly lit hallway. The elevator was one of those old-fashioned ones with a metal grate you had to slide closed before it would move. The ride up was slow and slightly jerky, and when the doors opened, I was greeted by a hallway that felt darker than it should have. The sconces on the walls cast faint pools of light, but the shadows between them seemed to stretch longer than they should. The carpet was worn, the kind of pattern that must have been vibrant decades ago, but had since faded to dull, muted tones. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about the hallway was off. My room was at the very end of the corridor. The door, marked with a brass number 413, looked no different from the others. The key I had been given was an old-fashioned metal one, the kind you don't see much anymore. When I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the room was small but cozy, with a vintage charm that matched the rest of the inn. The bed was a 4-poster with an intricately carved headboard, the kind of craftsmanship you don't see in modern furniture. A wooden dresser with an old television on top sat against one wall, and a single armchair was tucked into the corner by the window. The curtains were heavy and burgundy, framing the window like drapes in an old theater. The radiator hummed softly, filling the room with a steady warmth that contrasted with the cold air outside. It felt comfortable, though the air carried a faint mustiness, as if the room hadn't been used in a while. I set my bag down, took a quick shower, and changed into my pajamas. By then it was late, and I was too tired to do much other than crawl into bed and turn off the light. The mattress was firm, not exactly what I was used to, but I figured I'd sleep well enough after the long day. At first, I did sleep. I don't know how long I was out before I woke up, but it was sudden, like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the street lamp outside filtering through the gaps in the curtains. I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had woken me. I didn't hear anything at first, just the quiet hum of the radiator and the occasional creak of the old building settling. Then the TV turned on. The sound of static filled the room, loud and jarring, and the sudden burst of light from the screen made me squint. My heart jumped, and I reached for the remote on the nightstand, fumbling to turn the TV off. When I did, the room fell silent again, and I let out a breath, telling myself it was just a glitch. But as soon as I set the remote down, the TV flickered back on, the static louder than before. This time I got out of bed, my pulse racing. I walked over to the dresser, unplugged the TV, and stood there for a moment, staring at the blank screen, waiting for something else to happen. The room was quiet again, but now it felt colder. Much colder. I could see my breath in the air, little puffs of white that disappeared almost as soon as they formed. The radiator, which had been humming along steadily earlier, was now completely silent. Then I heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from somewhere within the walls. At first, I thought it might be the pipes, but the sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed to move, first coming from the wall near the door, then the one by the window, and finally from the ceiling above. I stood there, frozen, straining to listen, trying to convince myself it was just the old building making noises. But then I turned and I saw it. At the foot of the bed was a shadow. It wasn't a person, not exactly, but a shape, dark and indistinct. It wavered like smoke caught in a breeze, but it didn't dissipate. My chest tightened, and I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just stood there, staring, as the shadow seemed to shift slightly, as if it were looking at me. It didn't make a sound, but the room felt heavy, oppressive, as if the air itself had thickened. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, but eventually the shadow began to dissolve. It didn't vanish all at once. It faded slowly, like mist dispersing in the morning sun. The room felt lighter then, the cold lifting as the radiator sputtered back to life. But I didn't go back to bed. I couldn't. Instead, I sat in the armchair by the window, watching the room as if expecting the shadow to return. When morning finally came, I packed my things and left without a word to anyone. I didn't want answers, didn't want to hear any stories about the room or the inn. I just wanted to leave. Even now, I can't fully explain what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just a dream or a trick of the light. But deep down, I know it wasn't. The house I grew up in was an old two-story structure tucked away on the outskirts of town. It wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to harbor anything sinister. It had a welcoming front porch with a swing, large windows that let in plenty of light during the day, and a backyard big enough for me and my little brother to play in. My parents had fallen in love with it the moment they saw it, enchanted by its character and charm. But for me, from the very first day, there was something about the house that didn't feel quite right. I was 8 years old at the time, old enough to articulate my unease, but too young for anyone to take it seriously. My parents brushed off my concerns, chalking them up to nerves about moving to a new place. To be fair, the house didn't look scary. It was a bit old and creaky, sure, but nothing about it screamed haunted. Yet, I couldn't ignore the way the air seemed heavier in certain rooms or how, at night, the shadows felt darker than they should. My bedroom was on the second floor, at the end of a short hallway. It was a modest room, just big enough for my bed, a small desk, and a few shelves for my books and toys. Across from my bed was the closet. It was built into the wall, with a white wooden door and a brass knob dulled by age. It wasn't particularly large or deep, just a typical closet, the kind you'd expect to find in an old house. But from the moment I set foot in that room, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. It's not unusual for kids to be afraid of closets, after all. But my unease didn't fade with time. If anything, it grew stronger. Every night, as I lay in bed, I found myself fixating on the closet door. Even when it was firmly shut, I couldn't help but feel like something was watching me from the other side. I started insisting that the hallway light be left on at night, claiming that I was afraid of the dark. My parents eventually agreed, though they seemed more amused than concerned. The strange occurrences began subtly. Some nights, I'd wake up to find the closet door slightly ajar, even though I was certain I'd closed it before going to bed. Other times, I thought I heard faint noises coming from inside, soft creaks and scratches that seemed too deliberate to be the house settling. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, or maybe even the wind, but deep down I knew better. Then came the night that changed everything. It was late autumn, and the nights had grown colder. I remember lying in bed, huddled under my blanket, trying to fall asleep. The soft glow of my nightlight cast faint shadows on the walls, and the house was unusually quiet. Even the usual creaks and groans seemed subdued, as if the house itself were holding its breath. I was on the verge of drifting off when I heard it, a faint, rhythmic scraping sound. It was so soft at first that I thought I might have imagined it, but as I lay there, holding my breath, it grew louder. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside my room. My heart began to race as my eyes darted to the closet. The door, which I was sure had been closed when I went to bed, was now slightly open. A sliver of darkness peeked through the gap, and the scraping sound grew more distinct, like fingernails dragging against wood. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents, but fear had paralyzed me. My throat felt tight, and my body refused to move. All I could do was stare at the closet, my mind racing with every terrible possibility. And then as I watched, the door creaked open wider. A shadow stepped out of the closet. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but as it moved closer, I realized it wasn't a shadow cast by something. It was the shadow itself. It was tall, its form vaguely humanoid but shifting at the edges like smoke or mist curling in the air. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, gliding silently across the floor until it stood at the foot of my bed. The air in the room changed. It grew colder, and an oppressive weight settled over me, pressing against my chest. The shadow didn't make a sound, but its presence was suffocating, radiating a malice so intense it made my skin crawl. Though it had no face, I could feel it watching me, its attention fixed on me in a way that felt predatory. I was terrified. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. My muscles felt like they were locked in place, and my breaths came in shallow gasps. My only thought was to pretend I was asleep, to convince whatever this thing was that I wasn't worth its attention. Slowly, I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled the blanket up to my chin, forcing myself to breathe evenly despite the panic clawing at my throat. The shadow lingered. I could feel its presence, the cold weight of it pressing down on me. It felt like an eternity, lying there with my eyes shut, praying it would go away. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the oppressive sensation began to lift. The room seemed to grow warmer, and the air felt lighter. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the shadow was gone. The closet door was closed, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it had been a nightmare. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, my overactive imagination turning shadows into monsters. But when I opened the closet to grab my clothes, I found something that made my stomach drop. Scratch marks on the inside of the door. They were long, jagged, and far too deliberate to be from anything accidental. They hadn't been there before. I was certain of it. I didn't say anything to my parents. What could I say that wouldn't sound ridiculous? Instead, I started making excuses to avoid sleeping in my room. I claimed that I preferred the couch in the living room, or that I was having trouble sleeping upstairs. My parents didn't press the issue, assuming it was just a phase. I never told them the truth. Even years later, I can't explain what happened that night. I don't know what the shadow was or why it chose to appear. All I know is that it was real, and it left a mark, not just on the closet door, but on me as well. To this day, I avoid closets with doors that don't fully close, and I can't sleep without some kind of light nearby. Some experiences never fade, no matter how much time passes. The shadow in the closet is one of them. The fear from that night stayed with me for years. It wasn't just the memory of the shadow, but the overwhelming sense of helplessness it brought. Even in the safest places, even in my own home, I no longer felt secure. The shadow had taken something from me, my peace, my sense of control, and left behind a constant undercurrent of unease. For a while, I tried to push the memory aside. I convinced myself that it was just a bad dream, that the scratches in the closet were some strange coincidence. Maybe an animal had somehow gotten into the house. Maybe I had done it myself in some unconscious fit of sleepwalking. But no matter how many rational explanations I tried to come up with, none of them felt right. As I grew older, I avoided talking about it. It wasn't that I was afraid people wouldn't believe me. It was that I wasn't entirely sure I believed myself. How could I? Shadows don't step out of closets. They don't linger at the foot of your bed, watching you with malice that feels almost alive. That kind of thing belongs in ghost stories and horror movies, not in real life. But the evidence was always there. The scratches inside the closet didn't fade. If anything, they seemed to deepen over time, as though whatever had made them was still lurking, still pressing against the wood from the other side. I couldn't bring myself to look at them for long, and eventually, I stopped opening the closet entirely. When I was in high school, we moved to a new house. My parents had decided it was time for a change, and they were excited about the prospect of starting fresh. I was relieved to leave that house behind, though I never admitted it out loud. Packing up my room was a strange experience. I avoided opening the closet until the very last day, when I had no choice but to clear it out. The inside looked the same as it always had, empty except for the scratches. I stood there for a long time, staring at those jagged marks, half expecting the shadow to reappear. But it didn't. Whatever had happened in that house, it seemed to belong to that place, tied to the closet and the strange, heavy air of my old room. At the new house, I started sleeping better. I no longer needed a night light or the hallway light left on, and I began to feel like maybe I could put the past behind me. But every now and then, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard that same faint scraping sound. It never lasted long, and I never found any signs of the shadow returning. Still, the memory of that night lingered, a reminder that some things can't be explained away. Over the years, I've come across stories from other people who've experienced strange and unexplainable things. Some of their accounts are eerily similar to mine, shadows that move on their own, closets that seem to harbor something more than just clothes and forgotten belongings. Hearing those stories brings a strange mix of comfort and unease. On one hand, it's reassuring to know I'm not alone. On the other, it's a chilling reminder that whatever I encountered that night might still be out there, lurking in someone else's closet. To this day, I still avoid sleeping in rooms with open closets. Even in hotel rooms, I'll check the closet and make sure it's securely shut before I go to bed. It might seem like an overreaction, but I'd rather be cautious than risk facing that shadow again. People laugh when I tell them I'm afraid of closets, and I usually laugh along, letting them believe it's just a childhood quirk. It's easier than trying to explain the truth. Some scars aren't visible, but they run deep. That night left its mark on me in ways I'm still discovering. And while I've learned to live with it, to move on and build a life that isn't ruled by fear, I know I'll never forget the shadow in the closet. It's a part of my story now, a dark thread woven into the fabric of who I am. Whenever I think back to that night, I can still feel the weight of the air, the cold that seeped into my bones, and the overwhelming sense of being watched. I've told myself 1,000 times that it's over, that it can't hurt me anymore. But every now and then, in the quiet moments just before sleep, I find myself glancing at the closet door, half expecting to see it slowly creak open. And in those moments, I can't help but wonder, was it really just a shadow? Or was it something else entirely? Something that still watches, still waits, somewhere in the darkness beyond the doors we dare not leave ajar. It happened years ago, but it still lingers in my mind like an unsolved puzzle. I often replay that day, trying to piece together what could have possibly happened. It was autumn, one of those perfect days when the air feels crisp and clean, the kind of day that reminds you why fall is so many people's favorite season. We had finally managed to get all 5 of us together for a day out: Emma, Ben, Rachel, Sam, and Alex. It was no small feat, considering how busy we all were back then, juggling school, jobs, and all the other responsibilities that came with transitioning into adulthood. The plan was simple: spend the afternoon walking the trails at Maplewood Park, catching up, and enjoying the autumn colors. Maplewood had always been a favorite spot for us growing up. It wasn't far from town, but it felt like a world away. The trails twisted through dense woods that seemed endless when we were kids, and there was a calm there that we all appreciated, even more so now that we were older. The park was stunning that day. The trees were alive with color, their leaves glowing in shades of red, orange, and gold. A gentle breeze stirred the air, sending leaves fluttering to the ground in slow, lazy spirals. We started out on one of the longer trails, a path that meandered through the heart of the forest and offered glimpses of a small, sparkling creek that ran alongside it. The mood was light as we walked, laughing and reminiscing about old times. Alex, as usual, was full of energy. He'd always been the one who couldn't sit still, the one who turned every outing into an adventure. Even when we were kids, he was the first to climb a tree, the first to run ahead and see what was around the next bend. That day was no different. While the rest of us walked at a leisurely pace, Alex started pulling ahead, his steps quick and purposeful. We didn't think much of it. It was such a typical Alex thing to do. He was always teasing us about how slow we were, calling over his shoulder for us to keep up. As he disappeared around a bend in the trail, his voice echoed back to us faintly, something light-hearted that made us laugh. None of us thought twice about it. We continued walking, assuming we'd catch up with him sooner or later. The conversation flowed easily among the 4 of us, touching on everything from work stress to embarrassing stories from high school. It wasn't until we reached the bend, where we'd last seen Alex, that we started to notice something was off. The path ahead was empty. It stretched out in front of us, winding gently through the forest, dappled with sunlight that filtered through the canopy of leaves above. There was no sign of Alex. The air felt different, quieter, heavier, as though the forest itself had been holding its breath. We called his name, expecting him to pop out from behind a tree or some other spot where he'd been hiding, waiting to scare us. But there was no answer. The silence that followed was unsettling. We quickened our pace, scanning the woods on either side of the trail, looking for any sign of him. At first, we tried to brush it off. Maybe he had decided to run ahead, or maybe he had taken a side trail we hadn't noticed. But as the minutes passed and there was still no sign of him, our unease grew. The forest seemed to close in around us, the tall trees casting long shadows that felt darker than they should have been. We called his name again, louder this time, our voices cutting through the stillness. But no matter how loud we yelled, the only sound that came back was the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Emma pulled out her phone, hoping to find a message or missed call from Alex, but there was nothing. We decided to spread out slightly, staying within sight of one another, and search the area. Sam, ever the logical one, suggested that maybe Alex had wandered off the trail and gotten turned around. It didn't seem like something he would do, but at that point we were grasping at straws. I retraced our steps, walking back along the trail and calling Alex's name. Every few steps, I stopped to listen, hoping to hear his voice calling back. But there was nothing. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, as though it had swallowed up all sound. The vibrant colors of the trees, which had felt so warm and inviting earlier, now seemed almost oppressive, their beauty overshadowed by the growing unease in my chest. When we regrouped, no one had found anything. Ben, who rarely let anything shake him, looked visibly uneasy. Rachel's face was pale, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as though trying to ward off the chill that had crept into the air. Even Sam, who always had a rational explanation for everything, seemed at a loss. We decided to head back toward the entrance of the park, thinking that maybe Alex had somehow looped around and was waiting for us there. The walk back felt longer than it should have, every step weighed down by the silence that had settled over us. By the time we reached the parking lot, I was ready to pull out my phone and call the police. And then we saw him. He was walking toward us from the direction of the trail, his stride casual, his expression calm. For a moment, I thought I was imagining it, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But as he got closer, it became clear that it was him, completely unharmed, looking at us as though we were the ones acting strange. The relief was immediate, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. He didn't seem to understand why we were all staring at him, why we looked so worried. When we tried to explain what had happened, how we had searched for him, called his name, walked the entire trail without seeing him, he insisted that he'd been on the path the whole time. He claimed he had even turned around and called out to us, but when we didn't answer, he assumed we were lagging behind. Nothing about his explanation made sense. We had been right behind him when he disappeared. We had walked the same path he claimed to have been on, calling his name loudly enough that there was no way he wouldn't have heard us. It was like we had been walking in two completely separate versions of the same forest. The drive home was quiet. None of us knew what to say. Alex seemed annoyed, clearly believing that we were messing with him, while the rest of us were too shaken to argue. I replayed the events of the day over and over in my head, trying to find a logical explanation. But no matter how I looked at it, the pieces didn't fit. In the days that followed, we talked about it endlessly, dissecting every detail, trying to figure out where things had gone wrong. Alex remained adamant that he hadn't gone anywhere, that he had been on the path the entire time. The rest of us knew what we had experienced. He hadn't been there. Over time, the conversations faded. Life moved on, and the incident became one of those stories we only brought up on rare occasions. Even now, when we talk about it, the memory feels surreal, like something out of a dream. Alex still teases us about it, joking that we were the ones who disappeared. But there's something in his voice when he says it, a hint of unease that makes me think he doesn't quite believe his own jokes. To this day, I don't have an explanation. Maybe there was some kind of distortion in the forest, something that warped sound or perception. Maybe Alex somehow got turned around and doesn't want to admit it. Or maybe something happened that day that we simply aren't meant to understand. I haven't been back to Maplewood Park since then. It's not that I'm afraid of what happened. It's more that I can't shake the feeling that the forest is holding on to some kind of secret, something it won't let go of. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to know what it is. The truth is, the memory has stayed with me not just because of the mystery, but because of how it made me feel, powerless, confused, and deeply unsettled. For years, I avoided talking about it with anyone outside our group, fearing they'd dismiss it as a simple misunderstanding or accuse us of overreacting. But for those of us who were there, it wasn't that simple. The atmosphere, the silence, the way Alex seemed to just slip out of existence, it all defied explanation. As time went on, I found myself drawn to stories of strange disappearances and unexplained phenomena. I would read accounts of people who vanished in forests, hikers who were there one moment and gone the next. Most of them were never found, but in some rare cases, people reappeared with no memory of where they'd been. Those stories always hit a little too close to home. I didn't want to believe that something similar had happened to Alex, but I couldn't ignore the similarities. I've even gone down rabbit holes of theories about time slips, parallel dimensions, and glitches in reality. I don't know if I truly believe in any of them, but they provide a kind of framework for understanding what we went through that day. Sometimes I wonder if Alex wandered into some kind of anomaly, a space where time and place didn't quite function the way they should. And if he did, how did he come back? Why him, and not others who disappear without a trace? What haunts me the most, though, is the question of whether Alex himself truly remembers everything that happened. He's always been insistent that nothing strange occurred, but there are moments when I catch a flicker of something in his eyes, a shadow, a hesitation, that makes me think he's hiding something. Maybe he doesn't remember, or maybe he remembers too much and doesn't know how to put it into words. It's been years now, but every so often I'll dream about that day. In the dream, I'm back on the trail, surrounded by those towering autumn trees. I can hear Alex's laughter, faint and distant, just beyond the bend. I try to catch up to him, my feet moving faster and faster, but no matter how hard I try, I can never reach him. And when I wake up, there's always a moment of disorientation, a fleeting sense that I've just brushed against something I can't quite grasp. We all moved away eventually, scattering to different cities and lives. Our group doesn't meet up as often as we used to, and when we do, the topic of that day rarely comes up anymore. But I know we all think about it from time to time. It's the kind of experience that leaves a mark, a lingering question in the back of your mind. I haven't completely ruled out going back to Maplewood Park someday, but if I do, it won't be alone. I'd want the others there with me, to see if being together in that place might bring some kind of clarity, or at least some closure. Then again, part of me wonders if it's better to leave the mystery alone, to let it remain one of those stories that doesn't have an ending. Because the truth is, I'm not sure I want an answer. Not if it means confronting the possibility that there are forces in this world, forces in the very places we think we know, that operate beyond our understanding. Forces that can take someone we love and, even for a moment, erase them completely from our reality. And maybe that's what keeps me from going back. Not fear exactly, but a kind of respect, a wariness of the unknown, and a quiet acknowledgement that some questions are better left unanswered. The crisp chill of that autumn morning remains etched in my memory, along with the way sunlight filtered softly through the towering canopy of Blackwood Forest. The forest was my retreat, a secluded escape where I could leave behind the constant noise of daily life. I preferred hiking alone, relishing the solitude and quiet, and Blackwood was the perfect place for that, a dense, mostly untouched forest with trails few knew about. It felt like my secret haven. That day I had packed light, a thermos of coffee, a granola bar, and some essentials. The drive to the forest was peaceful, and as I parked at the edge of the clearing that marked the trailhead, I noticed the stillness. It wasn't unusual, Blackwood was always quiet, but there was an eerie edge to it that morning, though I dismissed it as just the heaviness of the season. Leaves blanketed the ground in gold and brown, and the air carried that damp, earthy scent I had come to associate with fall hikes. The first stretch of the trail was familiar and comforting. It wound gently through a grove of tall pines before diving deeper into the forest, where the trees grew closer together, their gnarled roots snaking across the path. As I walked, I focused on the satisfying crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional chirp of birds overhead. This trail had become so routine for me that I didn't even need to think about where I was going. It felt like second nature. About an hour in, I reached a spot I always stopped at, a massive old oak tree with a trunk so wide that its base seemed to anchor the entire forest. The tree was marked with carvings left by other hikers over the years, initials, dates, and cryptic symbols that told their own quiet stories. It was my favorite place to pause, sip coffee, and take in the stillness. That day, leaning against the rough bark of the tree, I found myself humming absent-mindedly. It wasn't a specific tune, just a string of random notes, the kind of thing you hum when you're not even aware you're doing it. That was the first time I heard it. At first, it was faint enough to be mistaken for the rustling of leaves or the distant call of a bird. But as I listened, I realized it was none of those things. It was the same tune I'd been humming, drifting softly through the trees. The sound was faint, almost like an echo, but it carried an eerie, deliberate quality that made me pause. I stopped humming and strained my ears to listen. The forest fell silent. I told myself it was just an odd coincidence, maybe a trick of acoustics, and tried to shake off the creeping unease that had settled over me. Continuing down the trail, I tried to focus on the familiar comfort of the forest. But as I walked, the sense of unease grew stronger. The stillness felt unnatural, oppressive even, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I thought I heard faint rustling in the underbrush, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. My pace quickened, though I couldn't explain why. The forest felt different that day, as though it were waiting for something. And then I heard it again. It wasn't humming this time. It was a voice, faint but clear enough to send a chill down my spine. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the forest, off to my left. My name, not shouted or spoken casually, but whispered, drawn out in a way that made my chest tighten. It sounded like my own voice, distorted slightly, as if carried on a breeze that warped its edges. My feet stopped moving on their own, and I stood there, rooted to the ground, listening. The voice didn't come again, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. It was the kind of silence that seemed to press against your ears, making every tiny sound magnified. I glanced around, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. The forest looked the same as it always did, but now it felt unfamiliar, alien. My pulse quickened as I resumed walking, my footsteps faster and less steady than before. The further I went, the heavier the air seemed to grow, and the sense of being watched became unbearable. Every few steps, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, though I couldn't say what I was looking for. That's when I saw it. It was just a flicker of movement at first, something dark slipping between the trees. At first, I thought it might be another hiker, but as I kept walking, I realized it wasn't following the trail. It was moving parallel to me, just far enough into the shadows that I couldn't make out its shape. My mind raced through possibilities, an animal maybe, or a trick of the light, but none of them made sense. The figure was too fluid, too deliberate in its movements. I stopped walking, hoping that whatever it was would keep moving and pass me by. Instead, it stopped too. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into the trees, trying to focus on the spot where I'd seen it. The figure didn't come closer, but I could feel its presence, a heavy, suffocating awareness that made my skin crawl. I raised my arm hesitantly, almost as if to wave, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw the shadow mimic me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just following me. It was watching me, studying me, copying me. My legs felt like lead as I forced myself to keep walking, resisting the urge to break into a run. My mind screamed at me to leave, but I didn't want to provoke it, or worse, give it a reason to chase me. I don't remember how long I walked before it happened again. The figure kept pace with me, always at the edge of my vision, slipping between the trees like smoke. And then, as if it had been waiting for the perfect moment, it whistled. The sound was slow and warped, the same tune I'd hummed earlier, but drawn out in a way that made my stomach turn. It felt mocking, like it was taunting me, daring me to react. That was when the fear finally overwhelmed me. Without thinking, I abandoned the trail and plunged into the underbrush, branches and thorns clawing at my arms and legs as I ran. The forest seemed endless, the trees stretching out in every direction like a maze. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel it keeping pace with me, never falling behind, never coming closer. My breath came in ragged gasps, and my legs burned with the effort of running, but I couldn't stop. The only thought in my mind was escape. When I finally broke through the trees and saw the clearing where my car was parked, relief flooded through me like a tidal wave. I stumbled toward the car, fumbling with my keys as my hands shook uncontrollably. I threw myself into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and started the engine. My chest heaved as I gripped the steering wheel, my eyes fixed on the forest in front of me. Just as I was about to pull away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw it standing at the edge of the trees, watching me. It was darker than the shadows around it, its shape indistinct but undeniably human-like. I blinked, and it was gone. I drove home in silence, my mind replaying the events over and over, searching for some rational explanation. I wanted to believe it had been a prank, a trick of the light, anything but what it had felt like. But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever had been in that forest wasn't human. It wasn't something I could explain or understand. And it had seen me. I never went back to Blackwood Forest after that day. Even now, years later, I can't bring myself to go hiking alone. The memory of that voice, that shadow, still haunts me, lingering in the back of my mind. Sometimes, when I'm walking somewhere quiet, I catch myself humming, and I stop immediately, afraid that something might hum back. There were times I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. Maybe I had been overtired, or maybe the isolation of the forest had played tricks on my mind. But no matter how much I try to rationalize it, there are details I can't forget. The way the figure mimicked my movements, the warped whistle of the tune I had been humming, and the way it stopped when I stopped. Those things were too deliberate, too precise to be an accident or a figment of my imagination. I even went so far as to research stories about Blackwood Forest, hoping to find some explanation, anything to make sense of what I'd experienced. There were legends, of course. Local tales about strange sightings in the woods, about hikers who had disappeared without a trace, and about voices calling people deeper into the forest. But those were just stories, I told myself. They couldn't possibly be connected to what I had seen. Or at least, that's what I wanted to believe. In the years since, I've spoken about it only a handful of times, and even then, I've kept most of the details to myself. People always want a neat ending, a clear explanation, but I don't have one to give. All I have are questions that will likely never be answered. What was it? Why was it mimicking me? And most unsettling of all, what would have happened if I hadn't made it out of the forest? I've thought about going back, just to see if the forest still feels the same, or if that shadowy figure is still out there. But the thought of stepping foot on that trail again fills me with a dread I can't quite explain. It's as though some part of me knows that whatever I encountered that day isn't bound by the rules of the world we know. It doesn't belong to the quiet logic of nature, nor to the comforting rhythm of solitude that I once loved. So I stay away. I avoid the places that remind me of Blackwood Forest, and I stick to crowded trails if I ever feel the urge to hike. It's not the same, of course. The peace I once found in the woods has been replaced by a lingering fear, a constant awareness of what might be watching. And no matter how much time passes, I can't shake the feeling that I left something behind in that forest. Or worse, that something from that forest followed me out. I had always considered myself an independent person. Moving into my own apartment in the city felt like a milestone, a moment of triumph. It was a modest one-bedroom on the third floor of an old brick building in a quiet part of downtown. The kind of place where you could hear the muffled sounds of traffic below, but still feel cocooned from the chaos of the city. It wasn't luxurious, but it was mine, and I loved the idea of making it my own. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. My days were consumed by work, and my evenings were spent curled up on the couch with a book or a show. The apartment was small, but it had a certain charm. Hardwood floors that creaked in places, tall windows that let in just enough light during the day, and an old fire escape that ran along the outside of the building. I liked the fire escape at first. It added a sense of character, like something you'd see in an old movie. I can't pinpoint exactly when the feeling started, but at some point, I began noticing small things that didn't sit right. It was nothing major, just subtle shifts in the atmosphere. A creak in the floorboards when I wasn't moving, a faint draft that I couldn't trace, or the sensation of being watched when I was alone in a room. I brushed it off as nerves. Moving to a new place can do that to you, I told myself. One night I was getting ready for bed, and as I pulled the curtains shut in my bedroom, I noticed something odd. There was a smudge on the window, a faint, greasy handprint. It was strange because I couldn't think of how it could have gotten there. My window faced the alley, and the only way to reach it was by climbing up the fire escape. The thought made me pause. Could someone have been outside my window? I stared at the handprint for a while, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it had been there all along, left behind by the previous tenant, and I just never noticed. It was faint, after all. I wiped it off with a cloth and double-checked the window locks before climbing into bed. Still, the image of that handprint lingered in my mind as I drifted off to sleep. A few nights later, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The room was silent, except for the faint hum of the city outside. But something felt off. There was this strange heaviness in the air, an oppressive stillness that made my skin crawl. I lay there, trying to shake the feeling, but then I saw it. A face. There was a man crouched outside my bedroom window, his face pressed against the glass. His eyes were dark, staring directly at me, unblinking. For a moment, I thought I was dreaming. I blinked, hoping the image would disappear, but it didn't. He was still there, his breath fogging the glass slightly as he stared. Panic surged through me, and I froze, unable to move or make a sound. Finally, my instincts kicked in, and I let out a scream, this raw, guttural sound that I didn't even recognize as my own. The man flinched, his body jerking backward, and then he was gone. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, too terrified to move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I finally managed to get out of bed, I checked the locks again, even though I knew they were secure. There was no way he could have gotten in, but that didn't make me feel any safer. The next morning, I found scratches on the outside of the window frame. They were faint but deliberate, like someone had been trying to pry the window open. I felt sick to my stomach. I called the building manager to report what had happened. He was sympathetic but dismissive, suggesting it was probably just a drunk or a vagrant who had wandered onto the fire escape. "It's the city," he said, as if that explained everything. He promised to have the fire escape checked for damage, but I wasn't convinced. For the next few nights, I couldn't sleep in my bedroom. I set up camp on the couch, surrounded by the comfort of my small living room. I kept the lights on and made sure every door and window was locked before I went to bed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. A week passed without incident, and I started to convince myself that it was over. Maybe it really had been a one-time thing, but then I noticed the smudges again. They weren't as clear as the first one I'd seen, but they were unmistakable, faint handprints on the glass. This time, I didn't clean them off right away. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Was someone coming back to my window? Were they watching me? The thought made my skin crawl. One night, I was lying on the couch, half asleep, when I heard it, a faint tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was so soft that I almost thought I was imagining it. I sat up, my heart pounding, and listened. There it was again. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the living room window. I froze, paralyzed by fear. The sound was deliberate, like someone was testing the glass. Slowly, I turned my head, and that's when I saw him. He was standing outside the window, his face inches from the glass. His hands were pressed against it, leaving greasy smudges in their wake. His eyes locked onto mine, and this time he was smiling. It wasn't a normal smile. It was this eerie, twisted grin that made my stomach churn. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My chest felt tight, and all I could do was stare at him, my body frozen in place. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. The next morning, I packed up my things and left the apartment. I didn't bother waiting for the lease to end. I didn't care about the cost or the inconvenience. I just needed to get out of there. I moved to a new neighborhood, far from the old apartment, and found a place on a higher floor with no fire escape. For a while, I felt safe again, but the memories of that man still haunt me. Even now, years later, I can't look at a window at night without feeling a jolt of fear. I keep my blinds shut tight and avoid walking near the glass after dark. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed, I'll wake up with that same heavy feeling in the air, like I'm being watched. I tell myself it's just my imagination. But deep down, I can't shake the thought that he might still be out there, watching, waiting. And every now and then I wonder, What would have happened if the window hadn't been locked? The thought of that window not being locked still haunts me. It's a small detail, something so easy to overlook, but it feels like the thin line that separated me from something unthinkable. I've replayed the events in my mind more times than I care to admit, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince myself that it wasn't as bad as it felt. But deep down, I know better. It's not just the memory of his face that stays with me. It's the lingering sense of vulnerability, the realization of how exposed I was without even knowing it. I used to think of my home as my sanctuary, the one place where nothing could touch me. After that night, that illusion was shattered. I've learned to take precautions since then. I bought extra locks for my windows, even on floors where no one could reasonably reach them. I keep security cameras installed now, with motion sensors that send alerts directly to my phone. The thought of being watched still unsettles me, but knowing I can monitor my surroundings gives me some sense of control. Still, there are moments when I wonder if those measures are enough. The man at the window wasn't just some random stranger. It felt deliberate, purposeful. It wasn't an accident that he chose my window. I'll never know why, and maybe it's better that way. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself staring at the shadows cast on the walls or the faint outline of the trees swaying outside. I tell myself it's just the wind, just the natural sounds of the world. But I can't fully shake the thought that someone might be out there again, lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to return. I've shared this story with only a handful of people, and their reactions have been mixed. Some are horrified, others skeptical, and a few try to downplay it, suggesting it was probably just a prank or a misunderstanding. I've learned not to expect people to truly understand unless they've felt that kind of fear firsthand. It's a fear that burrows deep into your bones, one that doesn't simply go away with time. Years later, I still have moments where I wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, certain I've heard something outside the window. Even though I've moved on, both physically and emotionally, the memory of that man has left a permanent mark. I remind myself that I did everything I could to stay safe. I locked my windows, took precautions, and trusted my instincts when I felt something was wrong. But the lingering what-if remains, the thought that maybe, in another version of events, things didn't end the way they did. That night taught me something about the fragility of safety, how quickly it can be ripped away by forces beyond your control. And while I've done my best to rebuild that sense of security, there's a part of me that will always be on edge, always waiting for the sound of that faint tapping at the window. And if it ever happens again, I don't know if I'll be as lucky the second time. A few months ago, something happened that I've never been able to explain. It was supposed to be a simple drive home, nothing unusual, just me and Emily returning from a weekend getaway in the mountains. We'd been looking forward to the trip for weeks, a break from work, a chance to unwind. Emily had been buried in schoolwork, grading papers and planning lessons, while I had been drowning in IT projects and endless client emails. The crisp mountain air had been a welcome change, reminder of what life felt like away from the constant notifications and deadlines. The drive back started off uneventfully. The roads were mostly empty, just the occasional car passing by. The night was cool and clear, the moon hanging low in the sky, casting a silvery light over the rolling hills. The hum of the tires against the pavement and the rhythmic flicker of the road lines slipping past had a lulling effect. Emily had fallen asleep not long after we left, curled up in the passenger seat with her jacket draped over her legs. It must have been around midnight when the GPS signal cut out. The familiar voice that had been guiding us suddenly went silent, and the map screen displayed the dreaded recalculating message. At first, I wasn't too concerned. Mountain roads were notorious for bad reception. I figured it would come back in a few minutes. But instead of returning to our original route, the GPS suggested a detour. A shortcut, it claimed, 20 minutes faster. The idea of getting home sooner was tempting. I was tired, my eyes heavy from the long weekend, and the thought of shaving off a chunk of time was appealing. Without thinking too much about it, I took the suggested turn onto an unfamiliar road that cut through the dense forest. Almost immediately, something felt off. The road was too narrow, lined with towering trees that loomed over us like silent sentinels. The headlights barely seemed to penetrate the darkness, the forest beyond feeling unnervingly thick. The farther I drove, the more uneasy I felt. The road stretched on, eerily straight, with no curves or intersections in sight. There were no signs, no mile markers, no houses or driveways, just an endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through the dense woods. After about 20 minutes, the realization slowly crept over me that I hadn't seen another car in a long time. Not a single set of headlights, not even a pair of glowing taillights disappearing into the distance. It was as if we were the only ones left in the world. Emily stirred beside me, rubbing her eyes and sitting up in her seat. She glanced at the GPS screen, which was still struggling to find a signal, and then out the window. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she felt it too. Something wasn't right. I could see it in the way she shifted uneasily, her eyes darting to the trees as if expecting to see something lurking there. The monotony of the road was starting to wear on me. Everything looked the same. The trees, the pavement, even the small dips and rises in the terrain. It was like driving through an endless loop, a stretch of road that seemed to reset itself each time we passed through it. And then I saw the tree. It was an old oak, gnarled and twisted, with a thick branch that jutted out like a bent arm reaching toward the road. The first time I saw it, I thought nothing of it. But then, not 5 minutes later, I saw it again. And again. At first, I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe there were just a lot of similar trees in this part of the forest. But deep down I knew. It was the same tree. We were going in circles, even though I hadn't made a single turn. A cold knot of fear began to form in my stomach. I checked the fuel gauge, noting with some relief that we still had plenty of gas, but the thought of being trapped out here gnawed at me. Emily was wide awake now, sitting rigidly in her seat, clutching her phone even though she knew there was no signal. I pressed harder on the gas, hoping to outrun the feeling of unease, to find some kind of landmark that would tell me we were making progress. But the road stretched on, featureless and relentless. It was as if we had stumbled into some forgotten place, a road that wasn't meant to be traveled. And then, out of the darkness, a figure appeared, standing by the roadside, facing away from us. My foot instinctively lifted off the accelerator, my pulse quickening. The figure was tall, unnaturally thin, and still, too still. As we passed, I tried to get a better look, but the headlights revealed nothing more than a vague outline, and then, it was gone. There was no movement, no sound, just an empty road behind us. The car felt colder suddenly, and I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles whitening. Emily didn't say anything, but I could sense her breathing had quickened. I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to look back. I just wanted to get off that road. I drove faster, the speedometer creeping higher, the road stretching endlessly ahead. The same trees, the same eerie silence. The air in the car felt thick, heavy with something unspoken. And then, after what felt like hours, I saw it, a highway exit sign. Relief washed over me as I took the ramp, merging onto the familiar road that should have been our original route all along. We didn't talk about it on the way home. The radio played softly, and the hum of the engine filled the silence between us. But the weight of what we had experienced lingered, an unspoken agreement that we wouldn't mention it until we were safely home. The next morning, curiosity gnawed at me. I pulled up my laptop, determined to find the road we had taken. I searched through the GPS history, but there was nothing. No record of the detour. No alternate route. It was as if we had never taken that turn at all. I tried looking it up on online maps, scanning satellite images of the area, but all I found was an unbroken expanse of forest. No road, no shortcut, nothing. Even now, months later, I can't explain what happened that night. Every so often, when I drive through that part of the highway again, I feel a shiver run down my spine. I glance into the trees, half expecting to see that same twisted oak again. Or worse, that figure standing by the roadside, waiting. I try not to think about it too much, but sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the world feels a little too still, I wonder, what would have happened if we hadn't found that exit? What if we had kept driving, endlessly trapped on that road with no way out? Would we still be out there, circling the same stretch of pavement, seeing the same tree, passing that same figure over and over again? I've thought about going back, retracing our steps, trying to find the turn we took that night. But every time I bring it up, Emily shakes her head and changes the subject. I think she's afraid of what we might find, or worse, what we won't. The strangest thing is, I can't shake the feeling that the road is still there. Somewhere out there in the forest, hidden just beyond the edges of reality, waiting for someone else to take that wrong turn. And I wonder, are we the only ones who have driven it? Or are there others, travelers who never found their way back? Sometimes, when I'm alone on a quiet road at night, I catch myself watching the GPS too closely, half expecting it to suggest another mysterious shortcut. And when it does, even if it's a perfectly normal route, I feel my chest tighten, my palms start to sweat. I'll take the long way home now. Always. Just to be safe. I don't know what we stumbled onto that night. A glitch in reality, an old forgotten road, or something else entirely. But one thing is certain. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled. And some shortcuts take you places you were never meant to go. And if you ever find yourself driving down an unfamiliar road late at night, and the GPS suggests a shortcut through the woods, think twice before you take it, because you might just end up somewhere you can't come back from. It was one of those nights where the road stretched endlessly ahead, the kind that made you feel like you were the last person left in the world. The highway was dark and silent, a void broken only by the glow of my headlights cutting through the night. I was hauling a load of building materials across state lines, driving through the middle of nowhere on Highway 63. The clock on the dashboard glowed faintly, reading 2:47 a.m. I had driven this route countless times before, and I knew the isolation it brought. The highway was notorious among truckers, not just for its emptiness, but for the strange stories that surrounded it. I'd always brushed those tales off as the product of fatigue or overactive imaginations. I wasn't the type to scare easily, and I had always prided myself on keeping a clear head, no matter how long the drive. But that night, something was different. The radio was on, but the signal was weak, crackling in and out. I left it playing anyway, more for the company of noise than for the music itself. The steady hum of the engine was the only other sound, a constant companion on these long, lonely stretches of road. My thoughts drifted as I drove, mostly to home. My wife, Karen, and our little boy, Jake, were probably fast asleep by now. Jake had just started kindergarten, and I'd missed his first day because of this trip. Karen had sent me a picture earlier, Jake with his little backpack, grinning ear to ear. I'd taped it to the dashboard before I left, a small reminder of why I kept doing this job. The night was clear, the moon high in the sky, casting a faint glow over the landscape. There wasn't another car in sight, not a single pair of headlights to break the darkness. I was used to the solitude of the road, but that night it felt heavier somehow, like the silence carried weight. I chalked it up to fatigue and pressed on, keeping my eyes fixed on the road ahead. That's when I saw her. At first, it was just a faint figure in the distance, barely illuminated by the truck's high beams. As I got closer, the figure became clearer, a woman standing by the side of the road, waving her arms. She wore a white dress that seemed to shimmer faintly in the moonlight, and her long hair fell loose over her shoulders. Her posture was desperate, the way someone looks when they're in trouble and have no other options. Instinct kicked in. I slowed the truck, pulling over to the shoulder. The tires crunched against the gravel as I came to a stop. It wasn't uncommon to see people stranded out here, though it was rare this late at night. I grabbed my flashlight from the passenger seat and stepped out of the cab, the cool night air hitting me as I called out to her. The words echoed into the stillness, but she didn't respond. She just stood there, staring at me. Something about the way she looked made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Her face was pale, almost luminous in the moonlight, and her eyes seemed to hold a sadness I couldn't quite place. I took a step closer, shining the flashlight in her direction, but the beam of light swept across empty air. She was gone. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The flashlight trembled slightly in my hand as I scanned the area. There was no sign of her, no footprints, no rustling in the brush, nothing to suggest she'd ever been there. Just the empty road stretching endlessly in both directions. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. It had to be my mind playing tricks on me. I was tired, and the dark had a way of distorting things. Shaking my head, I climbed back into the truck and pulled back onto the highway. The unease lingered, though. My eyes kept darting to the mirrors, half expecting to see her again. The radio crackled with static, and I turned it off, preferring the silence over the unsettling noise. I told myself to focus on the road, to push the strange encounter out of my mind. But then about 10 miles later, I saw her again. She was standing by the roadside, waving her arms just as she had before. My grip on the steering wheel tightened as a cold knot of fear settled in my stomach. This time I didn't slow down. I drove past her, keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead, but as I passed, I couldn't help glancing in the rearview mirror. She wasn't there. The road behind me was empty, just as it had been before. My pulse quickened, and I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my temple despite the cool air. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was just overtired. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The third time I saw her, she wasn't by the roadside. She was standing in the middle of the highway. My headlights illuminated her figure, and I slammed on the brakes, my tires screeching against the asphalt. For a split second, I thought I was going to hit her. My heart leapt into my throat as the truck skidded to a stop, but when I looked again, she was gone. The road ahead was empty, the darkness swallowing everything beyond the reach of my headlights. I sat there for a long moment, gripping the wheel, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The silence in the cab was deafening, pressing down on me like a weight. I forced myself to keep going. My hands were trembling as I put the truck back in gear and eased it forward. The highway stretched out before me, dark and empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. When I finally reached the outskirts of the next town, the first hints of dawn were starting to break on the horizon. The sky was a pale gray, and the world seemed to come alive again with the faint sounds of birds chirping and the hum of distant traffic. I pulled into a truck stop and parked, my hands still shaking as I turned off the engine. I sat there for a long time, staring at the steering wheel. My coffee thermos sat untouched on the seat beside me, but I couldn't bring myself to drink it. My mind was too preoccupied with the image of her face, pale and haunting, and the way she had disappeared each time I saw her. Over the years, I've tried to make sense of what happened that night. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was more tired than I realized. But deep down, I know what I saw. I've heard stories from other truckers about Highway 63, tales of a woman in white who haunts the road. They say she died in a car crash decades ago, and now she wanders the highway, searching for help or trying to warn others of the dangers ahead. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know one thing for certain. I haven't driven that stretch of Highway 63 at night since. Some things are better left unexplained. The truck stop was quiet that morning, the kind of quiet that felt unnatural even for the early hour. A few other truckers sat inside the diner, their faces lined with exhaustion, sipping coffee or staring blankly out the window. I didn't go in. I stayed in my cab, trying to gather myself, trying to shake off the lingering unease that clung to me like a shadow. I kept replaying the events in my mind, searching for some logical explanation. Maybe it was a combination of exhaustion and the eerie stories I'd heard over the years about Highway 63. The human mind has a way of playing tricks when you're overtired, I told myself. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, there was a part of me that couldn't let it go. That couldn't explain the vividness of her face, or the way she seemed to vanish into thin air. Eventually, I started the engine and pulled out of the truck stop. The daylight made everything feel more normal, more grounded, but I couldn't fully shake the sense that I'd been part of something I didn't understand. The rest of the drive was uneventful, but I was on edge the whole time, my eyes constantly scanning the road ahead and the mirrors behind me. When I finally made it home, Karen greeted me with a smile, Jake clinging to her leg, his little face lighting up when he saw me. I hugged them both tightly, maybe a little tighter than usual. Karen noticed something was off right away, but I didn't tell her what had happened. Not then, anyway. I didn't want to scare her or make her think I was losing my mind. It wasn't until months later, during a conversation with a group of fellow truckers, that I finally spoke about that night. We were sharing stories over coffee, the kind of tales that always seem to come up when the miles pile up and the nights get long. One of the guys, an older driver named Hank, leaned back in his chair and nodded knowingly when I mentioned the woman in white. "Highway 63, he said, his voice low. "You're not the first to see her. And you won't be the last." Hank went on to tell me about the legend, how a young woman had died in a car crash on that stretch of road years ago. Some say she'd been on her way to meet her fiancé. Others claim she was fleeing from something, or someone. Whatever the truth, the stories were always the same. Drivers seeing her by the roadside, always in a white dress, always disappearing before they could reach her. Hearing those stories didn't bring me comfort. If anything, it made the whole experience even more unsettling. I'd always considered myself a rational person, someone who believed in what he could see and touch. But that night on Highway 63 made me question everything I thought I knew. I've told the story a few times since then, always to people I trust, always with the understanding that they might think I'm crazy. Some laugh it off, others get quiet, their faces growing serious as they tell me they've heard similar tales. To this day, I avoid Highway 63 whenever I can, especially at night. It's not just fear, it's respect. Respect for the things we can't explain, for the mysteries that linger in the shadows. And for the woman in white, who still stands by the roadside, waiting for a ride that will never come. Some stories don't need an ending. They just are. It was late August when I spent a few days at my grandparents' farmhouse. I had been going there since I was a child, but this particular visit was different. I was older, a college student now, looking to clear my head before another semester began. The farmhouse, nestled far from the nearest town and surrounded by miles of cornfields, always felt like a refuge. The isolation, which sometimes felt eerie when I was younger, had become a comfort to me over the years. It was a place where time moved slower and life felt simpler. The house itself was as I remembered, weathered white paint peeling slightly from the wooden exterior, windows that rattled faintly in the wind, and a front porch with a rocking chair that my grandpa had built decades ago. Inside, the smell of pine and freshly baked bread lingered, and the faint creak of the floorboards added to its charm. It was a quiet, timeless place, where the noise of the outside world faded into the background. My grandparents, who had lived on the farm for most of their lives, followed a strict routine. They rose with the sun and retired early in the evening, leaving the nights still and silent. That particular night, after a hearty dinner of roast chicken and vegetables fresh from the garden, they headed off to bed shortly after 8 p.m. I had no plans to sleep just yet. I was still wide awake and felt drawn to the porch, where the view of the cornfields under the fading light of the sun was nothing short of mesmerizing. The sun was low in the sky as I stepped outside, its warm orange hues stretching across the horizon. The air was cool, with just the faintest hint of a breeze, carrying with it the earthy scent of the surrounding fields. I grabbed a book from the living room, something I'd picked out of my grandpa's small collection of mystery novels, and settled into the rocking chair on the porch. The chair groaned softly under my weight as I rocked back and forth, the rhythmic motion blending with the soothing rustle of the cornfields. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky with streaks of pink and purple. I read a few pages, but my attention kept wandering. The atmosphere was so still, so perfect, that I found myself looking up from the book more often than not, simply soaking in the moment. The cornfields stretched endlessly, a sea of green and gold that swayed gently with the wind. It was beautiful, but as the light began to fade, the shadows deepened, and the field began to take on an unfamiliar, almost otherworldly quality. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, leaving only a faint glow on the horizon, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. At first, I dismissed it as the wind stirring the stalks, but something about it seemed different. It wasn't the random, chaotic motion of plants being pushed by a breeze. It was deliberate, rhythmic. I set my book down and leaned forward, squinting into the dim light. That's when I saw it, something moving among the rows of corn. At first, I thought it might be a deer. They were common in the area, and it wasn't unusual to spot one wandering near the edges of the fields at dusk. But the more I watched, the less convinced I was. The figure was tall, far taller than any deer or person I'd ever seen, and it moved in a way that didn't make sense. It seemed to glide, its motion smooth and fluid, barely disturbing the stalks as it passed. I stared at the figure, my heartbeat quickening. It wasn't close, maybe 40 or 50 feet away, but even at that distance, something about it felt wrong. The logical part of my brain tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe it was a trick of the light or a shadow cast by the last remnants of the sunset. But the more I watched, the more certain I became that it wasn't an illusion. There was someone, out there, moving silently among the corn. The light continued to fade, and soon the field was cloaked in darkness. I tried to shake off the unease creeping over me, telling myself that I was letting my imagination get the better of me. I forced myself to pick up the book again, hoping it would distract me, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting back to the field, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The air grew heavier as the night deepened. The breeze had stopped, leaving the field unnervingly still. That's when I heard it. At first, it was so faint that I thought I might be imagining it, a soft, almost melodic whispering sound. It was barely audible, blending with the distant hum of crickets, but the more I listened, the clearer it became. It wasn't the sound of the wind or the rustling of leaves. It was something else entirely. The whispers seemed to come from the direction of the cornfield, from the same spot where I'd seen the figure. They weren't words, at least not in any language I could understand, but there was a rhythm to them, a cadence that made them feel intentional. My pulse quickened, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I was alone, miles from the nearest neighbor, with nothing but an expanse of cornfields surrounding me. I grabbed the flashlight I'd brought out with me earlier, my hands trembling as I switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rows of corn in sharp detail. For a moment, there was nothing, just the endless stalks swaying gently. Then the light caught something. Eyes. Two reflective eyes stared back at me from between the rows of corn. They were high off the ground, much higher than they should have been, and they didn't blink. They just stared, unblinking, unwavering. My breath caught in my throat as I stared back, unable to look away. The eyes were unlike anything I'd ever seen, glowing faintly in the beam of the flashlight, their intensity both mesmerizing and terrifying. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in place, unable to tear my gaze away. The whispers had stopped, leaving the night eerily silent, save for the pounding of my own heartbeat. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. It just stood there, watching me. I felt a primal fear welling up inside me, the kind that comes when you know you're in the presence of something you don't understand, something that doesn't belong. Eventually, I lowered the flashlight, plunging the field back into darkness. My hands were shaking so badly that I nearly dropped it. I backed away slowly, my eyes still fixed on the spot where the figure had been, even though I could no longer see it. I reached the door, slipped inside, and locked it behind me. The house felt safe, but the unease lingered. I didn't dare look out the windows, afraid of what I might see staring back at me. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the couch, the flashlight still clutched tightly in my hands. Sleep was out of the question. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, sent my heart racing. I tried to convince myself that it had been nothing, just a trick of the light or an overactive imagination, but deep down I knew better. When morning finally came, I felt a cautious sense of relief. The sunlight made everything seem ordinary again, the cornfield stretching out under a bright blue sky. But when I stepped outside to the porch, something caught my eye. In the spot where I'd seen the figure, the corn was flattened in a perfect circle. The stalks were bent, not broken, pressed down as if something heavy had stood there for hours. The surrounding rows were untouched, standing tall and undisturbed. I stared at the circle, my stomach knotting with unease. There were no footprints, no sign of any animal or machinery that could have caused it. It was as if whatever had been there had simply appeared and disappeared, leaving only the flattened corn as evidence. I never told my grandparents about what I saw that night. I wasn't sure how to explain it, and I didn't want them to worry. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what I saw. I've tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But no matter how much time passes, I can't forget the eyes staring back at me or the whispers that seemed to echo from the depths of the field. Something was out there that night, something that wasn't supposed to be. And though I may never know what it was, the memory still lingers, as vivid and unsettling as the night it happened. I tried to put the experience behind me as the days went on, but it was harder than I expected. I avoided the porch after sunset, staying indoors with my grandparents, who didn't seem to notice anything unusual about my behavior. During the daytime, everything felt normal, almost mundane, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, I could feel that same tension creeping back. It wasn't just in my mind. I could sense it in the stillness of the air, the way the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long across the fields. I didn't hear the whispers again, but I often found myself staring out the window at the cornfield, half expecting to see those reflective eyes watching me from the darkness. When it was finally time to leave the farmhouse and return to school, I felt a strange mix of relief and hesitation. Part of me was eager to leave the unsettling memories behind, but another part of me felt like I was abandoning something unfinished. I couldn't shake the sense that the events of that night meant something, though I didn't have the faintest idea what. The circle in the cornfield was still there when I left, unchanged and untouched, as though it were waiting for someone, or something, to return. Even now, years later, I find myself revisiting that night in my mind. The details remain vivid, the whispering voices, the glowing eyes, the way the figure moved as though it wasn't bound by the same physical rules as the rest of US. I've told myself countless times that there must be a rational explanation, that what I saw could have been an animal or an optical illusion, but deep down, I know that isn't the truth. Occasionally, I'll come across similar stories online, accounts of strange figures seen in rural areas, of whispers in the night, of circles left in fields with no clear explanation. Each time, I feel a pang of recognition, as if those stories are pieces of a larger puzzle that I unknowingly became a part of that night. I've never spoken about it to anyone other than writing these words now. It feels almost dangerous to share, as though acknowledging it might somehow draw its attention back to me. I haven't been back to the farmhouse in years. My grandparents have since passed, and the property was sold to another family. Sometimes, I wonder if they've seen anything strange out there in the fields, or if the figure has moved on to another place entirely. I like to think it's gone, that it was a one-time occurrence, but the truth is, I'll probably never know. All I can do is carry the memory with me, a reminder of the things that linger just beyond the edges of understanding. Ethan and I were always drawn to the idea of finding places that felt undiscovered. Every summer, without fail, we would load up our car with camping gear, a stack of maps, and a loose plan to explore a part of the country we'd never seen before. It was something we both loved, getting away from the noise of daily life, the constant buzz of phones and emails, and spending time in the quiet vastness of nature. Those trips always gave us a sense of freedom, of being unbound by schedules or expectations. We would drive until we found somewhere that called to us, and that's where we'd set up camp. That particular summer, we decided to explore the Pacific Northwest. The region's dense forests and mist-covered mountains were a world away from the suburban sprawl we were used to. The trees there stood like sentinels, ancient and massive, their thick canopies swallowing sunlight and creating a dim, otherworldly atmosphere even at midday. The landscape felt alive in a way that was hard to describe, both beautiful and slightly intimidating. I remember being struck by how small we felt, driving along those winding, tree-lined roads, surrounded by an endless sea of green. We had planned to reach a well-established campground by early evening, but as is often the case on these trips, things didn't go as planned. A combination of road closures, wrong turns, and our own tendency to linger too long at scenic overlooks left us far off course as the sun began to dip below the horizon. We were on a narrow, twisting road with no signs of civilization in sight when I spotted a small dot on the map labeled Green Hollow Campground. It was tucked deep into the forest, far from any major routes, and seemed to promise the kind of solitude we often sought out. I felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of discovering some hidden gem. The remoteness of the campground didn't bother me. In fact, it only made it more appealing. I convinced Ethan to take the detour, reassuring him that it would be worth it. He was hesitant, as he always was when it came to last-minute changes to our plans, but eventually he relented. We turned off onto an even narrower dirt road, the kind that seemed barely wide enough for a single vehicle, and followed it deep into the woods. The drive felt endless, the forest growing darker and denser the farther we went. The trees here were enormous, their trunks so thick and closely packed that they seemed to form a solid wall on either side of the road. The air grew cooler, and the faint sound of the wind moving through the branches above was the only thing breaking the silence. There was an eerie stillness to the place, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. It wasn't the peaceful quiet we'd encountered in other remote spots. It was something else, something heavier. When we finally arrived, it was clear that Green Hollow wasn't a typical campground. A weathered wooden sign stood at the entrance, its faded letters barely visible beneath a layer of moss and grime. The name Green Hollow Campground was carved into the wood, though parts of it had been worn away by time and the elements. Beyond the sign, there were 5 campsites arranged in a rough circle, each marked by a small, rusted fire ring and a patch of uneven ground. The sites were overgrown with weeds and scattered with fallen branches, as though no one had camped there in years. At the center of the clearing was a large fire pit surrounded by moss-covered stones, their edges crumbling with age. There were no other cars, no other people, just us and the forest. It was exactly the kind of isolation we'd often sought out, but for some reason, it didn't feel right. The place had an air of abandonment, as though it had been forgotten by time itself. I couldn't shake the feeling that we didn't belong there, that we were intruding on something we didn't understand. But we'd already driven so far, and it was getting late. We decided to stay the night. As we walked around to choose a site, we noticed carvings on some of the trees near the edge of the campground. At first glance, they looked like the kind of graffiti you might find in any wooded area. Initials, hearts, dates left behind by visitors wanting to leave their mark. But as we got closer, it became clear that these weren't ordinary carvings. The symbols were intricate and precise, spirals and jagged lines that seemed to twist and shift in the fading light. There was something unsettling about them, though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. They didn't feel random. They felt deliberate, purposeful, as though they were meant to convey something I couldn't understand. We set up our tent at the site farthest from the carvings, trying to put some distance between ourselves and the strange symbols. By the time we had everything ready, the sun had disappeared completely, and the forest was bathed in darkness. The only light came from the small fire we built in the old fire ring. The silence that had been unsettling during the day felt oppressive now, pressing in from all sides. The forest seemed to close in around us, the darkness swallowing the edges of the clearing. I remember staring into the flames, trying to focus on their warmth and light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It started with the whispers. At first, I thought it was my imagination. They were so faint that I wasn't even sure I was hearing them. It sounded like fragments of a conversation just out of earshot. a soft murmur that rose and fell with the breeze. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind moving through the trees, but the more I listened, the more certain I became that it wasn't natural. The whispers had a rhythm, a cadence, like voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. As the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, though they never became clear. It was as if they were coming from every direction at once, surrounding us. I sat frozen by the fire, my heart pounding, straining to hear something, anything, that would make sense. But there was nothing, just the endless, incomprehensible murmur. And then the lights appeared. They began as faint glimmers deep in the forest, soft and bluish, like fireflies glowing in the dark. But these weren't fireflies. The lights moved differently, smoother, more deliberate, as though they were searching for something. They hovered and darted between the trees, their movements too fluid to be natural. I watched in silence, too afraid to speak, as one of the lights drifted closer. It illuminated the bark of a nearby tree, casting strange shadows that seemed to ripple and shift in impossible ways. I couldn't bring myself to move. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me, holding me in place. The whispers grew louder as the lights drew nearer, their strange cadence filling the air with an almost tangible weight. It was as though the forest itself was alive, watching us, waiting for something. When the first rays of sunlight finally broke through the canopy, it was like a spell had been lifted. The whispers stopped. The lights vanished. The forest was still and silent once more, as though nothing had happened. We packed up our things as quickly as we could, neither of us speaking. There was an unspoken understanding between us. We needed to leave, and we needed to leave now. As we drove away, I pulled out the map to double-check our route. That's when I noticed it. The spot where Green Hollow Campground had been marked the day before was now blank. There was no dot, no label, nothing to indicate that a campground had ever existed in that part of the forest. I flipped the map over, searching for any trace of it, but it was as though Green Hollow had never been there at all. We never spoke of what happened that night, not to each other and not to anyone else. It felt like something too strange, too impossible to share. But I've never been able to forget it. Sometimes late at night, I think I can still hear those whispers, faint and distant, just on the edge of hearing. And every time I do, I wonder if we were meant to leave that place, or if it's still waiting for us to return. The memory of that trip has stayed with me, sharper and more vivid than almost anything else in my life. Over the years, I've tried to make sense of it, to piece together what we experienced. I've searched for Green Hollow Campground online, scoured old maps, and even asked locals about it during later trips to the area. Every time, I've come up empty-handed. It's as if the place simply doesn't exist. Or perhaps it never did. Sometimes I think about the carvings on those trees, the strange, intricate symbols that seemed so deliberate, so full of meaning. I've wondered if they were left by someone else who stumbled upon that place, someone who tried to leave a warning. Or if they were something older, something tied to whatever force seemed to linger in that forest. I've also thought about the lights, their otherworldly glow, and the way they moved with an almost sentient purpose. Were they a natural phenomenon, a trick of the mind brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or were they something else entirely, something that defies explanation? Despite my best efforts to rationalize what happened, there are moments when I'm certain we saw something we weren't meant to see. That we crossed a line, however unknowingly, into a place that wasn't ours to enter. And that thought has always filled me with a quiet, lingering unease. I don't go camping as much anymore. Ethan and I still keep in touch, but we've both moved on with our lives in different directions. He doesn't talk about that night, and I've never asked him to. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the world around me is quiet, I can't help but wonder if he remembers it the way I do. If he ever hears the whispers, faint and distant, in the dark. I've come to accept that I may never have answers, that what we experienced might remain a mystery forever. And perhaps that's for the best. Some places aren't meant to be understood. Some places, I think, are meant to be left alone. And Green Hollow, whatever it was, is one of them. always had a love for the outdoors. Growing up, my dad and I would spend weeks during the summer camping in remote areas, far from the noise of the city. Those were some of the happiest times of my life, just the two of us out in the wilderness, sitting around the campfire, talking about nothing and everything. As I grew older, those trips became less frequent, but the pull of the forest stayed with me. Eventually, I started camping on my own. There's a peace and solitude that I've never been able to find anywhere else, and the woods became my escape whenever life felt overwhelming. Over the years, I became comfortable with solo trips. I'd take off for days at a time, hiking deeper into forests where most people wouldn't bother to go. I loved the challenge of being completely self-reliant, of knowing that I could handle whatever nature threw at me. And until my trip to Pinewood Reserve, I thought I'd seen it all: wild animals, sudden storms, even a near miss with hypothermia on one particularly ill-prepared trip. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened in those woods. I first heard about Pinewood Reserve from an online forum for hikers and campers. It was one of those places that seemed almost mythical, vast, untouched, and so remote that even the most seasoned outdoorsmen hesitated to explore it fully. Most of the posts were about the beauty of the area: towering trees that seemed to touch the sky, crystal clear streams, and an abundance of wildlife. But every now and then, someone would mention something strange. Stories about hearing whispers in the night, seeing figures in the mist, or feeling like they were being watched. Most of the time, these accounts were dismissed by others as paranoia, overactive imaginations, or just plain lies. I thought the same. People love a good ghost story, and the woods are the perfect setting for them. When I decided to visit Pinewood, it wasn't because of the stories. I was looking for a challenge, a place I could explore without running into anyone else. I didn't believe in the whispers or the figures or any of the other nonsense people claimed to have experienced there. To me, it was just another forest, albeit a bigger and more isolated one than I was used to. That was part of the appeal. I chose a weekend in early spring for my trip. The weather was perfect, not too cold, not too warm, and I knew the trails would be clear but not crowded. I spent the week before the trip preparing, making sure I had everything I needed: my tent, sleeping bag, food, water, a map, a compass, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I was excited, eager to see this legendary forest for myself. The drive to Pinewood was uneventful, though the last stretch of road was rough, more gravel than pavement. When I arrived at the small parking lot that marked the edge of the reserve, I was struck by how quiet it was. No other cars, no other people, just the sound of the wind in the trees and the distant call of a bird. I parked, strapped on my backpack, and set off down the trail. The forest was stunning, just as people had described. The trees were massive, their trunks thick and ancient, their branches forming a canopy so dense that only occasional patches of sunlight reached the forest floor. The air was cool and smelled of pine and damp earth. It felt untouched, like stepping into another world, far removed from the chaos of modern life. I hiked for hours, stopping occasionally to drink some water or admire the scenery. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. There were no signs of other people, no footprints, no trash, nothing. It was exactly what I had hoped for. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing that seemed perfect for setting up camp. It was surrounded by trees, but open enough to give me a clear view of the sky. I pitched my tent, gathered some wood for a small fire, and settled in for the evening. As the sun set, the forest seemed to come alive with sound. Crickets chirped, an owl hooted in the distance, and somewhere far off, I heard the faint rustle of an animal moving through the underbrush. It was comforting, the kind of background noise that reminded me of why I loved being out here. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, ate slowly, and leaned back to admire the stars. They were brighter than I'd seen in years, undimmed by city lights. It was peaceful, almost magical. Eventually, the fire burned down to embers, and I decided it was time to turn in. I crawled into my tent, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and let the sounds of the forest lull me to sleep. At some point during the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. The tent was dark, and for a moment, everything seemed normal. Then I realized the forest was silent. The crickets, the owl, the rustling of leaves, all of it was gone. It wasn't the kind of quiet that felt peaceful. It was heavy, oppressive, like the entire world was holding its breath. Then I heard it. A whisper. It was faint, so soft I thought I might have imagined it. But as I lay there, holding my breath, I heard it again. And again. It wasn't just one voice. There were several overlapping, speaking in fragmented sentences I couldn't quite make out. The tone was low, urgent, and unmistakably human. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind, maybe, or some animal noises distorted by my half-asleep brain. But the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, though still quiet enough that I couldn't understand the words. My chest tightened, and my heart started to race. I tried to convince myself to stay calm. I'd spent enough time in the woods to know how easy it was for your mind to play tricks on you, especially at night. I reached for my flashlight, my hand trembling slightly as I fumbled in the dark. When I found it, I hesitated for a moment, my thumb hovering over the switch. Then I flicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness inside the tent. Slowly, I unzipped the door and shone the light outside. The whispers stopped immediately. The silence that followed was almost worse, so complete it made my ears ring. I scanned the clearing with my flashlight. Everything looked normal at first, just trees, shadows, and the faint mist that clung to the ground. But then I saw them. They were standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the light. Pale, almost translucent figures, barely distinguishable from the mist. There were at least half a dozen of them, motionless, watching me. I couldn't see faces or features, just the faint outlines of human shapes. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Were they real? Ghosts? A trick of the light? I didn't move, didn't blink, afraid that any motion would make them come closer. After what felt like an eternity, I ducked back into the tent, pulling the zipper closed behind me. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my backpack and started shoving my gear inside. I didn't care about packing properly. I just needed to leave. As I worked, the whispers started again, louder this time, more insistent. I tried to block them out, focusing on getting my things together as quickly as possible. When I stepped out of the tent, the figures were gone, but the whispers were still there, faint but persistent, following me as I hurried back to the trail. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, shadows darting between the trees, pale shapes flitting through the mist. I didn't stop, didn't look back. My flashlight flickered once, and my stomach dropped, but it stayed on. By the time I reached the parking lot, the sun was beginning to rise, the first light of dawn spilling over the horizon. I threw my gear into the car, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what had happened. I told myself it was exhaustion, that my mind had played tricks on me. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't forget those whispers or the figures in the mist. I haven't been back to Pinewood Reserve, and I don't plan to. Even now, years later, I sometimes think I hear faint whispers when I'm alone. I tell myself it's nothing, but deep down, I wonder if I really left that forest behind, or if part of it followed me home. When I first arrived at Hawthorne Dormitory, I was thrilled at the idea of living in such a historic building. It wasn't the most popular dorm on campus, but that suited me just fine. Hawthorne was old, built in the mid-1800s, and had a reputation for being one of the quieter dormitories. Most students preferred the newer buildings closer to the library and cafeteria, but I didn't mind the isolation. As a history major, I felt a strange connection to the building's aged walls, its Gothic architecture, and the stories it must have held. The dorm had an eerie beauty about it. The high ceilings, intricate woodwork, and long, dimly lit hallways gave it the feeling of a bygone era. The floors creaked with every step, and the faint scent of dust and aged wood lingered in the air. My room was on the third floor, near the stairwell at the end of the hallway. Only a handful of students stayed in the dorm, and on my floor, there was just one other resident, a girl named Claire. I didn't know her well, but we exchanged polite nods whenever we passed each other. She seemed shy and kept to herself. I settled into my new room quickly. It was small but cozy, with a large window that overlooked the campus lawn. At night, the building was almost completely silent. The lack of noise was unsettling at first, but I told myself it was better this way. I had papers to write, chapters to read, and no time for distractions. The first few weeks passed without incident. The creaks and groans of the old building became familiar background noise, and I started to feel comfortable in the space. But then one night, as I was sitting at my desk working on an essay, I heard something strange. It started faintly, almost imperceptible over the sound of my typing, a rhythmic, deliberate tapping noise coming from the hallway outside my room. I paused and listened more closely. The sound grew louder, steady and unrelenting. It wasn't random creaks or the building settling. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, as if someone were pacing back and forth just beyond my door. I stared at the doorknob, half expecting it to turn, but it didn't. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then resumed, moving closer. I felt a chill run down my spine. I stood up and opened the door, peering into the hallway. It was empty. The corridor stretched out in both directions, lit by the flickering glow of an old fluorescent bulb. I stepped out and looked around, but there was no one there. The footsteps had stopped. After a moment, I shook my head and went back inside, chalking it up to my imagination. But the footsteps came back. Night after night, around the same time, I would hear them. Always the same pattern, slow, heavy steps pacing the hallway outside my room. Sometimes they would stop for several minutes, as if whoever, or whatever, it was had paused to listen, and then they would resume. Each time, I would open the door, and each time, the hallway would be empty. I started to feel uneasy in my own room. The air in the hallway felt different when the footsteps were there, colder, heavier, like the space itself had changed. I told myself it was nothing, just the quirks of an old building, but the rational explanations I tried to conjure up didn't make sense. Pipes didn't mimic the sound of boots on hardwood floors, and the timing was too regular to be a coincidence. One night, as the footsteps began, I decided I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to see for myself what was causing the sound. I grabbed my phone for light and stepped into the hallway. The sound was louder this time, echoing off the walls as I followed it toward the staircase at the end of the corridor. As I approached the stairs, my breath caught in my throat. At the top of the staircase stood a figure. It was tall, its silhouette illuminated by the faint light from a nearby window. The figure was dressed in what appeared to be old, tattered clothing, a long coat, frayed at the edges, and heavy boots that looked caked with dirt. Its posture was stiff, almost unnatural, and it stood completely still, facing in my direction. But what terrified me the most was its face, or lack of one. Where its face should have been, there was only darkness. It wasn't just shadowed, it was as if the space itself refused to exist there, a void that defied explanation. My entire body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, as I stared at the figure. The air around me felt thick and cold, and my heart pounded in my chest. I blinked, and the figure was gone. It didn't walk away, didn't fade into the shadows. It simply wasn't there anymore. The hallway was empty, as if it had never been there in the first place. My legs finally moved, and I stumbled back to my room, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands were shaking as I sat on my bed, trying to process what I had just seen. That night, I barely slept. Every creak and groan of the building set my nerves on edge, and I kept my eyes on the door, half expecting it to open on its own. By morning, I was exhausted but determined to understand what had happened. I started researching the history of Hawthorne Dormitory. The building had been standing for over 150 years, and I was certain it had a story to tell. I spent hours in the campus library, digging through old records and archives. What I found was more unsettling than I could have imagined. During the Civil War, Hawthorne had been used as a makeshift hospital for wounded soldiers. The records described horrific conditions, overcrowded rooms, a lack of proper medical supplies, and the constant stench of death. Hundreds of soldiers had died within its walls. One account, in particular, caught my attention. It told the story of a young lieutenant who had been brought to the hospital after a failed mission. Consumed by guilt over the deaths of his men, he was said to have paced the halls at night, unable to find peace. According to the story, he eventually climbed the stairs to the third floor and took his own life. The details lined up too perfectly. The pacing footsteps, the heavy boots, the figure at the staircase. It all made sense, but it didn't make me feel any better. If anything, knowing the history of the building made it harder to sleep. The footsteps stopped after that night. The building grew quiet again, and for the rest of the semester, I didn't hear or see anything unusual, but the experience stayed with me. Even now, years later, I can still picture that faceless figure standing at the top of the stairs, and I still wonder what it wanted. Maybe the figure was trapped, reliving the same moments over and over again. Or maybe it was trying to reach out, hoping for acknowledgement or understanding. I'll never know for sure. All I can do is carry the memory with me and hope that, in some way, the restless spirit of that young lieutenant found the peace it was searching for. After that semester, I moved to a different dorm, not because of what I'd experienced, but because my scholarship required me to stay in a more centralized building closer to my major's department. Still, I found myself occasionally drawn back to Hawthorne Dormitory. Sometimes, I'd walk by on my way to class, looking up at the third-floor windows, wondering if the figure was still there. I kept what happened mostly to myself. Sharing the story with others felt difficult, because the words never seemed to do justice to the feelings I experienced that night. The suffocating heaviness in the air, the cold that seeped into my skin, the way time seemed to stop when I saw the figure. It wasn't something I could easily explain. And honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to. Over time, I began piecing together more fragments of Hawthorne's history. A professor in the history department, who had been teaching at the university for decades, confirmed the building's wartime role. He mentioned that there had always been rumors about Hawthorne being haunted. Students throughout the years had reported strange happenings, phantom footsteps, cold spots in the hallways, and even doors that opened and closed on their own. But no one ever spoke of seeing the figure. That part of my experience felt entirely unique, which only made it harder to process. I began to wonder if what I saw was tied specifically to me. If maybe for some reason, the figure had appeared because it sensed something in me. I didn't feel threatened, exactly, but there was an undeniable sense of purpose to its presence, like it was trying to communicate something that I wasn't capable of understanding. Years later, after graduating and moving away, I found myself thinking about Hawthorne again. The memory of that night came rushing back with startling clarity during a visit to campus for a reunion. I couldn't resist taking a detour to the dorm, even though it had been closed for renovation since I left. The building looked the same, its Gothic silhouette looming against the evening sky. But there was a strange stillness about it, as if the renovations had somehow stripped it of its energy. I stood outside for a long time, staring up at the windows, half expecting to see the figure standing there. Nothing happened, of course, but the feeling lingered, that peculiar mix of fear and fascination that I had carried with me since that night. Even now, I find myself questioning what I saw. Was it truly the spirit of the young lieutenant, reliving his final moments in an endless loop of grief and guilt? Or was it something else entirely, something that defied explanation? I'll probably never have answers, and maybe that's for the best. But the experience changed me in ways I can't fully articulate. It reminded me that the past has a way of leaving its mark, not just in textbooks and archives, but in the spaces we inhabit. Hawthorne Dormitory was more than just a building. It was a repository of stories, of lives lived and lost, of memories imprinted on its very walls. And for one brief, terrifying moment, I became a part of that story. To this day, I avoid sharing the experience unless I'm asked directly. Not because I doubt what I saw, but because I don't think everyone is ready to hear it. There's a weight to these kinds of encounters, a gravity that stays with you long after the moment has passed. But if there's one thing I've learned, it's that some stories demand to be told, even if they remain unanswered. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the world feels still and the past seems closer than ever, I sometimes wonder if the figure is still pacing those hallways, waiting for someone else to notice. The Adirondacks had always been a place of solace for me. Growing up just a couple of hours from the High Peaks region, I'd spent much of my youth hiking its trails, camping by its lakes, and soaking in the endless beauty of its dense forests. It was where I felt most at peace, away from the rush and noise of everyday life. By the time I was in my late 20s, the woods had become more than just a getaway. They were a part of who I was. It was early October a few years ago when I decided to plan a solo trip to the Adirondacks. Life had been hectic, with long hours at work and the kind of stress that gnaws at you day after day. I needed to disconnect, to lose myself in the quiet of the mountains for a few days. Fall was my favorite time to hike, the air crisp and cool, the leaves ablaze with fiery colors, and the trails less crowded as the summer season faded into memory. I rented a small, rustic cabin near one of the lesser-known trailheads. It wasn't anything fancy, just a one-room structure with a wood stove and a cot, but it was perfect. I arrived on a Friday afternoon, parked my car at the cabin, and spent the evening unpacking, cooking a simple meal, and going over the trail map I'd brought with me. I'd chosen a route that wasn't too challenging, but still remote enough to give me the solitude I craved. I planned to hike to a nearby peak the next day, take in the views, and then return to the cabin by late afternoon. The next morning, I set out early. The forest was bathed in the soft, golden light of the rising sun, and the chill in the air was invigorating. I felt alive in a way I hadn't in weeks. The trail was well-marked but quiet, and I hadn't seen another soul since leaving the cabin. It was just me, the sound of my boots crunching on the dirt, and the occasional rustle of leaves as a breeze swept through the trees. As I climbed higher, the forest began to thin, and glimpses of the surrounding peaks appeared through the gaps in the trees. The views were stunning, the kind that made you stop and catch your breath, not from exertion but from sheer awe. I paused frequently, not just to rest, but to soak it all in. By late morning, I had reached a section of the trail that curved around a rocky outcrop. A large, flat rock jutted out beside the path, and I decided it was a good spot to take a break. I dropped my pack, sat down, and pulled out a water bottle and a granola bar. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant chirping of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves. It was as I was sitting there, enjoying the stillness, that I first noticed him. A man was standing a little farther up the trail, near another outcrop of rock. I hadn't seen him approach, nor had I heard any footsteps, which struck me as odd. But what really caught my attention was his appearance. He looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, tall and lean, with dark hair that was neatly combed back. His clothing was what stood out the most: a button-up wool shirt tucked into heavy canvas pants, and scuffed leather boots that looked worn but sturdy. Slung over one shoulder was a canvas rucksack, the kind you'd expect to see in an old photograph from the early 20th century. Everything about him seemed off, like he didn't belong in the present day. He wasn't facing me directly, more like he was gazing out over the trail, his posture relaxed but purposeful. His presence felt strange, not threatening, but unsettling in a way I couldn't quite explain. He didn't linger long. After a moment, he adjusted the strap of his rucksack, turned, and started walking down the trail in the opposite direction from where I was headed. I sat there for a few moments after he disappeared from view, trying to process what I'd seen. It wasn't just his old-fashioned clothing that struck me. It was the way he moved, almost like he was part of the landscape, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. There was something timeless about him, as though he belonged to the woods in a way I never could. Shaking off the unease, I continued on my way, following the trail as it wound its way up toward the summit. I tried not to dwell on the encounter, telling myself he was probably just an eccentric hiker with a taste for vintage gear. Still, the image of him lingered in my mind. Not long after, I came across a clearing where a wooden sign had been erected. It was old and weathered, its edges softened by time and exposure to the elements. Curious, I stepped closer to read it. The sign told the story of a man named Henry Caldwell, a hiker who had disappeared in the Adirondacks in 1944. According to the text, Caldwell had been an experienced outdoorsman who had set out on a solo trip and never returned. Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of him had ever been found. His disappearance had remained one of the many unsolved mysteries of the region. At the bottom of the sign was a small black and white photograph of Henry Caldwell. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it. The man in the photo, it was the same man I had just seen on the trail. The same dark hair, the same sharp features, the same old-fashioned clothing. It was him. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. How could this be possible? Was it a coincidence? Had someone been playing a prank? But how could anyone have known I'd be on that trail at that exact moment? And even if they had, who could pull off something like this so convincingly? I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. My logical mind tried to come up with explanations, but none of them made sense. I decided to backtrack and see if I could find the man again. I turned around and headed back down the trail, moving quickly but carefully, scanning the path and the woods on either side. The forest was silent, almost unnervingly so. There were no distant voices, no sound of footsteps, no movement, nothing to indicate that anyone else was out there. I walked for what felt like miles, but there was no sign of him. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. The unease that had been simmering beneath the surface now bubbled over into something closer to fear. I couldn't explain what I'd seen, but I knew it wasn't normal. Eventually, I gave up and returned to the sign. I took a picture of it with my phone, as if having a record of it would somehow make the experience feel more real. The rest of the hike was a blur. The vibrant colors of the forest, the crisp air, the beauty that had filled me with such joy earlier, all of it felt muted now, overshadowed by the strange encounter. That night, back at the cabin, I couldn't stop thinking about the man in the photograph. I pulled out my phone and searched for more information about Henry Caldwell. Sure enough, the story was real. I found old newspaper articles and reports that matched the details on the sign. The photograph was identical to the one I'd seen on the trail. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of wind outside, sent my mind spiraling back to the woods. By morning, I'd made up my mind to cut the trip short. I packed up my things, loaded my car, and drove home, the sense of relief palpable as I left the Adirondacks behind. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years. Most of them shrug it off or try to rationalize it, suggesting that I must have been tired or that my mind had played tricks on me. But I know what I saw. The man on the trail wasn't just a random hiker or a figment of my imagination. He was real, and somehow, impossibly, he was the same man whose face stared back at me from that photograph, a man who had disappeared over 70 years ago. I haven't been back to the Adirondacks since. Part of me wants to return, to retrace my steps and see if I can find him again. But another part of me, a deeper and quieter part, is afraid of what I might discover. Some things, I think, are better left unexplained. Three summers ago, I embarked on a camping trip with my best friend, Sam, in a remote and uncharted area of forest. It was a ritual of sorts for us. Every summer, we would pick a new location, far removed from the usual trails and crowded campsites. This time, Sam had heard about a stretch of woods that few people had explored. He'd stumbled upon it in some obscure online hiking forum, where it was described as pristine and untouched. I wasn't entirely convinced about venturing so far off the beaten path, but Sam's excitement had a way of pulling me along. We set out early that morning, our backpacks filled with everything we thought we might need. The first few hours of hiking were idyllic. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. The sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting golden patches of light onto the moss-covered ground. It was the kind of place that felt alive, vibrant, and untouched by the chaos of the outside world. As the day wore on, the trail we were following began to narrow, eventually disappearing altogether. It wasn't unusual. Animal trails often faded into the underbrush. Sam, always confident in his sense of direction, suggested we keep going. The forest was denser here, the trees standing closer together and their branches forming an almost impenetrable web above us. The air was cooler, and the sounds of the forest seemed muffled, as though we had stepped into a different world entirely. It was late afternoon when we first saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or a trick of the light, a dark shape in the distance that didn't quite fit with the surrounding trees. As we moved closer, the outline became clearer, and my initial confusion turned to unease. It was a house. The house stood in a small clearing, surrounded by trees so tall and thick that their tops seemed to touch the sky. It looked old, impossibly old, with wooden walls that were warped and blackened with age. The roof sagged in places, and several of the windows were either cracked or entirely missing. There was no road or path leading to it, no sign that anyone had ever been there. It was as if the forest had grown around the house, swallowing it whole. I stopped in my tracks, a strange feeling settling over me. The house didn't belong here. It felt wrong, out of place in a way I couldn't quite articulate. Sam, however, seemed more intrigued than unsettled. He had a habit of diving headfirst into the unknown, always eager to uncover a mystery or explore something new. I, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and leave. We stood at the edge of the clearing for a long moment, neither of us speaking. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive, and the usual sounds of the forest were conspicuously absent. Even the birds had gone silent. The house loomed before us, its dark silhouette stark against the golden light of the setting sun. As we stood there, trying to decide what to do, a sound broke the silence. It was faint at first, just a whisper carried on the wind, but as we listened, it grew louder and more distinct. Laughter? High-pitched, light, and unmistakably that of children. The sound sent a chill down my spine. There was no way children could be out here. Not in a place like this, so far from any kind of civilization. I glanced at Sam, hoping to find some reassurance in his expression, but his face was as pale and tense as I felt. The laughter seemed to come from inside the house. It echoed faintly, as though it were coming from a great distance, and yet it was clear enough that there was no mistaking it. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. The house drew us in, as if some invisible force was urging us closer. We stepped into the clearing, our movements slow and deliberate, as though any sudden motion might shatter the fragile stillness around us. The closer we got, the more the house seemed to loom, its dark and weathered walls standing in stark contrast to the vibrant greens of the forest. When we reached one of the windows, we stopped and peered inside. The glass was cracked and covered in a thick layer of grime, but we could still make out the interior of the room. It looked like a living room, though it had clearly been abandoned for years. Dust coated every surface, and the furniture was old and broken. A couch sagged in one corner, and a small wooden table lay on its side near the center of the room. The walls were covered in drawings. Faded and childlike, they depicted stick figures, animals, and crude shapes in a rainbow of colors that had long since dulled. The drawings were jarring, out of place in the otherwise desolate room. They added an eerie, almost surreal quality to the scene. The laughter came again, louder this time, but the room was empty. There was no sign of anyone, no movement, no indication of where the sound was coming from. It was as though the house itself were laughing, mocking us for our curiosity. It was then that we noticed the footprints. They were small, barefoot prints in the thick layer of dust on the floor, leading from the front door deeper into the house. The sight of them made my skin crawl. They were too fresh, too distinct. Whoever had made them couldn't have been gone for long. I stepped back from the window, my heart pounding. The unease I'd felt earlier had blossomed into full-blown fear. There was something deeply wrong about this place, something that defied explanation. We walked around to the front of the house, hoping to find some kind of clue, some rational explanation for what we were seeing. The front door hung ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. Beyond it, The hallway was dark, the air inside thick and still. That's when we saw the other footprints. These were outside the house, leading from the treeline to the front porch. They were fresh, just like the ones inside, but there were no prints leading away. It was as though someone, or something, had walked into the house and never left. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to get as far away from this place as possible. I turned and started walking back toward the forest, not caring whether Sam followed or not. By the time we reached our campsite, we were both out of breath, our hearts racing. We didn't talk about what we'd seen, not then and not during the drive home. It was as though speaking about it would make it real, and neither of us wanted that. In the weeks that followed, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the house was just an old homestead, and the laughter was the sound of the wind playing tricks on us. Maybe the footprints were left by animals, or by someone who had been there before us. But deep down, I knew that none of those explanations fit. I haven't been back to that part of the woods since, and I have no desire to. Sam and I still go camping, but we stick to well-traveled trails now. Every so often, though, I think about that house, the warped wood, the faded drawings, and the laughter that seemed to echo from nowhere. Sometimes, in the stillness of the night, I swear I can hear it again, faint and distant, like a memory I can't escape. Even though I try not to dwell on it, the memory of that day lingers like a shadow I can't shake. It's not just the house or the laughter or even the footprints that haunt me. It's the feeling, the oppressive silence of the clearing, the weight of the air, the sense that we were being watched. Sam and I eventually did talk about it, months later, over drinks. It was late, and we were both a little tipsy, which made it easier to bring up. He admitted that he'd felt the same overwhelming fear I had, though at the time he'd tried to play it cool. He said he couldn't explain it either. For someone as logical and adventurous as Sam, that admission was unsettling in itself. I've spent countless hours researching old houses and abandoned places, trying to find any record of a house like the one we saw. Nothing has come up. No reports, no historical references, not even a mention of anything remotely similar in the forums where Sam first found the area. It's as if the house doesn't exist, or if it does, no one has dared to document it. There's a part of me that wants answers, but a larger part of me knows I'll never go back to find them. Some things aren't meant to be understood, and I've come to accept that this might be one of them. I still dream about the house sometimes. In the dreams, I'm standing at the edge of the clearing, just like before, staring at the warped wood and the broken windows. But in the dreams, the laughter doesn't come from inside the house. It comes from the forest behind me. I wake up from those dreams drenched in sweat, my heart racing, the sound of that laughter ringing in my ears. On those nights, I can't go back to sleep. I sit by the window and watch the darkness, half expecting to see small footprints appearing in the dew on the grass outside. The forest used to feel like a place of freedom and adventure, but now it feels different. There's a weight to it, an unknowable depth that I can't ignore. I still go hiking and camping, but the joy I once felt in those places is tinged with caution now. Every rustling leaf, every distant sound, sets my nerves on edge. I've told the story a few times, mostly to close friends, but I always downplay the details. I don't mention the laughter or the footprints or the way the house seemed to loom larger the closer we got. Those parts feel too personal, too strange to share fully. Most people dismiss the story as an overactive imagination or a misunderstanding. Maybe they're right, but I know what I felt that day, and I know what I saw. Whatever was in that house, whatever left those footprints and laughed in the empty rooms, it's still out there. And though I'll never go back to find out what it was, I can't help but wonder if it's waiting for someone else to stumble upon it. Maybe another pair of hikers, years from now, will find themselves in that same clearing, staring at the warped wood and the faded drawings. Maybe they'll hear the laughter, too. I hope, for their sake, that they'll turn around and walk away. Because some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And some places are meant to remain forgotten. When I first moved into the small rental house on Sycamore Lane, I was ready for a fresh start. My life up to that point had been full of upheaval. A long-term relationship had ended, leaving me to pick up the pieces, and I'd recently lost my father, a loss that left a deep ache I was still learning to live with. The house wasn't much, a modest 2-bedroom with a sagging porch and creaky floors. But it was mine, a space to claim as my own and rebuild at my own pace. The neighborhood was quiet, almost unnervingly so at first. The street was lined with older homes, most of them modest and well-kept, with big yards and large trees that shaded the sidewalks. The house next door caught my eye right away because of its garden. It was unlike any I had seen in years, a vibrant, thriving masterpiece of roses, tulips, and daisies arranged in neat, colorful rows. Compared to my overgrown patch of weeds and crabgrass, the garden seemed almost magical, like a piece of another world. In the first few days after moving in, I spent most of my time unpacking and adjusting to the rhythms of living alone. The house had a few quirks, sticking doors, uneven floors, and windows that rattled in the wind, but I found comfort in its imperfections. At night, I would sit on the porch with a cup of tea, watching the streetlights flicker on and the neighborhood settle into the soft hum of evening. It was during these moments that I began to notice her. The woman next door, the one I would later come to think of as Mrs. Grant, seemed to exist as a quiet, steady presence. She was an older woman, small and slightly stooped, with her white hair always pinned back neatly. She wore clothes that reminded me of my grandmother, simple sweaters, long skirts, and sturdy shoes that looked like they had seen years of careful use. I would see her standing on her porch or working in her garden, her movements slow and deliberate. At first, I assumed she was simply a kind neighbor who kept to herself. She seemed to be outside often, tending to her flowers or sitting in one of the rocking chairs on her porch. There was something comforting about her presence, even from a distance. It made the transition to living in a new place feel a little less daunting, as though she anchored the street in a way I couldn't quite explain. One day, I woke up to find a small basket of muffins on my porch. The muffins were wrapped neatly in a cloth napkin, and the smell of blueberries filled the air as soon as I uncovered them. There was no note, but something about the gesture felt unmistakably like her. I hadn't interacted with her yet, not directly, but this act of kindness made me feel noticed and welcome. It was a small thing, but in those early days when I was adjusting to being on my own, it meant more to me than I realized at the time. Her house, like the others on the street, showed its age in subtle ways. The paint was faded, the porch sagged slightly, and the shutters on the windows looked as though they hadn't been replaced in decades. But there was a warmth to the place, a lived-in charm that made it feel inviting. The garden was always the standout feature. No matter the time of day or the weather, it looked pristine, as though someone tended to it with unrelenting care and devotion. I started to notice more about her as the days turned into weeks. She had a way of moving through her yard that was both unhurried and purposeful. She would bend slowly to pluck weeds, her cane resting against her side, or she would stand back to admire her flowers as though they were old friends. She never seemed rushed, and there was a quiet dignity about her that reminded me of a different time, a different pace of life. I didn't realize how much I had started to rely on her presence until one day, I found myself scanning the street for her. It had become something of a routine for me to catch a glimpse of her as I came and went, whether she was sitting on her porch with a book or humming softly to herself as she worked in the garden. Her presence became a constant in my life, a reminder that someone else was nearby, quietly watching over the street in her own way. It wasn't just her presence that stood out, though. It was her home. Despite the signs of age and wear, there was an undeniable sense of care and love imbued in the space. The garden, in particular, seemed almost too perfect to be real. The flowers never wilted, never browned at the edges, no matter how hot or dry the weather became. I remember wondering how she managed it, especially since I could barely keep the weeds in my own yard at bay. Months passed, and I continued to notice her in the quiet moments of my daily life. She seemed like a fixture of the neighborhood, someone who had always been there and always would be. Though we never spoke directly, her gestures of kindness, the muffins, the occasional wave or smile, made her feel like a presence that belonged not just to her house, but to the street itself. It wasn't until much later, during an ordinary conversation with a delivery driver, that the first thread of doubt unraveled. I had been waiting for a package, and when it finally arrived, the driver made a passing comment about the neighborhood. I mentioned how nice it was to have such kind neighbors, particularly the older woman next door with the beautiful garden. The driver paused, his expression shifting in a way I couldn't quite read. He looked at the house next door, then back at me. After a moment, he said something that made my stomach drop. That house has been empty for years. The woman who lived there, she passed away a long time ago. At first, I thought he must be mistaken. I had seen her nearly every day standing on that porch or working in that garden. She wasn't just a passing acquaintance. She was as much a part of my daily routine as my morning coffee or the sound of the old floorboards creaking under my feet. But when I walked over to the house later that day, I began to notice things I hadn't seen before. The windows were boarded up. The porch was weathered and cracked, the paint peeling in long strips. The for sale sign, which had blended into the background for so long, suddenly stood out like a glaring reminder of something I had chosen not to see. And yet, the garden remained untouched, vibrant and alive as always, as though it existed in a world separate from the rest of the property. That evening, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. I began searching online for any information I could find about the house and its former occupant. It didn't take long to uncover the truth. Her name was Evelyn Grant, and she had lived in the house for decades before passing away 6 years earlier. The obituary included a photo of her, and there was no mistaking the kind smile and the neatly pinned hair. The realization hit me like a wave, leaving me unsure of what to think or feel. How could someone I had seen so clearly, someone whose presence had been such a comfort to me, be gone? I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that there had to be some explanation, but the more I thought about it, the more questions I had. In the days that followed, I stopped seeing her. The porch remained empty, the house silent, but the garden stayed the same. The flowers continued to bloom, impossibly vibrant and untouched by time or neglect. It was as though some part of her remained, keeping watch over the place she had loved so dearly. I started avoiding the house altogether. Walking past it filled me with a strange mix of sadness and unease. I would take the long way around to avoid seeing it, but no matter how far I tried to distance myself, the memory of her lingered. I couldn't shake the image of her standing there, tending her flowers with that peaceful, unhurried grace. I began to wonder if she had been a figment of my imagination. Perhaps my loneliness in those early days of moving in had created her, a comforting presence to fill the void left by everything I had lost. But the muffins, the way she waved at me, the undeniable feeling of being watched over, it all felt too real to dismiss. One night, I had a vivid dream. In the dream, I was sitting on my porch, the way I often did in the evenings. The street was quiet, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Suddenly, I looked up and saw her standing in her garden. She wasn't working or moving. She was just standing there, watching me with a soft, almost knowing smile. She didn't say anything, but I felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over me. It was as though she was telling me that everything would be okay, that I wasn't alone. When I woke up, the feeling stayed with me, lingering like a faint scent in the air. The dream brought me a strange sense of closure. I stopped trying to make sense of what had happened, and instead chose to hold on to the kindness she had shown me. Whether she was real or a memory, a ghost or a creation of my mind, it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was the way she had made me feel during a time when I needed it most. Before I moved out of the house, I made a point to visit her garden one last time. The flowers were just as beautiful as ever, a riot of colors that seemed almost too perfect to belong to this world. I knelt down and placed a small stone at the edge of the garden, a gesture of gratitude for everything she had done for me, whether she had been alive or not. Even now, years later, I think about her sometimes. When I see a garden in full bloom or catch the scent of fresh flowers in the air, I remember her quiet presence and the way she made me feel seen and cared for. I still don't know what she was or how to explain what happened, but I've come to accept that not everything in life has to be explained. Some things simply are, and sometimes they're exactly what we need them to be. I moved out of the house on Sycamore Lane a few months later. Life had moved on in its relentless way, and I had found a job opportunity in another city that I couldn't pass up. Packing up my things felt bittersweet. This house had been the backdrop to a chapter of my life that was both challenging and healing. As I loaded the last of my boxes into the car, I took a moment to stand on the porch and look down the street one final time. The neighborhood seemed so still, almost frozen in time, just as it had been when I first arrived. My gaze lingered on her house. The shutters, still crooked and faded, caught the morning sunlight in a way that made them look softer, almost warm. The garden, of course, remained as vibrant as ever. I walked over slowly, hesitating at the edge of the yard. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their colors vivid against the backdrop of the weathered house. I knelt down and ran my fingers lightly over the petals of a bright yellow tulip. They felt soft, delicate, alive in a way that seemed impossible. As I stood there, I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. It was as though the garden was her parting gift, a reminder that she had been there, whether as a person, a spirit, or simply a memory. It didn't matter. The kindness she had shown me, the comfort she had offered in her quiet way, would stay with me. I placed another small stone at the edge of the garden before leaving. This one was different from the first, a smooth, polished stone I had picked up on a beach during a trip with my father years before. It felt right to leave it there, a symbol of gratitude and connection. Driving away from Sycamore Lane, I didn't look back. But the memory of that place, of her, has stayed with me ever since. Over the years, I've found myself drawn to gardens in a way I never was before. There's something about their quiet beauty, their persistence in the face of time and neglect, that reminds me of her. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else who lived in that house noticed the garden. Did they see her? Did they feel her presence the way I did? Or was she just there for me, a fleeting kindness in a moment when I needed it most? I don't know the answers to those questions, and I've stopped trying to find them. Some experiences are meant to remain mysteries, small miracles that defy explanation. All I know is that Mrs. Grant, or whatever part of her lingered on Sycamore Lane, helped me in a way I'll never forget. She was a phantom, a memory, and a friend all at once. And sometimes, when life feels heavy or uncertain, I think back to those evenings on the porch, to the scent of flowers on the breeze, and to the quiet comfort of knowing that I wasn't alone. I think of her standing in her garden, her small figure framed by the setting sun, and I feel a sense of calm that words could never capture. I've often wondered how much of what we experience is rooted in reality, and how much is shaped by the mind's tendency to twist the ordinary into something sinister. For a long time, I was convinced I was grounded in the former, someone who sought logical explanations for everything. But those beliefs were tested during a time in my life that, even now, feels more like a long, vivid nightmare than reality. It happened a few years ago, back when I was living alone in a 2-story house on the outskirts of town. It was a modest place, old but cozy, with a charming creak to its wooden floors and large windows that let in plenty of natural light. I'd rented it partly for its solitude. The house was surrounded by trees, the kind that swayed gently during the day but became looming silhouettes at night. I often joked with friends that the place was straight out of a ghost story, but I never truly believed anything strange would happen there. The first time I woke up at 3 a.m., I didn't think much of it. It was a Tuesday night, and I'd been working late on a freelance project. By the time I finally climbed into bed, it was well past midnight. The next thing I knew, my eyes were fluttering open to pitch darkness. My room was silent, save for the faint ticking of the wall clock. Something felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on what it was. When I turned my head to look at the clock on my nightstand, the glowing red numbers read exactly 3 a.m. I might have rolled over and gone back to sleep if it weren't for the strange sense of heaviness in the air. It wasn't physical exactly, but it felt like the room had grown smaller, as if the walls were closing in. My heart began to race, though I couldn't say why. That's when I noticed it, a tall, shadowy figure standing in the corner of my room near the dresser. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The figure was still, unnaturally so, and its silhouette seemed too solid to be a trick of the light. It was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders that gave it an imposing presence. The most distinct feature, though, was the wide-brimmed hat that perched atop its head. The shape was unmistakable, even in the dark. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze. My rational mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe it was my coat draped over the back of a chair, or a shadow cast by the trees outside. But the longer I stared, the less convinced I became. The figure didn't waver or shift like a shadow would. It just stood there, motionless, yet somehow radiating an oppressive energy. I eventually convinced myself it was nothing and forced my eyes shut, though it took hours before sleep finally claimed me. The next morning, in the light of day, the corner was empty. There was nothing there to explain what I had seen. I laughed it off, telling myself it must have been a vivid dream brought on by exhaustion. That explanation held until the next night, when I woke again at exactly 3 a.m. The room was silent, but the same oppressive heaviness hung in the air. My heart sank as my gaze was drawn involuntarily to the same corner of the room. There was the same tall figure in the wide-brimmed hat. My mouth went dry as I stared at it, willing it to move or disappear, anything to prove it wasn't real. But it remained perfectly still, watching. This time, I reached for the bedside lamp. The warm glow flooded the room, and the figure was gone. My chest heaved as I tried to steady my breathing. For the rest of the night, I lay awake with the light on, my eyes glued to the corner. Over the next few nights, the same pattern repeated itself. No matter how late or early I went to bed, I would wake at exactly 3 a.m. Each time, the figure was there in the corner, unmoving and silent. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, though its face, or where a face should have been, was always obscured by shadows. The oppressive energy grew stronger with each encounter, and I started to dread the nights. I tried everything I could think of to break the cycle. I moved furniture around, thinking maybe the layout of the room was playing tricks on my eyes. I even slept in the living room for a few nights, but no matter where I was, I would wake at 3 a.m., and the figure would be there. It was as though it was tied to me, not the house. By the second week, I was a wreck. The lack of sleep was taking its toll, leaving me irritable and constantly on edge. I started avoiding mirrors and darkened windows, afraid of what I might see reflected back at me. I researched sleep paralysis, hoping to find a logical explanation, but the details didn't quite fit. I wasn't paralyzed during the encounters. I could move and even turn on the light. The figure wasn't a hazy, shifting shadow either. It was solid, unnervingly so. One night, after yet another sleepless evening, I woke again to find the figure in its usual spot. This time, something inside me snapped. My fear gave way to frustration, and I forced myself to sit up in bed. My hands were trembling, my heart pounding in my ears, but I couldn't take the silence any longer. The figure remained motionless, its oppressive energy filling the room. My voice faltered as I tried to speak, and though I didn't expect a response, the act of confronting it felt like a small victory. The figure didn't move, but the air grew heavier, pressing down on my chest like an invisible weight. I gasped for breath, my vision blurring as the corners of the room seemed to warp and twist. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure lifted, and the figure was gone. The night it finally moved was the most terrifying experience of my life. I woke at the usual time, but this time, the figure wasn't in the corner. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was standing at the foot of my bed. It was closer than it had ever been before, its towering form looming over me. I couldn't move, couldn't even scream. Slowly, the figure raised an arm, its movements deliberate and unnatural. Its hand, long and impossibly thin, pointed toward the window. The gesture was slow and deliberate, as if to ensure I understood its intent. I stared in horror, my mind racing with questions and possibilities. Then, without warning, the figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving me gasping for air. The next morning, I worked up the courage to inspect the window. My room was on the second floor, surrounded by tall trees. There was no way anyone could have reached the window without a ladder. But when I pulled back the curtains, my heart sank. There were handprints on the outside of the glass, large, elongated prints that didn't look human. For the next few nights, I kept the curtains open, determined to keep watch. But the figure didn't return. The handprints faded, and the oppressive energy seemed to lift from the house. I tried to move on, but I couldn't shake the unease that lingered. A few weeks later, as I was closing the curtains, I noticed a faint scratch running down the glass. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down my spine. That was the final straw. I moved out of that house shortly after. To this day, I still don't know what I experienced. Whether it was a shadow person, a figment of my imagination, or something else entirely, I'll never know. But even now, in my new home, I find myself glancing at the corners of my room late at night, half expecting to see that tall, shadowy figure with the wide-brimmed hat. Whatever it was, it left its mark on me, a memory I'll never forget. The days after I moved out felt lighter somehow. The oppressive energy that had weighed on me for weeks was gone. I convinced myself that whatever had haunted me in that house would stay behind, tied to that place or its history. Still, I couldn't shake the unease completely. I would catch myself waking up at odd hours in my new home, but the clock never read 3 a.m. I started keeping a night light on, something I hadn't done since childhood. For the first few months, I avoided looking out the windows after dark or leaving my curtains open at night. I told myself it was just a precaution, but deep down I was still afraid. Every now and then, I'd come across an article or a post online about shadow people. I never actively searched for them, but they seemed to find me, as if the universe was reminding me of what I'd seen. Some stories were eerily similar to mine, a tall figure in a wide-brimmed hat, standing silently observing. The descriptions sent chills down my spine, but I never lingered on them for long. I debated telling someone about what I had experienced. A friend, maybe, or even a therapist. But every time I thought about speaking the words out loud, I hesitated. I worried that saying it would make it real again, as if acknowledging the figure would give it power to return. Months turned into years, and the memories began to fade, though never completely. There were moments when I'd walk into a darkened room and feel a flicker of that old fear, my eyes darting to the corners instinctively. I'd remind myself that I was safe, that it was over, and the feeling would pass. But sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still wake suddenly, my heart pounding for no apparent reason. My eyes will scan the room, searching the shadows, even though I know nothing will be there. And yet, in those moments, I feel the faintest hint of that familiar oppressive energy. Not as strong as before, but present enough to make my skin crawl. I've tried to rationalize the entire experience over the years. Maybe it was stress, lack of sleep, or a trick of the mind. Perhaps the handprints on the window were from an animal, or a prank I didn't notice during the day. Logical explanations like these help me keep the fear at bay. But deep down, I know I'll never truly understand what happened in that house. I no longer tell myself that I imagined it all. It felt too real, too vivid to dismiss entirely. Whether it was something supernatural or some strange manifestation of my own mind, I can't say. What I do know is that I've never felt anything like it since, and I hope I never will again. Even now, I avoid thinking about that chapter of my life for too long. The fear, the oppressive energy, the way it all seemed to defy explanation, it's too much to dwell on. But every once in a while, I'll catch myself staring at the corner of a room for just a second too long. Watching, waiting, and wondering if the man in the hat is still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching me just as he did before. And in those moments, I remind myself to keep moving, to turn on the light, and to never, ever look back. Middle school is a time of change and confusion. and for me, it was no different. I wasn't particularly popular or athletic, just an average kid trying to figure out where I fit in. I kept a small circle of friends, and spent most of my free time sketching in notebooks, doodling abstract shapes and cartoonish faces. I liked the solitude of drawing. It was a world I could control when everything else felt unpredictable. Among the faces in my classes, there was one person I still remember vividly, Sarah. She wasn't flashy or loud, the kind of person who naturally drew attention. Instead, she had this quiet confidence about her, like she didn't need to prove herself to anyone. She always seemed comfortable being in the background, blending into the crowd but never really part of it. I first got to know Sarah in art class, where we ended up sitting at the same table. It wasn't planned. The teacher had simply assigned us seats alphabetically. At first, we didn't talk much. I was shy, and Sarah seemed content to keep to herself, focused on her sketches. But over time, we started to chat, and I discovered that she was easy to talk to. She had this calming presence, like nothing ever rattled her. Sarah was an incredible artist. She had a way with a pencil, creating detailed, lifelike sketches that seemed effortless. I remember watching her draw one day, mesmerized by the way her hand moved so fluidly across the paper. She made it look so easy. Meanwhile, I struggled to draw anything that didn't look like it belonged on a refrigerator, held up by a magnet shaped like a star. One day, I was working on a sketch of a tree. Well, working might be a generous term. It looked more like a jumble of spaghetti noodles than branches. Sarah noticed my frustration and leaned over to take a look. She didn't laugh or make fun of me. Instead, she picked up her pencil and drew a tree of her own, showing me how the lines should flow naturally. "You're overthinking it," she said, her voice soft and patient. "Just let the pencil guide you." Her tree was beautiful in its simplicity, each branch stretching out as if it had grown there naturally. I tried to copy her technique, and while my drawing was nowhere near as good as hers, it was better than anything I'd done before. Sarah and I ended up paired together for a few group projects throughout the year. I remember one project in particular, a papier-mâché volcano for science class. We spent hours layering strips of newspaper and glue over a wire frame, getting our hands sticky and covered in paste. By the time we painted it, we were both splattered with red and brown paint, laughing at how messy we'd gotten. The big moment came during our presentation, when we poured the baking soda and vinegar mixture into the volcano. We must have added too much, because the eruption was far more dramatic than we'd expected. Foam spilled out everywhere, soaking the table and dripping onto the floor. The whole class erupted in laughter, and Sarah laughed the hardest of all. Her face lit up, her freckled nose scrunching as she tried to wipe the foam off her hands. It's a memory I can still picture clearly even now. And then one day, Sarah was gone. It wasn't unusual for kids to miss a day or two of school, so at first, I didn't think much of it. But when a week passed and Sarah still hadn't come back, I started to worry. I asked a few classmates if they knew where she was, but no one seemed to have an answer. Most of them didn't even seem to know who I was talking about. "Sarah," I said, trying to jog their memory. "She sits next to me in art class. She's quiet, really good at drawing. We worked on that volcano project together." The responses were always the same, blank stares, shrugs, or confused looks. I decided to ask Mrs. Caldwell, our art teacher. If anyone knew what had happened to Sarah, it would be her. After class one day, I stayed behind and asked, "Mrs. Caldwell, do you know if Sarah's okay? She hasn't been here for a while." Mrs. Caldwell gave me a puzzled look. "Sarah," she repeated, as if the name didn't register. "You know, the girl who sits next to me," I explained. "She's quiet, really talented. She always draws those amazing sketches in class." Her expression didn't change. "I'm sorry, Ethan," she said finally, "but I don't think there's anyone named Sarah in this class." Her words didn't make sense. How could she not remember Sarah? They'd spoken to each other in class. Mrs. Caldwell had complimented Sarah's drawings before. It had to be a mistake. I started asking more people, other classmates, even kids from different grades, but no one remembered her. Even Max, my best friend, claimed he didn't know who I was talking about. "Ethan," he said, looking genuinely concerned, "I think you're imagining things." Imagining things? How could I imagine someone so vivid, someone I had spent hours talking to, laughing with, working on projects with? I knew Sarah was real. I could still hear her voice, see her smile, remember the way she smelled faintly of lavender. Desperate for answers, I went home and dug out my yearbook. I flipped through the pages, scanning every picture, every name, looking for Sarah. She wasn't there. Not in the class photos, not in the list of names at the back. I even checked the previous year's yearbook, but there was no trace of her. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. How could someone I remembered so clearly just not exist? Years passed, but the memory of Sarah never faded. She stayed in the back of my mind, a constant reminder of a mystery I couldn't solve. As I got older, I started to rationalize it. Maybe she had moved away suddenly, and for some reason, no one talked about it. Maybe there was some mix-up with school records, and that's why her name wasn't in the yearbook. It didn't make sense, but it was better than the alternative, that I had imagined her entirely. At one point, I even convinced myself that my memories of Sarah were a dream that had somehow bled into reality. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Dreams fade with time, their edges blurring until they slip away completely. My memories of Sarah were sharp and vivid, as real as any other part of my life. Years later, while cleaning out some old boxes, I found one of my sketchbooks from middle school. Flipping through the pages, I saw all my old drawings, terrible attempts at trees, clumsy sketches of cartoon characters. And then, tucked between two pages, I found something that made my breath catch, a small, delicate sketch of a butterfly. It wasn't my work. It was Sarah's. I remembered the day she had drawn it for me in art class, showing me how to make the wings look symmetrical. "See? It's easy," she had said, handing me the drawing with a smile. For a moment, I felt a wave of relief. This was it, proof that she had been real. But when I looked closer, I noticed something strange. In the corner of the page, where she had signed her name, the writing was smudged and unreadable. It was like the signature had been there once, but had faded over time, leaving only a faint trace behind. I don't know what happened to Sarah or why no one else remembers her. Maybe she moved away, and the details of her life slipped through the cracks of everyone's memory. Maybe there's an explanation I'll never understand. What I do know is that Sarah was real to me. And even if the rest of the world insists she never existed, I'll never forget her. When I think back to those nights, it still doesn't feel real. It's as though it happened to someone else, or maybe it was just a bad dream I couldn't quite shake. But it wasn't a dream. I lived through it, and no matter how much time passes, the memory refuses to fade completely. It all began a couple of years ago when I was living in a small apartment just outside the city. I had moved there after a breakup, one of those long-term relationships that you think is going to last forever until it doesn't. The breakup left me needing space, not just physically but emotionally, and the apartment seemed like a perfect escape. It wasn't anything special, just a one-bedroom unit in an old building that creaked and groaned with every gust of wind. The walls were thin enough to hear my neighbors' muffled conversations, and the pipes rattled whenever someone turned on a faucet. Despite all that, I liked it. It was quiet, and it was mine. At the time, my routine was pretty straightforward. I worked a 9-to-5 office job, then came home, made a quick dinner, and spent the evenings scrolling through Reddit or watching shows. It wasn't an exciting life, but it was comfortable. The quiet of the apartment felt like a balm after the chaos of the past year. The first call came on a Monday night. I was sitting on my couch, half paying attention to some random thread on Reddit, when my phone started buzzing on the coffee table. The screen lit up with unknown number. It was late, close to midnight, and I remember thinking it was strange for anyone to call me at that hour. Normally, I would have ignored it, but something compelled me to pick up. What I heard on the other end wasn't what I expected. There was no greeting, no background noise, just silence. For a moment, I thought maybe it was a robocall or someone who had dialed the wrong number. Then faintly I heard it, my name. It was spoken slowly, deliberately, in a voice that was low and muffled, almost as if it were coming through layers of static or distortion. At first, I thought I had imagined it, but the voice repeated my name, dragging it out in a way that sent a chill down my spine. Before I could say anything, the line went dead. I sat there for a while, staring at my phone. My first thought was that it had to be a prank. Maybe one of my friends was trying to mess with me, but it didn't make sense. The voice was unfamiliar, and it didn't sound like a normal prank call. It was too calm, too deliberate. The next night, it happened again. Around the same time, my phone buzzed with another call from an unknown number. This time, I felt a mix of curiosity and dread as I answered. The voice was the same, low, muffled, and distorted, and it said my name again, just as slowly as before. I didn't respond, I just listened, hoping to hear something that might give me a clue about who was calling. But there was nothing else. The call ended after a few seconds, leaving me with the same uneasy feeling I'd had the night before. By the third night, I was starting to feel genuinely unnerved. The calls were becoming a pattern, and I couldn't come up with a logical explanation for them. I thought about blocking the number, but it didn't feel like that would solve the problem. Something about the calls felt personal, as though whoever was on the other end knew me and wanted me to know they were there. I decided to post about it on Reddit. I shared what had been happening, describing the strange, muffled voice and asking if anyone had experienced something similar. The responses were all over the place. Some people thought it was a spoof number or a telemarketer, while others suggested it could be someone stalking me. A few people hinted at the possibility of something paranormal, which I dismissed at the time as ridiculous. The next night, I decided to record the call. I downloaded an app that would let me save audio from incoming calls, figuring that if I ever needed to show someone what was happening, I'd have proof. When the call came in, right on schedule, I let it go to voicemail. Later, when I listened to the recording, I heard the same slow, distorted voice saying my name, followed by static and a faint, unsettling laugh. Hearing that laugh sent a chill through me. It was low and guttural, almost inhuman, and it felt like it was mocking me. I replayed the recording several times, trying to make sense of it, but the more I listened, the more unsettled I became. By the end of the week, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the local police station and told them everything. I showed them the recording and explained how the calls had been happening every night at the same time. The officer I spoke to was polite but clearly skeptical. They agreed to look into it and trace the number, but they didn't seem particularly concerned. A few days later, they called me back with an update. The officer told me they had traced the number, but what they found didn't make any sense. The number was registered to a man named Henry Parker, who had died 5 years earlier. When I heard that, I felt like the ground had shifted beneath me. A dead man? How could that be possible? The officer explained that Henry Parker had lived in the same apartment building as me, 2 floors below. He had died alone in his unit, and his body hadn't been discovered for several days. The cause of death was listed as a heart attack. I didn't know what to do with that information. I didn't recognize the name, and I had never met Henry Parker. But the fact that he had lived in my building, and that his number was somehow tied to the calls, was too much to ignore. The calls continued for a few more nights, but something about them changed. The voice, though still distorted, sounded quieter, more distant, as though it were fading. On the final night, I heard something different. After the usual repetition of my name, the voice said, "Why did you forget me?" I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know this person, this voice, but the question felt heavy, like it was coming from a place of deep pain. That was the last call I ever received. The number never appeared on my phone again, and my life slowly returned to normal. But the experience stayed with me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Henry Parker's spirit, or whatever had been reaching out to me, had been trying to tell me something. I moved out of that apartment a few months later. I told myself it was for a fresh start, but the truth was I couldn't stay there. The place felt different after those calls, like it wasn't entirely mine anymore. Even now, years later, I think about what happened. I still don't have an explanation, and maybe I never will. All I know is that, for a brief moment, I felt like I had been pulled into someone else's story, someone whose life had ended quietly and forgotten. And maybe, in some strange way, answering those calls was my way of letting them know they hadn't been completely erased. It happened a few years ago, during one of those chilly autumn nights that seemed to stretch endlessly. I had spent the evening in the city, catching up with an old friend I hadn't seen in years. We'd laughed, reminisced, and shared a hearty dinner, and by the time I boarded the 11:45 p.m. train home, a comforting sense of fatigue had started to settle over me. I remember pulling my coat tighter around me as I stepped onto the platform. The air was biting, and the train, with its dimly lit interiors, looked like a warm refuge from the cold. There was something about late-night trains that I had always loved. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels, the steady hum of the engine, and the gentle rocking motion of the carriage always soothed me. It felt as though the train existed in its own little pocket of time, separate from the chaos of the day. That night was no different. The train was nearly empty, just a handful of passengers scattered throughout the carriages. I chose a seat by the window in the second-to-last car, midway down the aisle. The train was one of the older models, with worn-out seats that had seen decades of use and faintly flickering yellowish lights that cast a warm but tired glow over everything. Outside, the moon hung low in the sky, illuminating the countryside in pale light. I settled into my seat, placing my bag on the seat next to me and pulling out my sketchbook. Sketching had always been my way of relaxing. As a graphic designer, I spent most of my days working on digital projects, but pencil and paper were my sanctuary. There was something grounding about the simplicity of it, the feel of the pencil gliding across the page. That night, I was idly sketching the shapes of the trees as they passed by, dark silhouettes against the glowing horizon. It was during one of these moments, as my pencil moved aimlessly across the page, that I noticed him. He was sitting a few rows ahead of me, near the door leading to the next car. At first, he was just another figure in the quiet landscape of the train, someone I might not have given a second glance to under normal circumstances. But something about him caught my attention. He was an older man, probably in his late 60s or early 70s. His posture was slightly hunched, his shoulders rounded beneath a long brown overcoat that had clearly seen better days. He wore a flat cap, the brim pulled low over his face, which made it difficult to see his features clearly. He was sitting still, staring out the window as though the night sky held some secret that only he could see. There was nothing particularly unusual about him, yet I couldn't help but watch him for a moment. Something about his stillness felt different, almost intentional. It wasn't the stillness of someone lost in thought, nor the restless energy of someone waiting to reach their destination. It was quieter than that, more deliberate, as though he belonged to the night itself. I turned my attention back to my sketchbook, though I found myself glancing up at him every so often. At one point, I noticed his head had dipped slightly forward, as though he had fallen asleep. His cap obscured most of his face, but his posture remained calm, unbothered. The train began to slow as we approached a small, rural station. I looked up and saw the faint glow of the platform lights through the window. The brakes hissed softly as the train came to a halt, but there was no activity outside. It was one of those forgotten stations, the kind where the platform was cracked and overgrown, with no signs of life. I don't even remember seeing a name for the station, just the empty, eerie stillness that hung in the air. The conductor's voice crackled over the intercom, reminding passengers to check for their belongings as the train was heading to its final destination. I leaned back in my seat, stretching slightly. It was a routine announcement, one I'd heard a dozen times before, and I barely paid attention to it. My gaze drifted back toward the man's seat. That was when I noticed he was gone. For a moment, I thought perhaps he had moved to another seat. I leaned into the aisle, scanning the nearby rows, but he wasn't there. His seat, which had been occupied just moments earlier, was now completely empty. The brown overcoat and flat cap that had been so distinct were nowhere to be seen. I frowned, my mind racing to make sense of it. The train had stopped at the station, yes, but I didn't recall hearing the doors open. The platform outside had been deserted, and there hadn't been enough time for anyone to disembark without me noticing. I stood up, clutching my sketchbook, and walked toward his seat. I don't know why I felt compelled to do it, but something about the emptiness unsettled me. As I approached, the first thing I noticed was how cold the seat felt. It wasn't warm, as it should have been if someone had been sitting there just moments ago. I turned around and scanned the carriage again. The young couple near the back of the car were still whispering to each other, seemingly oblivious to anything else. A man in a business suit sat a few rows behind me, his attention fixed on his laptop. None of them seemed to have noticed anything unusual. I made my way through the rest of the train, checking each car in turn. My footsteps echoed softly in the empty spaces, and I felt an inexplicable sense of unease growing with each step. The train was almost entirely empty, with only a few scattered passengers, none of whom resembled the older man I had seen. When I returned to my seat, I felt a strange mixture of confusion and unease. I couldn't understand how someone could simply vanish like that, and the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. My rational mind tried to come up with explanations. Maybe he had gotten off at the station without me noticing, or maybe I had simply imagined him. But the memory of him sitting there so vividly present was impossible to dismiss. The train continued on its journey, the minutes stretching into what felt like hours. By the time we reached the final station, I was one of the last passengers to disembark. The platform was quiet, the air heavy with the kind of stillness that only exists in the dead of night. I lingered for a moment, staring back at the now empty train. The rows of seats, illuminated by the dim interior lights, seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. I thought about the older man, the way he had sat so quietly, staring out the window. I wondered where he had gone, or if he had been there at all. In the days and weeks that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about that night. I tried to brush it off as a trick of the mind, a product of exhaustion or an overactive imagination. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. A few weeks later, I was flipping through my sketchbook when I came across a drawing I didn't remember making. It was faint, almost unfinished, but unmistakable. A man in a brown overcoat and flat cap, sitting by a window with his face turned slightly away. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. I hadn't intended to draw him like that. In fact, I didn't even remember drawing him at all. Even now, years later, the memory of that night haunts me. I've taken that train route countless times since then, but I've never seen the man again. Sometimes, late at night, when the train is quiet and the world outside feels impossibly far away, I find myself glancing toward the empty seats, half expecting to see him sitting there once more. I'll never know for sure what happened that night. Perhaps he was just another passenger, and I somehow missed the moment he left. Or perhaps he was something else entirely, something that exists in the spaces between the ordinary and the unexplained. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. I will never forget the man in the brown overcoat. Even now, years later, the memory of that night haunts me. I've taken that train route countless times since then, but I've never seen the man again. Sometimes, late at night, when the train is quiet and the world outside feels impossibly far away, I find myself glancing toward the empty seats, half expecting to see him sitting there once more. I'll never know for sure what happened that night. Perhaps he was just another passenger, and I somehow missed the moment he left. Or perhaps he was something else entirely, something that exists in the spaces between the ordinary and the unexplained. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. I will never forget the man in the brown overcoat. It's strange how small moments can linger with you for so long, how they can lodge themselves into your mind and refuse to let go. I try not to dwell on it too much, but every so often the memory creeps back in. Sometimes it's a sound, the distant rumble of a passing train, the soft hiss of brakes, that brings it rushing to the surface. Other times, it's a shadow or a figure in the corner of my eye that triggers that same familiar unease. I've shared the story with a few people over the years, though I've always been careful to frame it as just an odd little anecdote, a curious thing that happened one night, nothing more. I've learned to keep the deeper sense of dread I feel about it to myself. After all, what could I even say? That I believe I saw something that wasn't supposed to be there. That I might have witnessed a moment where the veil between worlds grew thin. Most people laugh it off or tell me I was just tired, that my imagination got the better of me. And maybe they're right. Maybe that's all it was. But in my heart, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't just my imagination. That for whatever reason, I had been in the presence of something beyond my understanding. Over time, I've come to accept that I'll never have the answers I seek. Life doesn't always provide us with neat, tidy resolutions. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, lingering in the shadows of our memory like half-forgotten dreams. And so, I continue to ride that same train from time to time, always with an odd mix of hope and trepidation. A part of me wonders if I'll ever see him again, while another part hopes I never do. Whatever the truth may be, I've made peace with the fact that I may never fully understand what happened that night. Still, every time I take that route, I can't help but glance toward the seat where I first saw him. Just for a moment I look, not out of fear, but out of curiosity, out of some strange, unshakable pull. And for a brief second, I imagine that if I were to see him there again, he might turn to face me this time. Perhaps he'd even smile, as if to say, "You're not imagining this. I was here all along." But the seat is always empty, and the train continues to move forward into the night. I still recall the events of that autumn evening, as though they happened yesterday. Even now, years later, the memory remains vivid, a sharp and lingering presence in my mind. It was one of those evenings I had been looking forward to, a rare opportunity for solitude in our usually bustling home. My parents had gone out of town for the weekend, and my younger brother Jake had left earlier in the day to meet some friends. For once, the house was mine alone. The week leading up to that night had been hectic. Work was demanding, and I felt drained from the constant hum of life's responsibilities. The idea of having a quiet evening to myself felt like a gift. I planned to spend it doing absolutely nothing productive, just lounging in my room, catching up on a show I'd been neglecting, and maybe indulging in some snacks I didn't have to share. As the sun set and the soft amber glow of evening gave way to darkness, I lit my favorite pumpkin spice candle. Its warm, spicy aroma filled the room, wrapping me in a sense of comfort. I settled into my chair with my laptop, ready to lose myself in a stream of mindless entertainment. The quiet in the house wasn't eerie or unsettling. It was soothing, a rare kind of peace that made me feel like I could breathe deeply for the first time all week. At some point during the evening, my phone buzzed on the desk. It was a call from Jake. I picked up without hesitation, expecting him to ask me to grab something for him or to let me know he was on his way back. Instead, he told me he was stuck in traffic. He mentioned that it was worse than he'd expected and that he wouldn't be home for another couple of hours. It wasn't unusual for Jake to call me with updates like this. He was often a bit careless with time, but he always made a point to let me know where he was if plans changed. After we hung up, I set my phone down and returned to my laptop, the faint hum of the ceiling fan and the warm glow of my desk lamp the only companions in the room. I remember feeling a moment of contentment, thinking how nice it was to be alone and free from interruptions. That feeling didn't last long. It must have been only a few minutes later when I saw it. From the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in the hallway outside my bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, and through the small opening, I caught a glimpse of someone walking past. It was quick but clear enough to leave no doubt in my mind. It was Jake. He was wearing his favorite gray hoodie, the one with the faded logo on the front, and a pair of jeans. The way he moved, with his slightly slouched posture and unhurried gait, was unmistakable. My immediate thought was that he must have gotten home earlier than expected. Maybe he hadn't bothered to call again, and had just walked in quietly. I leaned back in my chair, calling out his name. The sound of my voice echoed slightly in the stillness of the house, but there was no response. I waited a moment, thinking he might pop his head into my room or yell back from the kitchen, but the silence stretched on. Feeling a flicker of annoyance, I got up and walked into the hallway. The light was on, and the space was empty. The house, which had felt so comforting just moments ago, suddenly seemed too quiet. I called his name again, louder this time, but there was no reply. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. My logical mind told me he had to be there somewhere. I had seen him. I wasn't imagining it. Maybe he was in the kitchen or the living room and hadn't heard me. Descending the stairs, I turned on every light as I went, the warm glow chasing away the shadows that seemed to press in around me. I checked the kitchen first. It was as I'd left it. The counters clean, the sink empty, the clock on the stove glowing faintly in the dimness. The living room was the same, untouched, still and quiet. By this point, a knot of unease was forming in my chest. I moved more deliberately, opening the door to the small downstairs bathroom, even though I knew it was unlikely he'd gone in there without a word. The light flickered on, revealing the empty, tiled space. I stood in the middle of the living room, listening intently. The house had never felt this silent before. It wasn't the comfortable quiet of a peaceful evening. It was a heavy, oppressive silence that made my ears ring. I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone, even though every search confirmed otherwise. Forcing myself to think rationally, I told myself that Jake must have gone straight to his room. Maybe he was tired, or maybe he was messing with me for fun. The idea felt plausible enough to calm my nerves slightly, so I climbed the stairs again, this time heading for his bedroom. I knocked on the door, my knuckles sounding too loud in the quiet. There was no response. I called his name once more, my voice hesitant now. Still nothing. Slowly, I pushed the door open. The room was dark, the faint scent of his cologne lingering in the air. His bed was neatly made, his desk cluttered with books and papers in the same way it had been that morning. Nothing was out of place, and there was no sign of him. That's when the unease shifted into something closer to fear. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty room, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. My mind raced, cycling through possibilities. I had seen him. I was sure of it. The clothes, the walk, it had been him. But now there was no trace of him anywhere in the house. My phone felt like a lifeline in that moment. I grabbed it and called him again, holding my breath as it rang. When he answered, his voice was casual, the sound of it almost jarring in its normalcy. He was still stuck in traffic, still far from home. I didn't tell him what I'd seen right away. Instead, I simply asked when he thought he'd get back, my voice tight with an edge of panic I couldn't quite hide. After I hung up, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the slightly open door. I didn't feel safe anymore. Every creak of the house, every distant noise made my heart race. I couldn't stop replaying the moment in my mind, the figure walking past my room, so vivid and real that there was no room for doubt. When I finally heard his car in the driveway, it felt like a weight lifted off my chest. I hurried downstairs to meet him, relief flooding through me when I saw him standing in the doorway, his keys in hand and a slightly confused expression on his face. He could tell immediately that something was wrong. I told him everything, recounting the call, the figure I'd seen, the search of the house that had turned up nothing. As I spoke, his expression shifted from skepticism to concern. I remember how carefully he asked if I was sure, if it really looked like him. I told him I was certain, that it wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light. It had been him, down to the clothes he was wearing. He didn't laugh or brush it off the way I thought he might. Instead, he suggested we check the house again together. We went through every room, opening closets, peeking under beds, even climbing into the attic. There was nothing. The house was as empty as it had been all evening, but the unsettling feeling lingered. That night, I locked my bedroom door and left the lights on. I couldn't sleep, my mind replaying the moment over and over, searching for some explanation that would make sense. Jake didn't tease me about it, didn't try to make light of the situation. The next morning, as he was leaving for work, he paused at the door and told me in a serious tone that if I ever saw him again, I shouldn't talk to it. I nodded, the weight of his words settling over me. Years later, I still think about that night. I've tried to rationalize it, to chalk it up to an overactive imagination or a trick of my mind. But no matter how much I analyze it, I can't shake the certainty of what I saw. It wasn't Jake. It wasn't a shadow or a figment of my imagination. It was something else entirely, something that wore his face but didn't belong in our home. And to this day, I can't explain what it was or why it came. Darren and I had always shared an interest in the unusual. Whether it was exploring old cemeteries, watching documentaries about haunted locations, or reading up on urban legends, we both enjoyed the thrill of stepping into the unknown. It wasn't about believing or not believing. It was more about the experience, the stories we could tell afterward. That's how we found ourselves planning a weekend trip to Blackthorn Manor, a small, historic and buried deep in the countryside. We had come across the inn on a Reddit thread dedicated to haunted locations. It wasn't as famous as some other places on the list, but the comments about it were intriguing. People spoke of footsteps in empty hallways, voices murmuring just out of earshot, and even the sensation of someone brushing past them when no one was there. Some dismissed it as creaky floorboards and overactive imaginations, but others swore they'd experienced something unexplainable. The thought of staying in a place with such a history appealed to both of us, so we decided to book a room for the weekend. The drive to Blackthorn Manor felt like stepping back in time. The countryside was beautiful, with rolling hills and dense clusters of trees that were just starting to shed their leaves. The further we drove, the more remote the area became. It was a crisp October afternoon, and the sun cast long shadows as it dipped lower in the sky. The GPS eventually led us down a narrow, winding road that seemed to go on forever. Just as I started to wonder if we had taken a wrong turn, the inn came into view. Blackthorn Manor was everything we had imagined it would be. The stone building looked ancient, with ivy creeping up its walls and gnarled trees framing the property. The windows were tall and narrow, giving it an almost cathedral-like appearance. A wrought iron sign swung gently in the breeze, creaking faintly as it moved. Even from a distance, there was something about the place that felt heavy, as though it was watching us approach. We parked the car and made our way to the entrance, where the door opened to reveal a cozy interior. The lobby was warm and inviting, with antique furniture, a large stone fireplace, and a faint scent of lavender in the air. An older woman greeted us from behind the reception desk. She introduced herself as Margaret, the innkeeper, and handed us the key to our room. The key was large and made of brass, its weight a reminder of how old the building must be. Margaret mentioned that we would be staying in room 6. She described it as one of their coziest rooms, and while her tone was cheerful, I couldn't help but notice a brief hesitation in her voice when she said the room number. It was subtle, just the smallest flicker of something in her expression, but it lingered with me as we climbed the creaky staircase to the second floor. Room 6 was tucked away at the end of the hall. The door was heavy, made of dark wood with an intricately carved frame. Inside, the room was as charming as the rest of the inn. A 4-poster bed with a quilted blanket dominated the space, and a small fireplace sat in the corner, ready to be lit. The window overlooked the garden below, and lace curtains framed the view. On one wall hung an antique mirror, its glass slightly warped with age, and on another were a pair of faded paintings depicting moody landscapes. The room was beautiful, but there was something about it that felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at the time. It was more of an instinct, a subtle unease that crept in the moment we stepped inside. Darren, of course, didn't seem to notice. He immediately threw his bag onto the bed and flopped down, declaring that it was the perfect setting for a ghost story. I smiled, trying to match his enthusiasm, but deep down, I couldn't shake the strange feeling I had. We spent the evening exploring the small town nearby. It was a quiet place, with narrow cobblestone streets and old-fashioned lampposts that cast warm pools of light. We had dinner at a little pub, chatting about how quaint everything was and joking about what the night might bring. By the time we returned to the inn, the sky was dark, and the wind had picked up, making the trees outside sway and groan. Back in room 6, Darren fell asleep almost immediately. He had always been the type to sleep deeply no matter where he was, but I wasn't so lucky. The unease I had felt earlier returned as soon as the lights were off. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just my imagination, but the silence of the room felt oppressive. At some point in the night, I heard it. The sound was faint at first, just a distant creak that could have been the building settling. But then it grew louder, clearer. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, each one causing the floorboards to groan under the weight of whoever, or whatever, was walking. The sound grew closer, moving down the hall toward our room. My heart began to race as I listened, every muscle in my body tensing. The footsteps stopped directly outside our door. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, 3 soft knocks broke the stillness. They weren't loud or hurried, just a calm, deliberate rhythm. I stayed frozen in place, staring at the door. Darren stirred beside me, but I didn't wake him. Something about the sound felt wrong, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know what was on the other side. After what felt like an eternity, I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed. My legs felt shaky as I made my way to the door, my hand trembling as I turned the key to unlock it. Slowly, I pulled the door open. The hallway was empty. The light from the sconces cast long shadows along the walls, but there was no sign of anyone. I leaned out slightly, peering down the length of the hall, but it was as still and silent as ever. Closing the door, I locked it again and returned to bed, my mind racing. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence. I tried to convince myself that it had been nothing, a draft maybe, or a trick of the old building, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. And then the bed moved. At first, it was just a faint shift, like the slight dip of a mattress when someone sits down. But then the weight grew heavier, as though someone was settling at the edge of the bed. I lay perfectly still, my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it, felt the unmistakable sensation of someone there. My chest grew tight, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear, it was like an invisible force had pinned me in place. The weight lingered for what felt like hours, and then just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. I don't know how long I lay there, frozen, before I finally managed to move. The rest of the night was a blur. Every sound, every creak of the floorboards or rustle of the wind outside, felt amplified, and I couldn't stop glancing toward the edge of the bed, half expecting to see something, or someone there. When morning finally came, it felt like a relief. Darren and I packed our things and checked out early, neither of us saying much about what had happened. As we drove away from the inn, I glanced back one last time. The curtains in the window of room 6 moved, just slightly, as though they were being pulled aside. It could have been the wind, I told myself, but I knew better. Even now, I don't know what we experienced that night. Maybe it was just the power of suggestion, our minds playing tricks on us. Or maybe the stories about Blackthorn Manor were true after all. Whatever the case, I know one thing for certain. I won't be going back to find out. The drive away from Blackthorn Manor was eerily quiet. Neither Darren nor I brought up what had happened. It was as though speaking about it might make it more real, might solidify the strange events in a way we weren't ready to face. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something, or someone, standing in the window of room 6. The curtains had moved when we left, I was certain of it, and though Darren brushed it off as the wind, I knew better. My gut told me there was something in that room, something that didn't want us there, or maybe it did. We didn't stop for coffee like we usually would after a trip. I think we both just wanted to get as far away from the inn as possible. I could feel the tension in the car, the unspoken weight of what we had experienced. Darren drove in silence, gripping the wheel a little too tightly, his knuckles white against the leather. I stared out the window, watching the countryside blur past, but my thoughts were trapped in that room. The memory of the footsteps haunted me, the slow, deliberate sound of them approaching the door, followed by those 3 measured knocks. And then the bed, that weight pressing down on the mattress, the sheer terror of being unable to move, unable to even cry out. It all played over and over in my head like a broken record. By the time we got home, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across our driveway. As we unpacked the car, Darren finally broke the silence. "It was just an old building," he said, his voice light but unconvincing. "These places always make noises, you know." I didn't argue with him. What could I say? That I had felt something sitting on the bed, something I couldn't see but knew was there. That I had felt its presence long before the bed shifted, as though it had been watching us the entire time. Darren needed to believe it was nothing, and I didn't want to take that away from him. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of our house made my heart race, and I kept imagining the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom. I even woke up once, convinced I felt the mattress shift again, though when I turned on the light, nothing was there. It was just the fear playing tricks on me, I told myself, but it didn't make me feel any less uneasy. A few days passed, and life returned to normal, or at least as normal as it could. Darren didn't bring up the inn again, and I followed his lead. But late at night, when everything was quiet and still, I couldn't stop myself from replaying the events of that night in my mind. I wondered if Margaret, the innkeeper, had known more than she let on. She had hesitated when she gave us the key to room 6, hadn't she? Or was I imagining that too? Weeks later, I found myself scrolling through the same Reddit thread where we had first learned about Blackthorn Manor. I had to know if others had experienced what we did, or worse. As I read through the comments, my unease grew. People described hearing footsteps in the hallway outside room 6, always stopping at their door. Some mentioned the knocks, 3 slow, deliberate, just like we had heard. A few even wrote about feeling the bed move, the weight pressing down as though someone unseen was sitting there. One person claimed they saw a shadowy figure in the corner of the room, though when they turned on the light, it vanished. The stories were chillingly similar to ours. And yet, as I read on, one detail stood out that no one else had mentioned: how they had felt as though they were being watched the entire time they were in the room. That sensation of being under scrutiny, of eyes that weren't there but somehow were. It was the one thing I hadn't spoken aloud, not even to Darren. And yet here it was, described by strangers who had stayed in that very room. I closed my laptop and sat there for a long time, staring at the wall. The stories confirmed what I already knew deep down. There was something in that room, something that lingered, unseen but undeniably present. And it wasn't just playful, as the inn's reputation suggested. It was something else entirely, something I didn't want to understand. To this day, I haven't gone back to Blackthorn Manor. I haven't even set foot in that part of the countryside again. Darren and I eventually stopped talking about the experience altogether, as though ignoring it could somehow make it fade away. But late at night, when the house is quiet and the world outside feels distant, I sometimes find myself wondering, what would have happened if I hadn't opened the door that night? Or worse, what if I had? And in those moments, I feel the faintest trace of that same unease I felt in room 6, the weight of something unseen, lingering just beyond the edge of perception. It was many years ago, but the memory of that night has never left me. I'd been driving trucks for years by then, logging countless hours on lonely highways and back roads. Trucking was in my blood. My dad did it before me, and I'd followed in his footsteps. I knew the rhythm of the road, the hum of the engine, and the way the world seemed to shrink to just me and the stretch of asphalt ahead. I thought I'd seen it all, strange sights, strange people, even the occasional unnerving moment when the isolation of the road played tricks on my mind. But nothing prepared me for that night. It was a cold, clear evening in late autumn. I'd been on the road since early morning, hauling farm equipment from Kansas to Nebraska. The trip was uneventful, just mile after mile of open fields and empty roads. By the time the sun set, I was deep into a stretch of highway that felt like it belonged to another time. No gas stations, no houses, not even the glow of a distant farmhouse light. Just darkness, with the occasional silhouette of leafless trees against the night sky. I'd been trying to keep myself alert, but the hours were starting to wear on me. I cracked the window to let in the cold air, hoping it would keep me awake. My thermos of coffee was almost empty, the last few sips tepid and bitter, but I drank it anyway. The radio wasn't much help, static and faint whispers of music that faded in and out. It was just me, the truck, and the road. I remember glancing at the dashboard clock. It was close to midnight, and the world felt utterly still. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the side of the road, just outside the reach of my high beams, his figure slowly coming into focus as I drew closer. A man, thin and wiry, with his arm outstretched and his thumb pointing skyward. Hitchhikers weren't something I saw often, especially not in the middle of nowhere at this time of night. My first thought was to keep driving. After all, you never know who you might be letting into your truck. But something about him made me hesitate. As my headlights illuminated him more clearly, I could see that he was dressed strangely. He wore a dark bomber-style jacket and a flat cap that looked like it came straight out of a 1950s catalog. His clothes were neat and clean, which struck me as odd for someone hitchhiking. He didn't wave frantically or shout like some people might. He just stood there, calm and still, his thumb raised as though he had all the time in the world. I slowed the truck to a stop a few feet ahead of him. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was the way he looked, lost but not threatening. Either way, I found myself unlocking the passenger door and leaning over to let him in. He climbed in without hesitation and settled into the seat, his movements smooth and deliberate. He didn't speak, didn't even look at me, just stared straight ahead as if the road itself was the only thing that mattered. I tried to shake off the unease that was creeping into my chest. Silence isn't unusual with hitchhikers. Some are too tired to talk, others just prefer to keep to themselves. But there was something about his silence that felt heavy. The air in the cab seemed to change the moment he got in. It was colder, for one thing. The heater was on, but it felt like the warmth stopped short of reaching him. I tried to ignore it and focus on driving, telling myself I was imagining things. As the miles passed, I couldn't help but notice more odd details about him. His clothes, for instance. They weren't just old-fashioned, they were pristine, like they'd been pulled out of a time capsule. No wear, no stains, no signs of travel. And then there was the way he sat, completely still, hands resting neatly in his lap. It wasn't natural. Most passengers fidget or adjust their seatbelt, but he didn't move an inch. I glanced at him occasionally, trying to get a better read on him, but he never turned his head or acknowledged me. My eyes kept drifting to the rearview mirror out of habit, and that's when I noticed it. The passenger seat in the mirror was empty. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, thinking maybe I was just tired, but the reflection didn't change. The seat was empty in the mirror, though he was clearly sitting beside me. I could see him out of the corner of my eye, could feel the weight of his presence, but his reflection wasn't there. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe the mirror was angled wrong. But no matter how many times I checked, the mirror told the same story. I was alone. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to know. Summoning what little courage I had left, I turned my head to look directly at him. But when I did, the seat was empty. My foot slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt in the middle of the deserted highway. The silence that followed was deafening. I sat there, gripping the wheel, my breathing shallow and rapid. The passenger seat was empty, but I could still feel the chill in the air, a lingering presence that made my skin crawl. And then I saw it. Lying on the seat where he had been was a photograph. My hands were shaking as I picked it up. It was old, the edges yellowed and worn, the image faded but still clear enough to make out the details. It was a black and white photo of a young couple standing in front of a car. The man was unmistakable. It was him, the hitchhiker. Same jacket, same cap, same distant expression. The woman beside him had a warm smile, her hand resting gently on his arm. They looked happy, frozen in a moment of time long gone. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the photograph, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The road around me was silent, the darkness pressing in from all sides. I wanted to tell myself it was all in my head, that I was just overtired and imagining things. But the photograph was real. I could feel its worn edges in my hands. Eventually, I started the truck again and continued driving, though my hands were trembling the entire way. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest truck stop, desperate to be around people, to shake off the oppressive feeling of that empty road. When I finally parked and got out, I felt like I could breathe again, but the weight of what had happened stayed with me. I showed the photograph to an older waitress inside the truck stop, hoping for some kind of explanation. Her reaction made my stomach drop. Her face went pale as she looked at the picture, her hands trembling slightly as she set it down. She told me the story of Tom Mathers and his fiancée, Clara, a young couple who had died in a car accident on that stretch of road back in the 1950s. Their car had gone off the road and flipped into a ditch. She said there were rumors, stories passed around by locals and truckers, about Tom's spirit still wandering the highway, trying to find his way home. I didn't know what to say. I left the photograph with her. I couldn't bear to keep it, and got back in my truck. The rest of the drive was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Even now, years later, I can't fully explain what happened that night. I've driven that route a few times since, but only during the day. And I never stop, no matter what I see. It's strange how one encounter can change the way you see the world. I've always been a practical man, grounded in reality, but that night made me question everything I thought I knew. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know what I experienced. And every time I think about that hitchhiker, about his quiet presence and the photograph he left behind, I feel a chill that no amount of warmth can chase away. It happened several years ago, but the memory remains vivid, etched into my mind with an unsettling clarity. At the time, I never imagined that a simple camping trip with friends could leave me with a story I'd rather forget, one that still creeps into my thoughts when I find myself in quiet, dark places. There were 5 of us on the trip: Mark, Jenna, Lisa, Tom, and me. Mark was the one who had planned everything. He was the outdoorsman of the group, the kind of guy who could confidently tell you which berries were safe to eat or how to start a fire in the rain. The rest of us were less experienced, but we trusted him. We liked the idea of getting away from the city, trading our routines for a few days in nature. Mark found the campsite online, a remote spot deep in a forest far from any major roads or towns. He described it as pristine and untouched, a place where we could experience true solitude. The drive to the site was long, taking us over winding back roads that grew narrower and rougher the further we went. By the time we reached the trailhead, we were miles away from anything resembling civilization. The forest around us was dense, with tall pines that stretched endlessly in every direction. There was something almost intimidating about the sheer scale of it, the way the trees seemed to swallow the light. But it was also beautiful. The air was crisp and fresh, and there was a kind of silence that felt profound, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. The hike to the campsite was strenuous, especially with our gear weighing us down, but Mark led the way confidently, using a map and compass. After about an hour, we arrived at the clearing where we would set up camp. The spot was perfect, just as Mark had promised. It was a small, flat area surrounded by trees, with a fire pit made of stones in the center. There was no sign that anyone else had been there recently, which only added to the sense of isolation. We spent the first evening setting up our tents and getting accustomed to the rhythm of camping. Mark showed us how to build a proper fire, and we gathered wood from the surrounding forest. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, we sat around the fire, enjoying the novelty of being disconnected from the rest of the world. The flames crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the trees around us. We laughed and joked, feeling the stress of our normal lives melt away. That night, as I lay in my tent, I felt a rare sense of peace. The sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, were like a lullaby. The air was cool but not cold, and I drifted off easily, feeling safe in the cocoon of my sleeping bag. The next day was spent exploring the area. We hiked along a narrow trail that wound its way through the forest, stopping to take pictures and admire the scenery. At one point, we stumbled upon a small creek, its water so clear you could see the stones on the bottom. We spent a while there, splashing in the water and skipping rocks. It felt like we were kids again, free from responsibility and the pressures of adult life. By the time we returned to camp that evening, we were tired but in high spirits. We cooked dinner over the fire, simple meals but satisfying after a long day. The conversation flowed easily, and we stayed up late, watching the stars come out. It was one of those nights that felt timeless, as though nothing existed outside of that small circle of firelight. The second night started much the same as the first, but something shifted as the hours went on. I woke up sometime after midnight, though I wasn't sure what had disturbed me at first. The fire outside had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow that seeped into the tent. I lay there for a moment, listening to the sounds of the forest. But it was quiet, too quiet. The usual hum of insects and distant rustles had stopped, leaving an oppressive silence in their place. Then I heard it, footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching on the forest floor. At first, I thought it must be one of my friends, but the sound didn't seem to come from any of the tents. My next thought was an animal, a deer or maybe a bear, but the steps were too measured, too heavy. They didn't fit the erratic movements of an animal foraging in the underbrush. I lay frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, moving closer to the fire pit. I couldn't see anything from inside the tent, but the sound was unmistakable. I debated whether to unzip the tent and look outside. A part of me was terrified of what I might see, but curiosity got the better of me. Slowly, I pulled the zipper down just enough to peer out. The fire pit was dimly illuminated by the faint glow of the embers, and standing beside it was a figure. It was tall and wearing what looked like a dark hooded jacket. The figure's back was to me, and it stood completely still, facing the remains of the fire. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something profoundly wrong about the scene. The figure didn't look like someone who had accidentally wandered into our campsite. It looked deliberate, like it was waiting for something. The longer I stared, the more unnatural it seemed. I pulled back into the tent, my heart racing. I didn't dare make a sound. I lay there listening, but the footsteps didn't start again. The night remained eerily silent. By morning, the figure was gone. When we emerged from the tents, the fire pit looked undisturbed. There were no footprints in the soft dirt around the site, no broken branches, no sign that anyone had been there. The others insisted that I must have been dreaming, but I knew what I'd seen. The memory of that still, hooded figure lingered in my mind, refusing to be dismissed. We decided to cut the trip short and leave that morning. The forest, which had seemed so inviting just a day earlier, now felt oppressive. The trees seemed to press in on us as we hiked back to the car, their shadows long and dark despite the rising sun. When we got home, Jenna did some research on the area. She found articles about unsolved disappearances in that forest, stories of hikers and campers who had vanished without a trace. In some cases, their belongings were found intact at their campsites, as though they had simply walked away. One account mentioned sightings of a hooded figure near the locations where people had disappeared. The details matched what I had seen that night, down to the unnerving stillness. The experience has stayed with me ever since. I haven't been camping again, and I doubt I ever will. The forest, once a place of beauty and tranquility, now feels like a place of mystery and danger. I often think about that figure by the fire pit, its silhouette burned into my memory. Was it just a person passing through, or something else entirely? I don't think I'll ever know. But one thing is certain. There are places in the world where the line between the natural and the unnatural blurs, and in those places, you can never truly be sure of what's watching you. Sometimes I wonder if the forest itself was hiding secrets, things it didn't want us to uncover. It's not just the figure that haunts me, it's the silence that surrounded it, the way the forest seemed to hold its breath, as though it too was afraid of whatever stood in the clearing that night. Mark tried to rationalize the experience later, insisting that what I saw was probably a lost hiker, or maybe someone from a nearby property wandering through. But there were no nearby properties, no other hikers, nothing in that area except miles and miles of untouched wilderness. Even Mark's attempts to explain it away sounded hollow, like he didn't believe his own words. There were moments after we returned when I would wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced I could hear those same slow, deliberate footsteps outside my window. The fear wasn't logical. I knew I was safe in my home, far away from that forest, but fear doesn't listen to reason. It creeps in and takes hold, and in the darkness it grows. Jenna's research only deepened the unease. The stories she found weren't just old legends. They were documented cases, real people who had vanished without a trace. A family camping trip in the 1980s where the parents disappeared overnight, leaving their children to wander out of the forest alone. A young couple on a weekend getaway whose belongings were found neatly packed in their tent, untouched, as though they'd simply walked away. And then there were the sightings. Descriptions of a hooded figure that matched what I had seen, always near the sites of disappearances, always vanishing without a trace. It wasn't long before the stories began to blend into my own memories, creating a tapestry of fear and uncertainty that I couldn't unravel. I avoided talking about the trip with anyone outside our group. It felt too surreal, too unbelievable, like something out of a horror movie. And yet, it was real. I was there. I saw it. Over time, we all drifted apart. Life moved on, and the camping trip became a distant memory for most of US. But for me, it never really ended. It's always there, lurking in the back of my mind, a reminder that there are places in the world where the rules we take for granted don't seem to apply. Places where the line between the known and the unknown blurs, and the answers we seek may never come. Now, whenever I see a forest, I feel a pang of unease. I can't help but wonder what's hiding within those shadows, what stories the trees could tell if only they could speak. I try not to dwell on it too much, but sometimes late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows are long, I find myself thinking about that figure by the fire pit. And I wonder if it's still out there, standing in the darkness, watching and waiting. For what, I'll never know. But I hope I never find out. It was one of those nights when everything seemed perfectly normal, yet something felt just slightly off. My neighborhood had always been the quiet kind, where families went to bed early, and the only sounds you heard after dark were the occasional rustle of leaves or a distant dog barking. I lived alone except for Max, my German shepherd, in a modest two-bedroom house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Life was simple, predictable, and up until that point, peaceful. That Monday evening was no different from any other. After a long day at work, I came home, ate dinner, and settled into my usual routine of relaxing on the couch. The television was on, though I wasn't paying much attention to it, and Max lay sprawled out near my feet, half asleep. Outside, the street was bathed in the faint orange glow of the streetlights. It was then that I noticed it, the van. I remember the moment vividly. I had just gotten up to refill my mug of tea when something outside caught my attention. My living room has a large front window that faces the street, and as I glanced out, I saw an old van parked across the road. It wasn't a vehicle I recognized, and I knew the neighborhood well enough to know who parked where. This van stood out. It was an old, weathered thing, with peeling blue paint and rust creeping up from the edges like it had been left out in the elements for years. The sides bore the faded remnants of decals, though they were too scratched and damaged to make out what they once said. It wasn't just the appearance of the van that caught my attention, it was the fact that it seemed so completely out of place. I stood there for a moment, just looking at it, The street was otherwise empty, and the van sat there in complete silence. Its windows were heavily tinted, so dark that I couldn't see inside at all. For a moment, I considered that it might belong to a visitor at one of the nearby houses, but it didn't seem to fit. The van looked like it had seen better days and didn't match the tidy, well-maintained vehicles the neighbors typically drove. After a few minutes, I shrugged it off and returned to the couch. There was no law against parking on the street, and maybe I was overthinking it. Still, something about the van stuck in my mind. I glanced out the window a few more times that night, but the van didn't move. It stayed parked under the large oak tree across the street, its silhouette barely visible in the dim light. Eventually, I decided it wasn't worth losing sleep over and headed to bed. The next night, the van was back. This time, it wasn't parked under the oak tree. It had moved closer, now positioned directly across from my driveway. That immediately set me on edge. I had been telling myself the night before that it was just a random car, maybe a visitor or someone passing through. But seeing it again, and now closer, made it harder to dismiss. I noticed it as soon as I stepped outside to take out the trash. The street was otherwise empty, quiet as always, but there it was, the same old van, sitting there like it belonged. Max followed me to the door, and the moment I opened it, he let out a low growl. Max wasn't the type to growl at nothing. He was a calm, easygoing dog, friendly to a fault, and rarely made a fuss. Seeing him standing there, his ears pinned back and his hackles raised, sent a chill through me. He was staring at the van, his eyes fixed on it like he sensed something I couldn't. I stood there for a moment, the trash bag dangling from my hand, as I followed his gaze. The van didn't move. Its windows, as dark as the night before, revealed nothing. I couldn't tell if someone was inside, but the thought lingered in my mind, making my skin crawl. After a moment, I shook off the unease, tossed the trash in the bin, and went back inside. I locked the door behind me, something I didn't usually think twice about in my quiet neighborhood. That night, I found myself glancing out the window more often than usual, checking to see if the van was still there. It was. Later that night, I was jolted awake by Max growling again. This time, it was louder, more intense, almost a snarl. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and saw him standing at the bedroom window, staring out into the darkness. I crept to the window and peered out. The van was still parked across the street, but now there was movement inside. I could see a shadow shifting in the driver's seat, though I couldn't make out any details. My stomach turned as the realization hit me. Someone was inside, and they were watching my house. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. What should I do? Calling 911 felt excessive, but I couldn't just ignore it. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to call the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation as calmly as I could, feeling a little foolish as I described the van, but the dispatcher assured me they would send someone to check it out. When the police cruiser arrived, its headlights swept across the street, illuminating the van. As soon as the light hit it, the van's engine roared to life, and it sped off down the road before the officers could get close. I watched from the window as the police car followed, but the van had already disappeared into the night. The next morning, I went outside to inspect the curb where the van had been parked. What I found only made me feel worse. Cigarette butts, crumpled fast food wrappers, and an empty soda can littered the ground. Whoever had been in the van had been there for hours, watching my house. After that, the van didn't come back, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. Every time I stepped outside, I felt it, that prickle at the back of my neck, the sense that someone's eyes were on me. I started keeping the blinds closed and avoided going out at night unless I absolutely had to. One evening, I was mowing the lawn when I noticed a man walking down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. He was wearing a dark hoodie, his face obscured by the shadow of the hood. He didn't look at me, but his pace was slow, deliberate, like he was taking his time to study the area. I stopped what I was doing and watched him until he disappeared around the corner. That night, I decided I couldn't take any more chances. I bought a security camera and installed it above my front door. I also started parking my car closer to the curb, blocking off the spot where the van had been. It made me feel a little safer, but the anxiety never fully went away. A few months later, I was scrolling through the local news when a headline caught my eye: "Man arrested in connection to neighborhood break-ins." I clicked on the article, my stomach sinking as I read the details. The suspect had been using an old, rusted van to scout houses before breaking into them. He had been caught after someone reported him lurking in their neighborhood. The description of the van matched exactly. I sat there for a long time, staring at the screen. The thought of how close I had come to being one of his targets sent a shiver down my spine. He had been watching my house, probably planning his next move. Even now, years later, I can't fully shake the memory. I still live in the same house, and Max is still with me, though he's a little grayer around the muzzle now. Life has gone back to normal, but I've never forgotten the van. It taught me to trust my instincts, and Max's. Some experiences leave a mark that never fades, and this was one of them. When I moved into that Victorian house, I thought I was making the right decision. I was coming off a difficult breakup, and I desperately needed a change of scenery. The house had seemed perfect at first glance. It was old and full of character, with stained glass windows that filtered the light into muted colors, high ceilings, and intricate woodwork. It wasn't the kind of place I'd usually imagine myself living in, but that was precisely what I was looking for, something different. The rent was unbelievably cheap, almost too good to be true, but I brushed off my doubts. I assumed it was because the house was older and a little rundown. The layout of the house added to its charm. It had 2 floors, and the second floor was where I'd be staying. My room was at the far end of the hallway, tucked away from the main staircase, with a little bay window that overlooked the street. The room wasn't big, but it had character. The walls were painted a faded sage green, and there was a cast iron radiator under the window. The floorboards creaked when I walked, but I found it comforting in a way. It felt like the house had history, a personality of its own. The house was split into 2 apartments. Sarah, my new roommate, lived in the other room on the same floor. She was friendly when we first met, down to earth and easygoing. She spent a lot of time at her girlfriend Lisa's place, which left me with plenty of space and quiet. I was still nursing the wounds from my breakup, so I didn't mind having the house mostly to myself. It gave me time to think and process everything. During the first week, I tried to settle in and make the room my own. I hung up a few pictures, added some throw pillows to the bay window seat, and set up my desk in the corner. At night, I'd sit by the window, watching the streetlights flicker outside while sipping tea. The house was old, and it creaked and groaned, but I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. Houses that age always made noise, didn't they? The days passed uneventfully. Sarah came and went, and we exchanged polite small talk whenever we crossed paths. I quickly fell into a routine of work and quiet evenings, enjoying the solitude. It wasn't until the second week that I began to feel like something was off. It was subtle at first, just little things that I shrugged off as my imagination. I'd hear faint noises at night, like soft footsteps in the hallway. Once or twice, I thought I'd seen a shadow move in the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I brushed it off as tricks of the light or my mind playing games with me. After all, it was an old house. Of course, it would creak and settle. The night that everything changed was a Thursday. I remember it clearly because I had spent the entire day feeling unusually tired. I came home, made a quick dinner, and climbed into bed early. My space heater hummed softly in the corner, and I had a thick blanket wrapped around me. It was one of those bitterly cold October nights where the chill seemed to seep into your bones. The room felt cozy, and as I drifted off, I felt safe. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't know what had startled me. The room was dark except for the faint orange glow of the streetlights filtering through the stained glass. I lay still listening. That's when I heard it, a faint metallic clicking sound coming from the direction of my door. It was soft at first, almost tentative, like someone testing the doorknob. For a moment, I stayed frozen in bed, unsure of what I was hearing. My logical brain jumped to the easiest explanation. It must be Sarah. Maybe she had come home late and needed something from my room. But something about the sound unsettled me. It didn't sound like someone trying to knock or open the door normally. It was slower, more deliberate, as if whoever was on the other side was unsure whether they wanted to come in. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but as I lay there, the noise grew louder. The doorknob rattled harder, like someone was trying to force it open. My heart was pounding now, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to call out, but my voice wouldn't come. I just lay there, paralyzed, staring at the faint outline of the door in the darkness. The rattling stopped as suddenly as it had started. The silence that followed was deafening. I strained to hear any other sound, but the house was completely still. Slowly, I sat up, my pulse racing. My phone was on the nightstand, and I grabbed it, the light from the screen momentarily blinding me in the dark room. I thought about texting Sarah to ask if she was home, but then I remembered she had told me earlier that she'd be staying at Lisa's place. She wasn't even in the house. I sat there for a long time, clutching my phone and staring at the door. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to open it and check the hallway, but the thought of what I might see on the other side made me hesitate. I told myself it had to be nothing, a draft, maybe, or the old house shifting. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had heard the doorknob move. I wasn't imagining it. Eventually, I forced myself to get up. My hands were shaking as I reached for the flashlight I kept by the bed. It was heavy and solid, and I gripped it tightly as I crept toward the door. The air in the room felt colder now, and I could feel the wooden floorboards creak softly beneath my feet. When I reached the door, I paused, holding my breath. Slowly, I turned the lock and swung the door open. The hallway was empty. I stepped out cautiously, shining the flashlight down the corridor. The light from a single wall sconce cast long, flickering shadows. The front door at the end of the hall was still locked, the chain securely in place. There was no sign of anyone. The house was utterly silent, except for the faint hum of my heater from my room. I stood there for what felt like forever, my ears straining for the slightest sound. But there was nothing. I went back to my room and locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on the bed with the flashlight in my lap and my phone clutched in my hand, waiting for morning. The hours dragged by, and every creak or groan of the house made my heart race. When the first light of dawn finally filtered through the window, I felt a wave of relief. It was over, at least for now. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, a trick of the old house or my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something had been there, just on the other side of that door. I didn't know what, and I didn't want to find out. Over the next week, small things started to happen. The lights in my room would flicker randomly, even though the weather was calm. I'd hear faint noises at night, soft creaks and shuffles that seemed to come from just outside my door. Once, I found my closet door open in the morning, when I was certain I had closed it before bed. Little things like that kept piling up, and each time, I felt the same creeping unease. The final straw came a few nights later. I woke up in the middle of the night again, but this time, my bedroom door was slightly ajar. I knew I had locked it before going to sleep. I always did after that first night. Seeing the door open like that made my stomach drop. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, like the walls were closing in around me. I couldn't stay in that house any longer. I moved out before the month was up. I didn't even care about losing my deposit. All I wanted was to get as far away from that house as possible. Even now, I can't fully explain what happened there. I've told myself 100 different stories to try and make sense of it, but none of them feel right. Whatever was in that house, it didn't want me there. And I didn't want to stay long enough to find out why. A few years ago, I stayed with my sister Emily in her apartment for a while. At the time, my life was in a bit of a mess. I'd recently quit a stressful job, and a long-term relationship had ended in a way that left me feeling untethered. Emily, always the supportive and practical sibling, insisted I move in with her until I could figure out my next steps. I hesitated at first, but deep down, I needed the stability, so I accepted. Her apartment was on the 10th floor of a mid-rise building in the city, a place that was neither old nor particularly modern, but comfortable. It had large windows, clean walls, and a small balcony that overlooked a quiet courtyard. At night, the view was rather serene for a city. The lights from neighboring buildings reflected faintly against the windows, and the occasional sound of traffic far below was more soothing than intrusive. It wasn't exactly home, but it was peaceful. I'd been staying there for a week when it happened. Emily had a strict work schedule, leaving early in the mornings and heading to bed early as well. I, on the other hand, had trouble sleeping. My mind was too cluttered, replaying events of the past few months on a loop. That night, I decided to step out onto the balcony, hoping the cool night air would clear my thoughts. The city felt different at that hour. Quieter, but not entirely silent. There was a stillness that was both calming and unsettling. The courtyard below was dimly lit by scattered streetlights, their glow faintly outlining the empty benches and patches of overgrown plants. Around me, most of the windows in the other buildings were dark, though a few still had lights on, a television flickering here, a desk lamp there. Leaning on the railing, I let my eyes wander across the neighboring building. It was identical to Emily's, just a mirror image. My gaze moved upward, floor by floor, until it landed on the balcony directly across from me. That's when I noticed her. A woman stood there, her figure illuminated faintly by the soft glow of the moon. She wasn't moving, just standing perfectly still, facing my direction. Her posture was unnaturally stiff, her head tilted slightly forward, and though I couldn't make out the details of her face, I could tell she was staring at me. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe she was lost in thought, like I was. But as the seconds dragged on, I realized she wasn't looking past me. Her gaze was fixed, unbroken, like she was watching me specifically. I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, an instinctive unease that I couldn't shake. I shifted my position, trying to catch her attention, to signal that I'd noticed her. But she didn't react. She didn't wave, nod, or even flinch. She just stood there, staring. I told myself it wasn't that unusual. People can be strange, after all. Maybe she was simply zoning out or didn't realize I could see her. Still, something about her stillness didn't sit right with me. The way she stood there, completely motionless, made her seem almost unreal. I stayed out there a few more minutes, hoping she would do something, move, turn away, anything. But she didn't. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I decided to go back inside. The moment I closed the sliding door behind me, I felt a sense of relief, as though I'd left whatever strange tension was outside on the balcony. I tried to push the incident out of my mind. It wasn't worth dwelling on, I told myself. It was just a random neighbor, nothing more. But the image of her pale figure, standing so unnervingly still, lingered in my mind as I lay in bed that night. The next morning, I woke up early, though not by choice. I hadn't slept well. My dreams had been fragmented and restless, filled with disjointed scenes that I couldn't fully remember. As I made my way to the kitchen for some coffee, I found myself glancing at the balcony door. The memory of the woman was still fresh, but the daylight made it seem less significant, less real. Later that day, curiosity got the better of me. After Emily had left for work, I decided to take a closer look at the unit across the courtyard. I hadn't told her about the woman. I didn't want her to think I was being paranoid or letting my overactive imagination get the best of me. Instead, I waited until the building across the way seemed quiet and headed over. The hallway leading to the unit was identical to Emily's building, sterile and unremarkable. When I found the door to the unit, I immediately noticed the taped notice on it. It was something about scheduled maintenance, though the date had already passed by weeks. Peering through the small window beside the door, I could see that the apartment was empty. Inside, the floors were covered in dust, undisturbed by footsteps. A few pieces of furniture sat in the middle of the room, draped in white sheets. The air looked thick and still, as though it hadn't been circulated in months. My eyes were drawn to the balcony door. It was firmly locked, the handle covered in a thin layer of grime. That's when I saw it. There was a faint handprint on the glass of the balcony door. It was small and delicate, as though a woman had pressed her hand against it. The sight of it sent a shiver through me. If no one had been in the apartment for months, then how could there be a fresh handprint? I backed away from the door, my mind racing. It didn't make sense. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a cleaner had been in there recently, or maybe it wasn't as abandoned as it looked. But no matter how much I tried to explain it away, the unease in my chest only grew. That night, I stayed up late again. I wasn't sure why. I suppose part of me wanted to see her again, to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined it. Around midnight, I finally stepped onto the balcony, my heart pounding in my chest. She was there, standing in the exact same spot as the night before. She faced me with that same eerie stillness. This time, though, something was different. Her head tilted slightly, as though she were acknowledging my presence. And then, for the first time, she moved. Her lips curved into the faintest of smiles. It wasn't a warm smile. It wasn't friendly or reassuring. It felt wrong, like it didn't belong on her face. My stomach churned, and a wave of dread washed over me. I felt frozen for a moment, unable to look away. Finally, I stumbled back inside, my hands shaking as I locked the door and drew the curtains closed. My heart was racing, and I couldn't catch my breath. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound, every shadow outside the window made me jump. The next day, I knew I couldn't stay. Whatever was happening in that building, whatever she was, I didn't want to be around to find out. I made up an excuse to Emily, something about needing to sort things out on my own, and started looking for a place of my own. To this day, I still don't know what I saw. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, some strange trick of the light or a vivid dream. But the memory is too clear, too vivid to dismiss entirely. Even now, when I find myself alone at night, I sometimes feel that same uneasy prickling sensation at the back of my neck. It's irrational, I know, but some part of me can't shake the feeling that she's still there, somewhere, watching. It was late when I left the office that night. I'd stayed longer than usual, finishing up a report that was due the next day. The quiet hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional shuffle of the cleaning crew were the only sounds that accompanied me as I packed my things. My office building, typically bustling during the day, felt almost eerie at night, its halls emptied of the usual chatter and footsteps. I glanced at my watch, 9:17 p.m. The last train home was in just over 10 minutes, and I had no intention of missing it. Stepping outside, the night air hit me immediately. It was colder than I'd expected, biting against my skin as I zipped up my coat and tucked my scarf tighter around my neck. The streets were quiet, with only the occasional car passing by, its headlights cutting through the dark. The city, which usually felt alive and buzzing, now seemed subdued, as though the night had wrapped it in a shroud of stillness. My footsteps echoed on the pavement as I hurried toward the station, my mind still preoccupied with the day's work. When I arrived at the station, the platform was nearly deserted. There were only a handful of other people waiting. An older man leaning against a pillar with a newspaper tucked under his arm. A young woman scrolling through her phone, and a man in a heavy overcoat standing a little farther down, staring off into the distance. The station's fluorescent lights buzzed faintly, casting a pale glow over everything, making the empty platform feel even more surreal. I heard the train before I saw it, the distant rumble growing louder until it pulled into the station with a screech of its brakes. The doors slid open with a mechanical hiss, and I stepped inside, heading instinctively to my usual spot, a window seat near the middle of the car. It was a habit I'd fallen into over the years. That particular seat gave me just enough space to stretch my legs and let me gaze out at the city as the train sped through the night. The car was sparsely populated, as I'd expected for this time of night. Across from me sat a woman in a scarf, engrossed in a paperback novel. A few rows down, a man in a rumpled suit was typing furiously on a laptop, his expression tense and focused. Toward the back of the car, an elderly gentleman sat quietly, gazing out the window as though lost in thought. The faint hum of the train mixed with the occasional rustling of pages, or the clack of keys on the man's laptop. As the train lurched forward, I settled into my seat, resting my head against the cool glass of the window. The city outside blurred into streaks of light and shadow as we picked up speed. I let my mind wander, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels against the tracks lulling me into a state of calm. It was moments like these, brief respites from the chaos of the day, when I felt most at peace. But that peace didn't last. About 10 minutes into the ride, something unusual caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed another train running on a parallel track to the left. At first, I thought nothing of it. Trains often ran side by side on this route, especially at this hour. But as I glanced over, I noticed something that made me sit up straighter. The other train wasn't just similar, it was identical. I leaned closer to the window, trying to get a better look. The exterior was the same dull gray, the same wear and tear visible on the edges of the doors. Inside, the lighting matched perfectly down to the flickering bulb in what appeared to be the third car. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that there was no reason to be unsettled. But the longer I looked, the more my unease grew. The interior of the train mirrored my own in every detail. The same seats, the same layout, even the same spacing of passengers. It was as though someone had taken the train I was on and placed it on the adjacent track. My pulse quickened as I scanned the windows, looking for something, anything, that could explain what I was seeing. And then I saw him. Sitting in the same seat as mine, on the other train, was a man. At first, I thought he was just another passenger. But as I looked closer, my stomach tightened. He wasn't just any man, he was me. The man on the other train was wearing the same navy suit I had on, the same maroon tie that I'd loosened after leaving the office. His posture was identical to mine, leaning slightly to the side, one hand resting on a bag that looked exactly like mine. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, a cold, prickling sensation that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stared at him, my mind racing for answers. Was it some sort of reflection? No, it couldn't be. The other train was moving independently, slightly ahead of mine. Was it a coincidence? A man who just happened to look like me? But the resemblance was too uncanny, too precise. And then he turned his head. Our eyes met, and in that instant, time seemed to stop. His expression mirrored my own, confusion, fear, disbelief. It wasn't just like looking into a mirror. It was like seeing another version of myself staring back at me, equally stunned. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe a second, maybe longer, but it was enough to leave me frozen in place, unable to look away. And then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the other train began to speed up. I watched helplessly as it pulled ahead, its lights growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared into the dark mouth of a tunnel. One moment, he was there. The next, he was gone. I remained motionless, my heart pounding in my chest. My reflection in the window stared back at me, but it wasn't the same. I couldn't stop replaying what I'd just seen, trying to make sense of it. My mind grasped at every possible explanation, but none of them felt right. The rest of the ride passed in a haze. I was dimly aware of the other passengers, the faint announcements for the upcoming stops, the rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks. But my thoughts were elsewhere, consumed by the image of the other train and the man who had been sitting in my seat. When we finally pulled into my station, I stepped onto the platform feeling unsteady, as though the ground beneath me wasn't quite solid. The cold night air hit me, but it did little to clear the fog in my mind. I walked home on autopilot, my legs moving mechanically while my thoughts spiraled. By the time I reached my apartment, I felt utterly drained. I dropped my bag by the door and sank onto the couch, staring blankly at the wall. The quiet of my apartment was deafening, amplifying the thoughts that raced through my head. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the other train, the other me. I kept replaying the moment our eyes met, trying to understand what it meant. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion? Or had I witnessed something I wasn't supposed to see? In the days that followed, I avoided telling anyone about what I'd experienced. How could I? It sounded insane, even to me. But the memory lingered, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. Every time I boarded the train, I found myself glancing out the window, scanning the parallel tracks for any sign of that other train. It hasn't happened again, and maybe it never will. But the experience left me with a lingering unease, a sense that the world isn't as straightforward as I once believed. And even now, late at night, when I'm riding the train home and the city outside the window blurs into darkness, I can't help but wonder, if it happens again, what will I do? And more importantly, what will he? I used to think of my neighborhood as one of the safest places in the world. It was a quiet, tree-lined suburb where everyone knew each other in passing, if not by name. Families lived in neat, comfortable homes, kids played on the sidewalks without a care, and life moved at a slow, predictable pace. When my wife and I bought our house 5 years ago, I felt like I'd finally crossed some invisible threshold into the kind of stability and comfort I'd always wanted. The house wasn't huge, but it was ours. It had a cozy little backyard, a driveway big enough for both of our vehicles, and a garage that I'd turned into a small workshop for tinkering on weekends. For years, nothing unusual ever happened. There were no major crimes, no strange occurrences, no reason to feel anything but safe. That's why, when I first heard about a string of car break-ins in the neighborhood, I didn't think much of it. It started as whispers at the grocery store and casual mentions in the local Facebook group. A car here, or there had been rummaged through. Someone's sunglasses were stolen. A GPS went missing. Most of the break-ins were small-scale, quick grabs of anything left visible in an unlocked vehicle. Still, the fact that it was happening in our quiet neighborhood was enough to make people nervous. At first, I brushed it off as just bad luck for the few people affected. But the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. I started locking my truck religiously, even though I'd always left it unlocked before. I kept an eye out at night when I let the dog out, glancing at the street to make sure everything looked normal. And then one day, I decided to do something about it. I wasn't about to let some petty thief mess with my property. That's when I bought the driveway camera. It was nothing fancy, just one of those motion-detecting models that could stream footage straight to my phone. It wasn't expensive, but it got decent reviews online, and it seemed like the simplest way to get some peace of mind. Installing it was easy enough. I mounted it on the side of the garage, aiming it down the driveway toward the street. I tested it a few times by walking back and forth in front of it, watching the live feed on my phone. It worked like a charm, catching every movement in crystal clear detail. I felt good about it. If anyone tried to mess with my truck or anything else, I'd know right away. For the first week or so, the camera didn't pick up much. I got the occasional notification on my phone, usually a cat wandering through the yard or a car driving by late at night. It was exactly what I expected. I'd scroll through the footage in the mornings out of curiosity, but there was never anything worth noting. Life went on as normal, and I started to think I might have been overreacting by buying the camera in the first place. Then one night, everything changed. It was a little after 2 in the morning when I got the first notification. I was half asleep when my phone buzzed on the nightstand. At first, I ignored it, assuming it was another cat or maybe the wind setting off the motion sensor. But when I couldn't fall back asleep, I reached over and checked my phone. What I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed a man standing at the very edge of my driveway, just outside the glow of the streetlight. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. His posture was completely still, unnervingly rigid. He was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes with a hood pulled up over his head. His face was partially obscured by shadows, but it was clear enough to see one detail that froze me in place. He was staring directly into the camera. The timestamp on the footage read 2:04 a.m. I watched, waiting for him to move, but he didn't. He just stood there, staring. The seconds ticked by, then minutes. 5 minutes. Then 10. The man didn't move a muscle the entire time. Finally, without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I stared at the screen, unable to shake the eerie feeling that he knew I was watching him. The next morning, I reviewed the footage again. Seeing it in the light of day didn't make it any less unsettling. If anything, it was worse. There was something unnerving about his stillness, the way he just stood there like he had all the time in the world. I saved the clip, but didn't know what to do with it. The man hadn't done anything illegal, technically. He hadn't stepped onto my property or tried to break into the truck. He just stood there, watching, waiting. I tried to brush it off as a fluke. Maybe it was someone who'd gotten lost, or a drunk guy who didn't realize he was being filmed. I told myself it wouldn't happen again. But a week later, it did. The second time was worse. He showed up at the exact same time, 2:04 a.m. This time, he was standing closer to the driveway, just a few feet away from my truck. His hood was still up, but I could see more of his face. He was pale, almost sickly looking, with hollow eyes and dark circles under them. His expression was blank, but there was something about it that sent a chill down my spine. Just like before, he stood there for 10 minutes, completely motionless, before walking away into the shadows. By now, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I downloaded the footage and saved it to a USB drive. The next morning, I went to the local police station to report it. The officer on duty watched the clips carefully, his expression hard to read. He didn't seem as alarmed as I was, but he didn't dismiss it, either. He promised to send patrol cars through the area at night, and told me to call them if the man showed up again. I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't enough. For 2 weeks, the man didn't appear. I started to think maybe the police patrols had scared him off. I even stopped checking the camera as often, trying to convince myself that it was over. But then, on the 17th night, he came back. This time, he was standing directly in front of my truck. He was so close that the camera picked up every detail of his face. His skin looked even paler than before, almost gray under the streetlight. And then there was his expression. It wasn't blank anymore. His lips were curled into the faintest hint of a smile, like he knew something I didn't. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen. I felt a deep, creeping dread that I couldn't explain. The next morning, the police came back to review the footage. They canvassed the neighborhood, talked to some of my neighbors, and even checked other security cameras in the area. But no one else had seen him. None of the other cameras had picked him up. It was like he only existed when he was standing in front of my driveway. That thought terrified me more than anything else. The final time he appeared was the most terrifying. It was a little before 2 a.m. when I got the notification. I opened the live feed, and there he was. He was standing even closer this time, just a few feet from the garage door. His hood was down, and his face was fully visible. His hollow eyes seemed to look right through the camera, right through the screen, and directly at me. For the first time, he moved. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his hand and pointed directly at the camera. And then the screen went black. When I went outside later, I found that the wires to the camera had been neatly cut. There were no fingerprints, no sign of him anywhere. The police came again, but there were no leads, no evidence, nothing they could do. After that, I couldn't stay there anymore. My wife and I decided to move. It wasn't just because of him. There were other reasons too, but he was the final push we needed to leave. Even now, in our new house, I can't shake the memory of that man. I still check the driveway camera every night before bed, half expecting to see him standing there again, staring at me through the lens. I don't know who he was, what he wanted, or why he kept coming back. But I do know this: once you feel like you've been watched, truly watched, that feeling never goes away. It stays with you, even when the cameras are off and the world is quiet. And it's in those quiet moments, late at night, when I wonder if he's still out there somewhere waiting to be seen again. When I moved into the house, it was supposed to be a fresh start. Life had been heavy for a while, getting through a divorce, dealing with the emotional fallout, and trying to find a sense of normalcy again. I needed a place where I could catch my breath, somewhere quiet, somewhere simple. The house seemed perfect. A 2-bedroom bungalow at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was unassuming, tucked away, with a small front porch and a backyard big enough for Max, my German shepherd. It was the kind of place where the world seemed to slow down, where I could finally get some peace. Max and I had been inseparable for years. He was a loyal companion, a constant in a life that had felt like shifting sand for far too long. When we first stepped through the door, he seemed curious and excited, sniffing every corner, wagging his tail as he explored. I felt a flicker of hope watching him settle in, as if this new house wasn't just a chance for me to rebuild, but also a fresh start for him. I remember thinking how quiet the house was, how it seemed to welcome us with open arms. It was the kind of quiet that felt comforting, almost protective. The first week went by uneventfully. My days were spent unpacking, organizing, and making the space my own. I hung pictures on the walls, set up my small collection of books in the living room, and put together Max's favorite corner near the fireplace where he liked to nap. The nights were calm, filled with the soft hum of crickets outside and the occasional rustle of leaves from the trees in the backyard. I started to feel like I could breathe again, like I'd finally found a place where I could let my guard down. Then, about a week after I moved in, something happened that I couldn't quite explain. It was late one evening. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, scrolling through my phone while Max lay by the fireplace. The house was quiet, the kind of stillness that had started to feel normal and comforting. Suddenly, Max's head shot up. His ears were perked, his body tense, and his eyes were locked on the hallway that led to the bedrooms. He didn't bark, but he let out a low growl, a sound so deep and guttural that it made me sit up straight. I followed his gaze, but the hallway was dark and still. At first, I thought maybe he'd heard something outside, a raccoon or maybe the wind rustling a branch. But then I noticed the way his body was positioned. He wasn't looking at the front door or the windows. He was staring straight down the hallway. The growl continued, low and steady, as if he was warning me about something I couldn't see. I stood up, feeling a prickle of unease. I walked down the hallway, turning on lights as I went. The hallway led to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom, and everything was exactly as I'd left it. The bedroom doors were open, the windows shut and locked. There was no sign of anything unusual. I even checked the closets, telling myself I was being overly cautious, but it felt necessary. By the time I walked back to the living room, Max had stopped growling, but he was still alert, his ears twitching. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling, maybe a sound from outside that only he could hear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The house was silent again, but the memory of Max's growl lingered. I told myself it was just nerves, that moving into a new place always came with its share of adjustments. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The next night, it happened again. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard it. Faint, soft footsteps coming from the hallway. They were deliberate, unhurried, and distinctly human. My eyes shot open, and for a moment I froze, straining to listen. The sound was unmistakable, soft creaks of the floorboards, moving slowly toward my bedroom. My heart raced as I sat up in bed. Max, who had been lying at the foot of the bed, was already awake. He wasn't growling this time, but his ears were pinned back, and he was staring at the door. I waited, barely breathing, but the footsteps stopped just as suddenly as they'd started. I got out of bed, grabbed a flashlight, and checked the hallway again. Just like before, there was nothing. No one. Every door was locked, every window secure. It didn't make any sense. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that it was just the house settling, but the sound of those footsteps stuck with me. It wasn't random creaking. It was deliberate, measured, and far too intentional to be dismissed so easily. Over the next few weeks, the footsteps became a regular occurrence. Sometimes they'd come in the early evening while I was sitting in the living room, other times in the middle of the night. They always started in the hallway, soft and steady, and they always stopped just before I could pinpoint their source. Max's reactions varied. Sometimes he'd growl, other times he'd just stare, his body tense and alert. I started to dread the evenings, knowing that at some point, I'd hear them again. I began trying to rationalize what was happening. I called a contractor to inspect the house, telling him I'd been hearing strange noises, and wanted to make sure there wasn't a structural issue. He spent the better part of a day checking everything, floorboards, walls, the attic, but found nothing unusual. The house, he said, was solid. No loose boards, no signs of pests, nothing that could explain the sounds I was hearing. One night, I decided to record the sounds. I needed proof, something tangible that I could analyze later. It was just past 2 a.m. when the footsteps started again. I was sitting in the living room with Max at my feet, my phone recording as I listened. The sound was the same as always, soft, deliberate steps moving down the hallway. When I played the recording back the next day, I heard something I hadn't noticed before. Beneath the sound of the footsteps was a faint wheezing, like someone struggling to breathe. It was subtle but unmistakable, a labored inhale and exhale that sent a chill down my spine. Hearing that faint wheezing on the recording made everything feel much more real. It wasn't just in my head anymore, and it wasn't something I could easily explain away. I spent hours replaying the audio, analyzing every second of it, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. The footsteps were clear, measured, and deliberate, just as I had experienced them in person. But the wheezing, there was something deeply unsettling about it. It sounded weak, strained, almost as if whoever, or whatever, was making it was in pain. After that night, I couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. The house didn't feel like a sanctuary any longer. Every creak, every faint sound sent my heart racing. Max seemed just as uneasy as I was. He'd spend hours sitting in the living room, staring down the hallway with his ears perked, his tail still. He rarely barked, but the tension in his body was palpable, as if he was constantly on edge. One night, I decided to stay up late and keep watch. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. Part of me was terrified of the idea that I might actually find something. But I couldn't take the not knowing anymore. I turned off all the lights in the house and sat in the living room with Max by my side, my phone ready to record. The hours passed slowly, the silence heavy and oppressive. Just as I was starting to think nothing would happen, I heard it again. The footsteps started faintly, coming from the far end of the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to listen, my phone already recording. The sound grew louder, more distinct, as if someone was walking toward the living room. Max let out a low growl, his body rigid, his eyes fixed on the darkness of the hallway. I held my flashlight tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. But just like every other time, the footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving only silence behind. I played the recording back the next day, and just like before, the footsteps were clear, accompanied by that faint wheezing sound. This time, though, the wheezing seemed closer, more pronounced, as if whoever, or whatever, was responsible was getting closer to me. It felt like a warning, a reminder that whatever was happening wasn't going to go away on its own. I started to research the history of the house, desperate for answers. I dug through old property records, newspaper archives, and anything else I could find. The house was over 50 years old, and while it had changed hands several times, there was nothing in its history that stood out as unusual. No tragic deaths, no reports of strange activity, nothing that could explain what I was experiencing. The lack of answers only made things worse. I felt like I was spiraling, grasping at straws, trying to make sense of something that defied logic. Then, one evening, I decided to talk to one of my neighbors. She was an older woman who had lived on the street for decades, and I figured if anyone knew anything about the house, it would be her. She was kind, polite, and eager to chat, but when I mentioned the house, her demeanor changed. Her smile faltered, and she hesitated before speaking. She told me that she didn't know much about the previous owners, only that they had moved out rather suddenly a few years ago. She didn't elaborate, and I didn't press her, but the way she looked at me, almost apologetically, stuck with me. That night, the footsteps came again, louder and more persistent than ever. It felt like they were circling the house, moving from the hallway to the living room and back again. Max was on edge, pacing nervously and letting out low, anxious whines. I felt trapped, powerless, as if I was at the mercy of something I couldn't understand or control. The next morning, I made the decision to leave. I couldn't stay in that house any longer. Whatever was happening there, it wasn't something I could live with. I packed up my belongings, loaded them into my car, and took Max with me. I didn't even bother to clean or organize. I just needed to get out. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The house loomed in my rearview mirror, its windows dark and lifeless. It felt like it was daring me to come back, like it knew I couldn't escape its presence entirely. Even now, months later, I still think about that house. I still hear the footsteps in my mind, still feel the weight of its oppressive silence. I don't know what it was, and maybe I never will. But I do know one thing. Some places are meant to be left alone. I never told anyone about what I experienced there, not in detail anyway. Most people wouldn't believe me, and honestly, I can't blame them. If I hadn't lived through it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. But every now and then, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I'll hear a sound, a faint creak, a soft shuffle, and my heart will skip a beat. And for just a moment, I'll wonder if it followed me. It's been a while since this happened, but even now, I find myself thinking about it more often than I'd like to admit. I've always been a rational person, the type who doesn't believe in ghosts or paranormal encounters. I work in IT, a field where everything has an explanation, logical, grounded, understandable. But what happened that night defied all logic, and no matter how much I've tried to explain it away, it lingers. It was late, probably around midnight, when my shift finally ended. We were in the middle of a major system upgrade at work, which meant long hours and late nights. That particular night, I was one of the last people left in the building. By the time I stepped outside, the office was completely silent, the kind of silence that feels unnatural, like the world is holding its breath. The parking lot stretched out in front of me, dimly lit by flickering streetlights that buzzed faintly in the cool night air. Most of the cars were gone, leaving the lot almost empty except for a few scattered vehicles near the entrances. My car was parked farther out, near the chain-link fence that bordered the property. I've always had a habit of parking in the less crowded areas. It's quieter, easier to leave quickly, and I don't have to worry about anyone dinging my doors. I adjusted the strap of my bag and started walking toward my car. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The night was still, with only the faint hum of the lights and the distant rustle of leaves in the breeze. But as I approached my car, I noticed something, or rather, someone. A car was parked a couple of spaces over from mine, and inside it sat a woman. Her car wasn't running, and she wasn't looking at a phone or rummaging through her bag like most people do when they're sitting in their car. She was just sitting there, perfectly still. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she was waiting for someone, or maybe she was just taking a moment to herself before driving off. But as I got closer, I couldn't help but notice how still she was. Too still. Her posture was unnaturally rigid, her back straight as a rod, her hands resting on the steering wheel. She stared straight ahead, not moving an inch. Something about her struck me as odd, but I brushed it off. It was late, and I was tired. People do all kinds of strange things when they think no one is watching. I tried not to look at her as I walked past her car, but out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. She wasn't staring straight ahead. Her head was tilted slightly, and her eyes were fixed on me. She wasn't turning her head to look at me directly, but she was watching me through her peripheral vision. Her gaze was sharp and unblinking, and it sent a chill down my spine. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe she wasn't even looking at me. Maybe she was just zoning out or lost in thought. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong. I quickened my pace, the sound of my footsteps echoing faintly in the stillness. As I passed her car, I couldn't help but glance at her again, and that's when it happened. She moved. It was subtle at first, a slight tilt of her head, as if acknowledging my presence. Then slowly, deliberately, she turned her head to follow me as I walked past. The way she moved, it's hard to describe. It wasn't jerky or hesitant, but it wasn't entirely natural either. It was too smooth, too controlled, like the movement of a puppet being guided by invisible strings. Her face was expressionless, her eyes cold and empty, but they stayed locked on me as I continued toward my car. By the time I reached my car, my heart was pounding. I unlocked the door and slid inside, locking it again as soon as I was seated. I told myself I was overreacting. She was probably just startled by me walking so close to her car. Maybe she thought I was acting suspicious, but no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the unease that settled in my chest. I started the engine, the sound breaking the heavy silence of the night. That's when I saw her car door open. She stepped out slowly, her movements strange and unnatural. Her arms hung limply at her sides, and her steps were uneven, almost jerky, as if she were struggling to control her own body. She turned to face me, her head twitching slightly, and began walking toward my car. Every instinct I had screamed at me to leave. I threw the car into reverse, backing out of my spot so quickly I almost hit the curb. As I shifted into drive and started to pull away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. She had stopped in the middle of the parking lot. She stood there perfectly still, her head tilted at that unnerving angle. Her face was illuminated by the pale, flickering light of the street lamp, and her eyes were locked on my car as it sped away. I didn't slow down until I was well away from the office. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly they ached, and my heart was still racing. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see her following me, but there was nothing. Just the empty road behind me. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and sat in the silence of my apartment, replaying the encounter over and over in my mind. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just tired and my imagination was running wild. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd seen wasn't normal. The next morning, I was still thinking about her. I couldn't let it go. I decided to check the parking lot security footage from the night before, hoping it would give me some answers. Maybe seeing it on video would help me make sense of what I'd experienced. When I reviewed the footage, my heart sank. There was no car 2 spaces over from mine. There was no woman sitting in the driver's seat, no one stepping out and walking toward me. The footage showed me walking across the parking lot to my car, illuminated by the dim lights. But I was alone. I watched it again, rewinding and playing it back, looking for any sign of her. There was nothing, just me and the empty parking lot. Even now, I don't know what to make of it. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just my imagination or maybe a trick of the light. But deep down, I know what I saw. I've avoided parking in that part of the lot ever since. It feels silly, even irrational, but I can't help it. Every time I walk to my car late at night, I find myself scanning the shadows, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting. Living alone in a remote cottage in Vermont had seemed like an idyllic choice after my divorce. It was the kind of place where silence stretched endlessly, the only interruptions being the chirping of birds during the day and the occasional howl of the wind at night. Nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, the cottage was everything I had wanted, a secluded space to heal, reflect, and throw myself back into my painting. I had always been drawn to nature, and the cottage, with its worn wooden floors and a fireplace that lent warmth on chilly evenings, felt like the perfect retreat. The nearest neighbor was nearly a mile away, and the gravel road that led to the property was often empty for days on end. At first, the solitude felt empowering. I threw myself into my art, creating landscapes inspired by the rolling hills and dense woods that surrounded me. During the day, the sunlight would stream through the large windows, illuminating the living room and filling the space with a sense of calm. But as night fell, the atmosphere changed. The isolation that had felt comforting during the day became oppressive, the silence too complete, the shadows outside the windows too deep. The night it happened had started like so many others. Autumn had painted the landscape in vibrant hues of red, orange, and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of fallen leaves. After spending the afternoon working on a watercolor of the ancient oak tree that stood in the backyard, I cleaned up my brushes and prepared a simple dinner. The evening was quiet, save for the occasional gust of wind that rattled the shutters. I spent the rest of the night curled up on the couch with a blanket and a cup of chamomile tea, reading a mystery novel. It was nearing midnight when I first heard it, a faint knock at the door. At first, I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. The sound had been so soft, barely audible over the occasional creak of the old house. I put my book down and listened intently, but the only sound was the wind rustling the leaves outside. Convinced it was nothing, I returned to my book, though I couldn't quite shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. Then it came again, louder this time, 3 deliberate knocks, evenly spaced. The sound was unmistakable. My heart began to race as I tried to make sense of it. It was late, and I lived in the middle of nowhere. No one ever visited me unannounced, and certainly not at this hour. I froze, straining to hear any other noise, but there was only silence. My first thought was that it might be a neighbor in trouble. But the nearest house was so far away, and I hadn't seen anyone on the road all day. The thought of someone wandering through the woods in the dark seemed unlikely. Still, the idea of ignoring the sound felt wrong. What if someone truly needed help? I got up from the couch and walked slowly toward the door, my bare feet making no sound on the wooden floor. There was a small window beside the door, and I pulled the curtain back just a fraction, enough to peek outside. My porch light cast a dim glow over the steps and the gravel beyond, but there was no one there. The knocking came again, louder and more insistent. I jumped, letting the curtain fall back into place. Whoever, or whatever, was outside was persistent. I felt a chill run down my spine as I backed away from the door. For several minutes, the knocking continued, a steady, deliberate rhythm that echoed through the house. My breathing grew shallow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though every window I checked revealed nothing but darkness. I stayed in the living room, frozen in place, until the knocking suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was even more unnerving. I waited for what felt like hours, but there were no more sounds. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed, though I didn't sleep. Every creak of the house made my heart race, and I lay there, staring at the ceiling, until the first light of dawn began to seep through the curtains. In the morning, I decided to inspect the porch in the daylight. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The porch was empty, and the driveway showed no signs of activity. But as I looked closer, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were deep scratches on the wooden frame of the front door, jagged and uneven, as if something had been clawing at it. I stepped back, my heart pounding, and glanced down at the dirt just beyond the steps. That's when I saw them, shoe prints. They were large, much larger than my own, and they led from the edge of the woods to the front steps. The prints were clear and deliberate, but they stopped abruptly just a few feet from the porch. It was as if whoever, or whatever, had made them had vanished into thin air. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. The scratches, the footprints, the knocking, it all felt too deliberate to be the work of an animal, but the alternative was even more unsettling. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, testing the boundaries of my little sanctuary. I reported the incident to the local police later that day. An officer came by to take a look, photographing the scratches and the footprints. He listened to my account, nodding thoughtfully, but he didn't offer much in the way of explanations. There was no sign of forced entry, and nothing had been stolen or disturbed inside the house. He suggested it might have been a prank or an animal, though neither explanation felt convincing. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I avoided going outside after dark and kept every light in the house on during the night. My once beloved cottage, which had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. A few nights later, I woke up to a sound that made my blood run cold. It was scratching, faint at first but growing louder and more frantic. It was coming from the window beside my bed. My heart raced as I lay there, frozen, listening to the sound. It stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving me in a silence that felt almost deafening. In the morning, I found fresh scratches on the window frame. They were identical to the ones on the door, deep and jagged. That was the breaking point. I couldn't stay there any longer. The isolation that I had once cherished now felt suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I packed my belongings and left the cottage within a week, moving in with my sister in Boston until I could figure out my next steps. Months later, I heard from a friend that the new tenants of the cottage had moved out abruptly. They had experienced similar incidents, strange knocking at odd hours, scratches on the doors and windows, and an overwhelming sense of unease. To this day, I don't know what happened during those nights. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it could have been an animal or an elaborate prank. But deep down, I know that something wasn't right. Whatever came knocking at my door that night, I'm grateful I never opened it. When I first moved into the apartment, it felt like an opportunity to start over. Life had been turbulent, and I was eager to settle into a quiet routine. The building itself was nothing remarkable, just an old brick complex on the outskirts of town. Its hallways were dimly lit, its walls scuffed from years of tenants moving in and out. The elevator worked when it felt like it, and the faint hum of appliances and footsteps echoed constantly. But I didn't mind. It was affordable, close to work, and most importantly, quiet. My apartment was at the end of the 3rd floor, across from a unit marked 3B. At first, I didn't give much thought to the neighbor in that apartment. I was too busy unpacking, organizing, and trying to settle into my new surroundings. Still, there was something peculiar about that unit. Its blinds were always drawn, and a faint, stale odor seemed to linger just outside the door. The hallway around it felt colder, though I convinced myself it was just an overactive air vent or the way the building was constructed. The first time I saw the man who lived there, it was late in the evening. I was coming back from the grocery store, balancing too many bags, when I noticed him standing in his doorway. He didn't say anything, didn't offer to help, just stood there barefoot, watching me. He was pale, almost unnaturally so, with dark circles under his eyes and disheveled hair. His clothes looked like they'd been thrown on carelessly, and his posture was slack, as though he were utterly exhausted. I glanced over at him and offered a small, polite smile, but he didn't react. He didn't even seem to acknowledge it. Instead, he stepped back into his apartment without a word and closed the door behind him. It struck me as odd, but I quickly pushed the thought aside. After all, people are different. Maybe he was shy or dealing with something personal. I wasn't about to judge. Over time, though, I began to notice things. He never seemed to leave the apartment during the day. There were no sounds coming from inside, no television, no music, no clinking of dishes or muffled conversations. It was as though the apartment was completely unoccupied. But at night, it was a different story. I often stayed up late, enjoying the quiet and the chance to unwind after work. It was during these late-night hours that I first heard the noises. They started faintly, soft creaks from the hallway floorboards, like someone pacing back and forth. At first, I dismissed it as the normal sounds of an old building. But the more I listened, the clearer it became. It wasn't random creaking. It was deliberate, rhythmic. Someone was walking in the hallway late at night, barefoot, with slow, purposeful steps. Curiosity got the better of me one night. I turned off my lights and stood silently near my door, listening. Through the peephole, I saw the man from 3B. He was pacing the hallway, head down, muttering softly to himself. His words were too quiet to make out, but the tone was rhythmic, almost like a chant. He walked back and forth for what felt like hours before retreating to his apartment. I convinced myself that it wasn't a big deal. People have their quirks, and as long as he wasn't causing trouble, it wasn't my place to interfere. but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unsettling about him. Then one night, something happened that I couldn't ignore. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to a good night's sleep. Before going to bed, I double-checked the locks on my door, a habit I'd developed over the years. Satisfied that everything was secure, I turned off the lights and went to sleep. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I woke up suddenly. At first, I wasn't sure why. The room was silent, the faint glow of a street lamp outside casting long shadows on the walls. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. My bedroom door was open. I always closed my bedroom door before bed. It was a small habit that made me feel safer, especially living alone. But now it was slightly ajar, and the sight of it filled me with a creeping unease. I got out of bed slowly, my pulse quickening with each step. When I reached the front door, my heart sank. It was unlocked and slightly open, the chain swaying gently against the frame. I stood there frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew I had locked the door. I was certain of it, but now it was open. Forcing myself to move, I checked every corner of my apartment, searching for any sign of an intruder. There was nothing. The windows were locked, and nothing appeared to be out of place. Still, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The rest of the night passed in a haze of anxiety. I stayed up with every light in the apartment turned on, clutching a heavy flashlight like a weapon. By morning, I had convinced myself it was just a mistake. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock the door. Maybe I'd imagined closing my bedroom door. It was easier to believe that than to confront the alternative. A few days later, I noticed something strange. The door to 3B was slightly ajar. At first, I thought the man was in the process of moving out, but as the days passed, it became clear that wasn't the case. No moving trucks came. No one entered or exited the apartment. It was as though he had vanished overnight, leaving everything behind. When I finally worked up the courage to ask the landlord about it, her response was vague and dismissive. She said the tenant had broken the lease suddenly and left without notice. There was something about the way she said it that didn't sit right with me. Her tone was clipped, almost rehearsed, and she quickly changed the subject when I pressed for more details. Even with the neighbor gone, the unease didn't leave. The hallway felt different, colder, emptier, yet somehow heavier. I started noticing strange things. The faint smell of cologne that didn't belong to me. The sound of footsteps in the stairwell that stopped as soon as I opened my door. One night, I woke up to the sound of a soft knock at my door. It was so faint that at first, I thought I'd imagined it. But then it came again, slightly louder. I didn't move. I didn't dare breathe. I stood frozen in place, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. But the knocking stopped, and the hallway fell silent once more. I never opened the door to check. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That was the breaking point for me. The following morning, I contacted the landlord and informed her that I was moving out. I didn't give her a reason, and she didn't ask for one. Within a week, I had packed up everything I owned and left the apartment behind. As I loaded the last of my boxes into my car, I glanced up at the building one final time. The window to 3B was still covered, the blinds drawn tight. For a moment, I thought I saw the faintest shift in the shadows behind the blinds, but when I blinked, it was gone. Even now, in my new apartment, I can't shake the memory of that place. Sometimes late at night, I wake up to the sound of faint knocking or the feeling of someone standing just outside my door. I tell myself it's nothing, that it's all in my head, a lingering echo of an experience I'll never fully understand. But deep down, I can't help but wonder if I left that place behind, or if a part of it followed me,